Chapter 936. Hong Long Long. The rumbling sound lingered in the sky above the entire spatial zone. The dragon and phoenix kept launching lightning and fire attacks, but they couldn't cause any damage to the Zulong Tower. All the lightning were absorbed by the Zulong Tower. It was obvious that the third floor of the Zulong Tower was condensing at the fastest speed. Half of the third floor had already been condensed. Inside the Zulong Tower, Xianxia was in a perfect state of cultivation. Apart from the fact that the number of dragon marks in his body was condensing slowly due to the absorption of the heavenly lightning, the most important thing was the fusion of the Heart of Blaze. Currently, the Heart of Blaze had completely fused with Xianxia's heart. At the moment when the two hearts were completely fused together, a tremendous aura was suddenly released from Xianxia's body. That aura was that of a peerless hero, a supreme hero. The Heart of Blaze was also known as the Heart of Raging Flames. After fusing together, Xianxia's already domineering aura was added with a hidden heroic spirit, making people admire him. However, what Xianxia obtained was not only his heroic spirit, but also his own benefits. Behind his back, an illusory pair of fire wings gradually appeared. The wings gradually solidified and in the end, it turned into a solid form. These fire wings were different from his dragon wings. They were evolved from the Heart of Blaze. In other words, the Heart of Blaze had turned into a pair of dazzling and bizarre fire wings. Wings of Blaze. 4 words emerged in Xianxia's mind. His eyes turned fiery red and the fiery wings on his back fluttered, unleashing endless waves of fire. Especially after the Heart of Blaze merged with the true thunder fire and true dragon fire, its power was unimaginable. The wings of Blaze could travel thousands of miles in a flash. The world was so vast that any place could be within a single thought. Although the wings of Blaze didn't have much offensive power, the increase in speed was unimaginable, especially to Xianxia. With the help of the wings of Blaze and the spatial shift, he could travel to the interior of the void. Even a mighty 7th grade great saint wouldn't be able to kill him. Haha, this feels great. Xianxia laughed. This was indeed a very delightful thing. He had gained a lot from this trip to the ancient battlefield. Putting aside the Zulong Tower, the Heart of Blaze alone had brought great benefits to Xianxia. With a sway of his body, Xianxia kept the flaming wings. His eyes were fixed on the experts of the 6 major families through the ancestral dragon pagoda. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. It wasn't the first time that he was implicated. If he were to face the heavenly tribulation and chase after the experts of the 6 major families, he didn't know how many of them would die under the Dragon Phoenix major tribulation. There were a lot of 5th grade great saints on the other side. If it was before, Xianxia wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could kill all of them. After all, most of them would choose to flee due to the fear of the lightning tribulation, but now that he had the flaming wings he could kill anyone he wanted. Catching up to the 5th grade great saints was just too easy. I'll let you live a little longer. You can't miss such a great opportunity like the heavenly tribulation. Xianxia looked at the lightning surrounding him and began preparing to concoct the 9 solar less rond pill. He had no more 9 solar less rond pill. He had left some in the Martial Saint dynasty, and he had given the rest to the ancient people as a betrothal gift to Wu Ningzhu. For a medicine like the 9 solar lightning dragon pill, it would be best if he could concoct more of it. Today the ancient race and demon race had helped him a lot. If it wasn't for them he wouldn't have been able to successfully refine the Heart of Blaze and the ancestral dragon pagoda would have been destroyed by now. Now that the Heart of Blaze had been refined by him and the magma had been absorbed by the Zulong Tower, he didn't have anything precious to repay the ancient people and the demon race. So he decided to use the opportunity of the lightning tribulation to concoct some 9 solar less rond pill. He believed that the 2 major families would be very interested in the 9 solar less rond pill. The true thunder fire and true dragon fire fused together, and with Xianxia as the center, a sea of flames was formed. At the same time, Xianxia's soul energy was gushing out from his body like a tidal wave, fusing with the flames. After that, as if he was performing a magic trick, Xianxia took out some herbs and 9 solar holy water and threw them into the flame. With the help of the lightning he started concocting pills as if there was no one around him. What's Xianxia doing? He's concocting a pill, concocting the 9 solar lightning dragon pill. That's right, it's the 9 solar lightning dragon pill. Under the heavens, only Xianxia can concoct this pill. Ancient people cried out in shock. What? The legendary 9 solar less round pill? An elder of the heavenly leopard race exclaimed. Although they had never seen the 9 solar less round pill before, they had heard of its fame. Among all the pills, the 9 solar less round pill was undoubtedly the best. That's right. When Xianxia went to the ancient people to propose marriage, he brought 3 9 solar less round pill as a betrothal gift. He personally concocted them. We didn't believe it at first, but who would have thought that he would be concocting the pill now? It must be the 9 solar less round pill. Ancient people said. Many people were shocked. They stared at Xianxia's movements without blinking, especially the experts of the Dan clan. For the Dan clan, concocting pills was the easiest thing to do. It was their greatest pride. But in the entire Dan clan, there was no one who could concoct the 9 solar less round pill. Damn it. I don't believe that he can concoct the 9 solar less round pill. Our Dan clan's concoction technique is the #1 under the heavens. How can Xianxia concoct a pill that even our Dan clan can't? The elders of Dan family's facial expression was incomparably unsightly. Alchemy was the greatest pride of their family, but now Xianxia was going to suppress them in their most prideful field. This made them feel extremely uncomfortable. You're right. But at the same time, the people of the Dan clan were also staring at Xianxia without blinking. They wanted to see how Xianxia would concoct the 9 solar less round pill. Putting aside the fact that Xianxia was their enemy, if they could see the process of an alchemist concocting the 9 solar less round pill with their own eyes, it would be a once-in-100 years opportunity. Haha, your Dan clan is known as the #1 under the heavens in alchemy. I wonder how your Dan clan is compared to Xianxia. The elders of the ancient people laughed and started to mock them. It's still uncertain whether he can succeed or not. The expert of the Dan clan harumphed coldly. The most important thing in alchemy was the state of mind. It was the combination of the state of mind and soul power. The higher the grade of the pill, the harsher the conditions needed to concoct it. He firmly believed that no one could concoct a pill while transcending tribulation, not even Xianxia with the help of the Zulong Tower. Of course, if they knew that Xianxia had concocted the 9 solar less round pill more than once without the help of the Zulong Tower, they would surely feel uncomfortable. I really admire Xianxia from the bottom of my heart. He is truly a peerless genius. Not only does he have heaven-defying combat strength and tyrannical means, he is also a formidable alchemist. Such a genius rarely appears in 10,000 years. There has never been such a genius in the history of Saint Origin world. Kong Yang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He knew that he would never be able to catch up with Xianxia's footsteps in this lifetime. He could only look up to Xianxia in the future. Gu Lufeng had the same expression. Both he and Kong Yang were famous figures on the sky ranking, but when compared to Xianxia, they felt that the gap between them and Xianxia wasn't small. Not only them, but some geniuses from Saint Origin Palace also had an incomparably ugly expression. All along, they were the elites among the geniuses, the pinnacle existence of this era. They were proud of themselves. The fact that they could cultivate in Saint Origin Palace was a symbol of their identity. However, after seeing the strength of Xianxia, they all lowered their heads. In front of Xianxia, their so-called halo was overshadowed. Lightning rippled. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xianxia, hoping to see the birth of the 9 sun less round pill. Xianxia's hands kept moving, striking out seals at an extremely fast speed. Many of them didn't know how to concoct pills, so they couldn't see what was going on. However, those from Dan family had an ugly expression on their faces. They even found it difficult to breathe. Xianxia's concoction technique was too amazing. They had to admit that watching Xianxia concoct pills was a kind of enjoyment. It was a kind of improvement to their attainments in alchemy. Very quickly, the first 9 sun less round pill was completely concocted. The pill was golden in color and was wrapped in lightning. One could see the shadow of a dragon rippling inside the pill. It looked very mystical. Look, he has concocted the 9 sun less round pill so easily. There's almost no chance of failure. Someone from Dan family exclaimed. At this moment, they had already forgotten that Xianxia was their enemy. They couldn't help but praise Xianxia. That's the 9 sun less round pill? It really is miraculous. Looks exactly the same as the legendary 9 sun less round pill. There's no difference at all. That's a peerless holy medicine. If I can get a 9-sun less rond pill, my constitution will undergo a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformation. At that time my talent will be reborn and I'll be able to break through to a higher realm. Look, another one is concocting. 346. Too fast. There's no chance of failure at all. Heavens, is he even human? How can there be such a monster in the world? A high-grade alchemist has to spend his entire life concocting pills. As a result, his combat strength won't be too strong. But not only is his combat strength heaven-defying, his alchemy skills are also heaven-defying. Such a monster, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Kill. When the heavens' tribulation is over, we have to kill him no matter what. He's too terrifying and heaven-defying. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, there will be endless troubles in the future. The faces of the experts from the 6 clans changed. They were completely shocked by Zhang Chen's monstrousness. Chapter 937. Refining elixirs under the thunderbolts was a spectacle in itself. It was even more peculiar than the dragon and phoenix. No one dared to believe the scene in front of them. However, this was nothing to Zhang Chen. Since he had cultivated the great soul derivation technique, refining elixirs was a piece of cake for him. Even without the help of the Zulong Tower, he could still refine the 9-sun less rond pill. However, it would be more difficult to refine. Seeing that they couldn't kill Zhang Chen, the dragons and phoenixes were infuriated. They kept bombarding Zhang Chen crazily. The ancient battlefield was almost destroyed. Cracks began to appear on the spatial barrier as if it was going to shatter at any time. Zhang Chen raised his head to look at the dragon and phoenix in the sky and said faintly, "It's almost time. After refining a few more elixirs, it will be time to settle the score with them." Zhang Chen revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. The dragon and phoenix calamity had been bombarding for a period of time. Seeing that it was coming to an end, Zhang Chen didn't want to give up this great opportunity. Moreover, the closer it was to the end, the more powerful the heavens calamity would be. It couldn't be compared to before. Overall, this heavens calamity had benefited Zhang Chen a lot. The main reason was the strength of the Zulong Tower. At this moment, the 3rd floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be completely condensed. It was certain that after the heavens calamity was over, the 3rd floor of the Zulong Tower would be completely condensed. At that time, its power would be even more tyrannical. The defensive ability of the Zulong Tower was already beyond doubt. As for the offensive ability, Zhang Chen still didn't know. However, now wasn't the time to discuss it. The secrets of the Zulong Tower could be slowly explored in the future. Very soon, Zhang Chen's second wave of refining elixirs was over. In Zhang Chen's hands, he had refined a total of 29 sun less rond pill. The 20 incomparably dazzling elixirs were constantly hovering around Zhang Chen's body. Heavens, he was able to refine 29 sun less rond pill in such a short time, and there was no failure rate at all. Is he still human? The great saint of Dan family shivered. He was a powerful alchemist himself. Putting aside other aspects, he was one of the best in Saint Origin world in terms of alchemy. However, after witnessing Zhang Chen's concoction, he felt that he had lived his life in vain. He didn't know that there was such an exquisite and peerless concoction technique in this heavens and earth. Putting everything else aside, watching Zhang Chen concoct pills with his own eyes had brought him endless benefits. After returning to Dan family, he was afraid that it wouldn't take long for his concoction technique to reach a higher level. Of course, it was hard to say whether he could return alive today. At this moment, many people of Dan family felt regretful. If they didn't make Zhang Chen their enemy in Void Triangular Domain, they might be able to befriend him like the ancient people and the demon race. In that case, it would be extremely beneficial to their Dan family. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. They were now mortal enemies with Zhang Chen. The hatred between them and Zhang Chen was irreconcilable. There was no way to resolve it now. 29 sun less rond pill. What an eye-opener. Being able to witness such an amazing concoction with my own eyes, I have no regrets. I have seen some high-ranked alchemists concoct pills before, but compared to Zhang Chen, no matter if it's the technique or the success rate, they are on a completely different level. That's right. It's a miracle to concoct 29 sun less rond pill in such a short period of time. In the entire Saint Origin world, only Zhang Chen can do it. Dan family is known as the #1 family in alchemy, but compared to Xianxia it's like a child playing house. Ancient people and the great saints of demon race were generous with their praises for Xianxia. The elder of heavenly leopard race even started to ridicule Dan family. In fact, Xianxia's existence was a slap to Dan family's face. How? The roar of the dragon and the cry of the phoenix. The two lightning gods were completely enraged. Their lightning attacks were at least twice as powerful as before. At this time, Xianxia suddenly kept his flames and pills and stopped his pill concoction. With a sway of his body, he rushed towards the camp of the desolate family at top speed in the blink of an eye. Ancient people and demon race, retreat now lest you get caught in the crossfire. Xianxia's voice reached the ears of ancient people and demon race at the same time. The experts of the two races saw Xianxia's movement and their facial expression changed. They instantly understood what Xianxia was going to do. How would they dare to delay any further? Immediately they flew away at full speed. Damn it. This is crazy. The elder of heavenly leopard race was full of excitement. Now that the dragon phoenix major tribulation had reached its final stage, its power was countless times stronger than before. It was imaginable how much damage and destructive power would be caused if Xianxia rushed into the crowd with lightning. Not good. Run. The 5th grade great saint of desolate family's facial expression changed drastically. Immediately he stretched his neck and roared. Many of them had seen through Xianxia's intention. This was simply insane. Normally, when a cultivator was transcending the tribulation, he would only focus on his own tribulation. How would he dare to split his attention to deal with others? If other experts were involved in the tribulation, it would only increase the power of his own tribulation. This was a suicidal method, but Xianxia had done it. All the experts of desolate family were terrified. Immediately they fled in all directions. Unfortunately, Xianxia's speed was just too fast. He caught up with them in an instant. Half of them were shrouded by the lightning, including the two powerful 5th grade great saints. Hong hong. Arg. 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 Immediately after that, shrill screams were heard. Those great saints of desolate family who were shrouded by the lightning let out blood-curdling screams. They were blasted to pieces by the heavenly tribulation and died on the spot. Zhoosh. It was too fast. Everything happened in an instant. The desolate family had encountered a catastrophe. The two 5th grade great saints had died tragically. Everyone was waiting for Xianxia to enter a weakened state after the tribulation, but no one had thought that Xianxia would use such a method to attack them. If he was allowed to continue his rampage, they were afraid that many of them would die before the end of the lightning tribulation. After killing nearly half of the experts of desolate family, Xianxia's cold eyes turned to the Hua family. The people of the Hua family gasped and began to flee frantically. It was too terrifying. They had seen the tragic death of the experts of desolate family clearly. Now that Xianxia was going to attack them, they were scared out of their wits. They knew very well that their opponent wasn't Xianxia, but the heavenly tribulation. It was imaginable that if they were shrouded by the heavenly tribulation, their ending wouldn't be any better than the desolate family. Haha, where do you think you're going? Xianxia laughed loudly. The flaming wings spread out with a swoosh. With a gentle flap, his speed reached the extreme. In a blink of an eye, he had caught up with the camp of the Hua family. This time, another half of the experts of the Hua family were shrouded by the lightning. Miserable screams lingered in the air. All those who were shrouded by the lightning were instantly turned into powder by the lightning. Oh my God! Many of them exclaimed. Even the ancient people and the people of the demon race were dumbfounded by the scene. It was too fucking powerful. Such an attack was simply heaven-defying. They were glad that they had made a wise choice to befriend Xianxia. It wasn't a good thing to be enemies with such a heaven-defying figure. Run. Everyone run. This little bastard has gone crazy. The great sage of Narang clan shouted loudly. He was really frightened. Once the heavenly tribulation came, it would be a disaster. They were all people who had passed the tribulation, but the heavenly tribulation of others was different from their own. Their own heavenly tribulation came according to their own strength and could be resisted. However, if they fell into the heavenly tribulation of others, not only would they have to bear the power of the heavenly tribulation of others, they would also trigger their own tribulation. That was a tribulation originating from the origin. The thunder and fire began to burn from the depths of the soul. It was impossible to resist it. As long as they fell into it, they would almost certainly die. However, all along, those who had passed the heavenly tribulation would go through it in a safe and steady manner. They wouldn't joke around with their lives. They had never seen someone as crazy as Zhou Xian before. Half of the experts of the Desolate family and Hua family had died. This had completely frightened the other 4 families. They didn't dare to be careless anymore. They immediately scattered and hid in the inner part of the spatial zone. However, it was useless to travel through the spatial zone at this moment unless they could get out of the ruins and return to their original world. Otherwise, even if they were in the inner part of the spatial zone, they would still be within the range of the heavenly tribulation. They wouldn't be able to avoid it even if they wanted to. 5 Elemental Sphere. Their speed was fast, but Zhou Xian's speed was even faster. He immediately casted out the 5 Elemental Sphere. Almost half of the experts from the 4 major families were covered by the 5 Elemental Sphere. Because these experts were running in different directions, it was basically impossible to kill all of them. Zhou Xian's 5 Elemental Sphere was extremely powerful. However, Zhou Xian also had a specific target. This time all the 5th grade minor saints were enveloped by the sphere. At most only 2 of them managed to escape. The 5 Elemental Sphere was Zhou Xian's personal sphere. So he would be completely involved in the heavenly tribulation. In other words, once these experts entered the 5 Elemental Sphere, they would be punished by the heavenly tribulation. Arg. In the entire 5 Elemental Sphere, lightning flashed and flames soared to the sky. Miserable shrieks were heard everywhere. Some of them were covered in lightning fire and were burned to ashes in an instant. In less than a minute, all the experts who were enveloped by Zhou Xian's sphere had died tragically. None of them survived. Chapter 938. Under the lightning, a blood-red ancient pagoda was hovering above Zhou Xian's head. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were cold and merciless. He was simply a peerless devil. He didn't even bat an eyelid when killing people. The entire spatial zone was in complete chaos. Spatial turbulence was shooting everywhere. Countless places were flickering with lightning. Everyone who was standing here felt an inexplicable sense of insecurity. They were all mighty great saints, high and mighty. It wasn't easy to kill a great saint, but at this moment, all of them felt that they might die at any time. Everyone get close to the ancient people and the demon race. Someone shouted. The people of the 6 major families reacted. They didn't care whether the demon race and the ancient people were against them or not. One by one they approached the 2 major families crazily. Even if they couldn't integrate into the 2 families, they couldn't stay too far away from them. Only now did they realize that Zhou Xian was on the same side as the ancient people and the demon race. He couldn't bear the heavenly tribulation to attack the ancient people and the demon race. Get lost. The elder of heavenly leopards shouted at the people who were approaching them. It seemed that he was ready to attack at any time. The demon race was a bloodthirsty race. They wouldn't care who their opponent was. Plus, they were now on the same side as Zhou Xian. Get lost. They wouldn't scram even if they were beaten to death. How could they possibly scram? As long as they scrammed, they would definitely die. They would rather be beaten to death by the demon race and ancient race. In fact, they might even start a huge war with these 2 races than to die under the heavens' tribulation. How? Above the sky, at the peak of the lightning, the dragon and phoenix were finally infuriated. Zhou Xian raised his head and saw that the body of the dragon and phoenix had doubled in size. The spatial barrier here had begun to crumble. This was the collapse of the ancient battlefield. Seems like this place is going to collapse soon. The Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation is about to reach its final stage. I will return to the eastern continent. The Zulong Tower will absorb the last lightning tribulation and the 3rd level will be fully condensed. Unfortunately, I won't be able to advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint after the Zulong Tower absorbs all the lightning tribulation. But it's not a big deal. Even if I can't advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint, I will still be at the peak of the 1st grade Great Saint. Plus, my foundation is strong and stable. It will be easy for me to advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint in the future. Zhou Xian looked at the dragon and phoenix tribulation that was about to come down from the sky and pondered. He looked at the remaining people of the 6 major clans and saw that they were too close to the ancient people in the demon clan, so he put away the idea of killing everyone. This was a divine tribulation. He could control the time of the divine tribulation, but he could not accurately control the location of the divine tribulation. If he was careless and engulfed the ancient people in the demon clan, it would be terrible. Honglong. The dragons and phoenixes roared at the same time. This time they dragged their true bodies and charged towards the ancestral dragon pagoda. When they collided with the ancestral dragon pagoda, they exploded. The destructive energy went completely berserk. Not even the ancestral dragon pagoda could absorb all the energy. Jiang Chen saw that the Zulong Tower was shaking violently. The 3rd level had been fully condensed. Honglong. The divine tribulation vanished, but the rumbling sound became more intense. It was the sound of the spatial shattering. Under the raging dragon and phoenix major tribulation, the spatial zone finally couldn't withstand it anymore and shattered completely. Jiang Chen kept the Zulong Tower. The current him had 81,500 dragon marks in his body. He was only 500 dragon marks away from the 2nd grade Great Saint. With his current combat strength, killing a 4th grade Great Saint would be a piece of cake. He could even fight against an ordinary 5th grade Great Saint. The defensive power of the Zulong Tower was amazing. The 3 levels of the Zulong Tower could almost withstand the attack of a 6th grade Great Saint. In other words, from now on no one in the entire Pure Land could kill Jiang Chen. Everyone leave this place quickly. The spatial zone is about to shatter. Someone shouted. If the spatial zone shattered, everything here would cease to exist. They had to leave this place before the spatial zone shattered. However, this was a very simple thing for great saints and minor saints who had complete control over the spatial force. They just needed to grab a crack in the spatial zone and rush out of it. No one dared to be negligent. Everyone began to frantically fly out of the spatial zone. Jiang Chen flew to Da Huang Dog and Kong Yang's side and said, "Let's leave as well." "What about A Yen? He is still refining Gu Tianmo and Xiaoyu. She hasn't appeared yet." Da Huang Dog sounded worried. When the 4 of them came here together, there was no news of Yan Qingyu. Han Yen was still refining Gu Tianmo. "Don't worry. I have already sensed it. Only half of the spatial zone in the ancient battlefield has collapsed. The spatial zone where A Yen is in is still intact after being reinforced by Gu Tianmo. As for Xiaoyu, even if the spatial zone is shattered, she can still rush out of it given her ability." Jiang Chen said. Han Yen was the safest. That small spatial zone was once refined by the 9th grade Great Saint Gu Tianmo. It was very strong. Refining a 9th grade Great Saint Gu Tianmo was a great fortune to Han Yen. Before the refinement was completed, they should try not to disturb him. As for Yan Qingyu, she hadn't appeared yet. Jiang Chen guessed that she might have encountered some kind of great fortune. One should know that Yan Qingyu was born with the 9 yin meridians, a powerful 9 yin body. She had also obtained the inheritance of the ice god. Such a figure was born with great luck. She would certainly obtain great benefits in this ancient battlefield. This was for sure. Therefore, Jiang Chen wasn't worried about their safety. The spatial zone shattered and the thunder disappeared. Everyone rushed out from the broken spatial zone. Thick smoke billowed under their feet. All of the experts were floating in the sky. Below them was a boundless, desolate mountain range. This was the most remote place in the eastern continent. At this moment, everyone was automatically divided into 2 camps. The people of the 6 major families gathered together. Although almost half of their experts had been killed by Jiang Chen, there were still a lot of them. At least, their numbers were more than the combined forces of the ancient people and the demon race. However, the faces of the people of the 6 major families darkened. They had suffered a great loss in this trip to the ancient battlefield. Their hatred for Jiang Chen had reached a level higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. It was the ultimate hatred that couldn't be resolved. Jiang Chen stood in front of the camp of the ancient people and the demon race. It was as if he had become the backbone of the 2 families. He completely ignored the hateful gazes of the 6 major families and turned to the ancient people and the demon race. He turned his palms and 8-9 sunless rond pill appeared on each of his palms. "Elder Gu, Elder Heavenly Leopard, you have helped me Jiang Chen a lot today. The heart of Blaze has been completely refined by me and the magma has been absorbed. Jiang Chen has nothing to repay you with. These 8-9 sunless rond pill will be your reward." Jiang Chen stretched his arms and handed the 8-9 sunless rond pill to the 5th grade great saints of the ancient people and the demon race. Many of them gasped. The eyes of the ancient people and the demon race fell upon Jiang Chen's hands. 8-9 sunless rond pill. Wasn't this reward a little too precious? It was too generous. At this moment, everyone felt that it was worthwhile for them to help Jiang Chen. Although he was a devil god of slaughter, he was also a man who valued friendship and righteousness. He was cruel and overbearing to his enemies but true to his friends. They all knew that Jiang Chen had refined a total of 29 sunless rond pill. Now he had taken out 16 of them. His heroic spirit was truly admirable. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Chen's heroic spirit had become stronger after refining the heart of Blaze. Jiang Chen, isn't this a little too precious? Elder Heavenly Leopard didn't dare to accept it. As a matter of fact, they only stopped the Shi family and Hu family. They didn't help Jiang Chen much. In the end, all the difficulties were solved by Jiang Chen himself. It was really embarrassing for them to take out such a precious reward. Haha. When did the demon race become so bashful? You demon race and the ancient people are my people. I have always been a straightforward person. If you don't want it, I will be eaten by De Huang like beans. Jiang Chen said and was about to throw the 9 sunless rond pill to De Huang dog. Yes, yes. Upon seeing this, the elder of Heavenly Leopard and the elder of ancient people didn't dare hesitate. They quickly snatched the pill from Jiang Chen's hand while glaring at De Huang dog who was wagging his tail. What kind of joke was this? This was the 9 sunless rond pill. Letting this dog eat it like beans was simply a reckless waste of God's gift. Watching the ancient people and demon race receive so many 9 sunless rond pill, the eyes of the other 6 families were filled with envy and jealousy. They wondered how many geniuses could be nurtured by these pills. Jiang Chen, you are insane. You have killed so many of our people. Don't even think about leaving alive today. A 5th grade great saint of the Shi family said to Jiang Chen fiercely. His words made the atmosphere tense again. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and stared at the elder of the Shi family coldly. He said in a flat tone, just with the likes of you? If I were you, I would run as far as I can. Humph. Jiang Chen, don't be arrogant. The experts of the 6 families are coming soon. You will die today. Someone harumphed coldly. As soon as his voice faded, a group of incomparably powerful experts appeared in the distance. There were at least a dozen of them. Each of them had an incomparably powerful chi. An ordinary 5th grade great saint couldn't compare to them. Not good. The patriarchs of the 8 major families are here. There are also other 6th grade great saints. They are here for you. The news has already reached the Pure Land. Chapter 939. Haha. Jiang Chen, you are dead meat. Without the heavenly tribulation you have lost your protective talisman. How can a puny 1st grade great saint fight a 6th grade great saint? That's right. You are a mad devil. Everyone has the right to punish you. Seeing the emergence of the experts of the 6 major families, the people of the 6 major families were excited. Thinking of their people who died tragically under the lightning tribulation, their hatred for Jiang Chen was indescribable. All of them gritted their teeth and their eyes turned red. If looks could kill, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. Jiang Chen, run away quickly. The elder of the Heavenly Leopard family said. That's right, Jiang Chen. You might have a chance if you run away now. The elder of the ancient people also reminded him that if he didn't run away now, there would be no chance for him to escape. It's too late. Jiang Chen smiled, but there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. He didn't plan to run away at all. If he wanted to, he could leave safely even if all the 6th grade great saints besieged him. However, after seeing the emergence of these 6th grade great saints, Jiang Chen suddenly came up with a new plan. More than a dozen 6th grade great saints appeared, hovering in the sky. After they appeared, their eyes fell upon their own camp. Their facial expression changed dramatically when they saw that almost half of their people had been killed. What's going on? The patriarch of the Desolate family, Desolate Yuntian, shouted. A 4th grade great saint elder of the Desolate family hastily flew to Desolate Yuntian's side and said bitterly, Patriarch, it's all because of that Jiang Chen. He snatched the heart of Blaze and advanced to the great saint realm. He used the heavenly tribulation to destroy half of the people of the 6 major families. What? Desolate Yuntian's anger burst out immediately. He had never been so furious before. The chi of a 6th grade great saint was fully unleashed. His cold eyes stared at the direction where Zhangchen was. Patriarch, we've also lost half of our people, said the elder of the Hua clan. Huabatian was even more furious. He wanted to tear Zhangchen into pieces. At the same time, the patriarchs of the Bin clan, the Shi clan, the Narang clan, the Dan clan and the great elder who came with them were all furious. The number of their clansmen who came to the ancient battlefield was too great. To them, this was an unimaginable loss. Little bastard, I only regret not killing you in the spiritual space mountain back then. Shi Haotian's arms released caw-caw sounds. You've killed so many of my clansmen. Even if you grow wings, you won't be able to escape today. You must leave your life behind. Narang Changtian was also furious. It's a big mistake that we didn't kill him in the spiritual space mountain. The patriarch of the Dan clan, Dan Yangtian, was also grieved. Just like the other patriarchs, he felt that the biggest mistake they made was not killing Zhangchen in the spiritual space mountain, which resulted in today's disaster. During this period of time, not only did they give Zhangchen a chance to grow, but they also lost a lot of geniuses. Now, a large number of their clansmen were killed by the lightning tribulation. The culprit of all this was Zhangchen. What reason did they have to let him go? Zhangchen, our Bin clan has no grudge against you. Why did you do this? The patriarch of the Bin clan, Bing Longtian, shouted at Zhangchen. I'm afraid you have to ask your clansmen. They attacked me first. Could it be that only the Bin clan can kill me but I can't kill them? Zhangchen said indifferently. He had a lot of enemies anyway, so he didn't care about one more member of the Bin clan. Back then, these people in the spiritual space mountain didn't kill him. Now that he had fully grown, it was impossible for these people to kill him. Zhangchen was now full of confidence. He didn't have the slightest bit of fear when facing these people. Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian didn't speak. They just stood on the left and right of Zhangchen. Ancient people and the great sage of the demon clan had already told them everything that had happened before using divine thoughts. Even Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian were shocked by such earth-shattering events. It was a pity that they couldn't witness the Dragon Phoenix major tribulation and the refinement of 29 suns less rond pill with their own eyes. Moreover, Zhangchen had given them 8-9 suns less rond pill. Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian also knew about it. They really felt that Zhangchen was a good friend. More importantly, the reason why they decided to befriend Zhangchen was because of Zhangchen's potential and talent. However, they had never thought that Zhangchen could grow to such a terrifying extent in such a short period of time. It had only been a short period of time, but he had already turned the entire Pure Land upside down. Zhangchen, we will help you hold them off for a while. You need to buy some time to escape. Gu Xiantian secretly transmitted his voice to Zhangchen. That's right. The trouble you have caused today is too big. I'm afraid that our 2 families won't be able to protect you, but we can buy some time for you to escape. You must do it. Lang Xingtian's voice also reached Zhangchen's ears. There was also a great elder of the ancient people and heavenly leopard king beside him. There were a total of 4 6th grade great saints, but there were 10 6th grade great saints from the other 6 families. No matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to resist all of them. I'm afraid it's too late to escape now. Zhangchen shook his head. He had no intention of escaping. Of course, he wasn't confident that he could kill a 6th grade great saint, but he had a new plan, a plan that he had to execute. The arrival of these 6th grade great saints gave him a good opportunity. Gu Xiantian, Lang Xingtian, are you 2 really going to protect Zhangchen? We won't take a step back today. Desolate Yuntian said loudly to Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian. Of course. Gu Xiantian was incomparably domineering. If he retreated now, wouldn't it be a disgrace to his reputation? Besides, the ancient people didn't treat their friends like this. Cut the crap. In that case, let's fight. Anyway, we must kill this little bastard today. He must die. Huabatian was hot-tempered. He was ready for battle. All right. 4 of us will resist Gu Xiantian and the others. The rest of us will besiege Zhangchen and kill this little bastard. Shi Haotian said and launched an attack at Zhangchen. Everyone listen, retreat immediately. Zhangchen, find a chance to escape. Gu Xiantian shouted at the people of the Gu family and demon race. This was a battle between 6th grade great saints. The aftermath of the battle was unbearable. If these people were caught in the shockwaves of the battle, no one knew how many of them would die. The ancient people and demon race had retreated completely from the battlefield. They couldn't get close to such a battlefield. There was a risk of losing their lives at any time. That was an unnecessary loss. Xianxia didn't retreat, because he knew very well that his opponent's target was him. If he and the ancient people and demon race retreated together, it would bring a disaster to them. The experts of the 6 major families had completely sealed this part of the void. It seemed like they wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Xianxia revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He really didn't plan to escape. His plan was about to be implemented. Zhou Xian blocked Zhou Xian. The 2 patriarchs were fighting. Huabatian had also rushed over and engaged in a fierce battle with Lang Xingtian. Heavenly Leopard King and the Great Elder of Ancient People were also fighting with the elders of the other 2 families. Desolate Yuntian and Narang Chongtian locked their eyes on Xianxia. Their bodies were emitting strong murderous intent. Bang! Xianxia's body swayed and turned into his dragon form. The dragon wings on his back flapped and he fled frantically. Although he didn't plan to escape, he still had to pretend to be one. Humph! Trying to escape? It's too late. If we let a little beast like you escape today, where will we put our faces? Dan Yongtian harumphed coldly. The 6 of them vanished instantly. When they reappeared, they had already surrounded Xianxia. Little beast, where do you think you can run to? Desolate Yuntian sneered. What should we do now? Xianxia is besieged by 6 6th grade great saints. There's no way he can escape. Unfortunately, we can't help him. Damn it. How could this happen? Xianxia is in real danger now. The opponents are too strong. All we can do is to watch. Now we can only pray that Xianxia can create another miracle. The people of the Gu family and the demon race were incomparably worried. The siege of 6 6th grade great saints would surely kill anyone. Xianxia had already lost the advantage of the heavenly tribulation. How could he fight a 6th grade great saint? He couldn't even handle one of them, let alone 6 of them at the same time. Kong Yang, Leopard Wei, Kong Yu and Gu Liufeng's faces were filled with worry. Facing such a scene, even De Huang Dog couldn't help but feel worried. This little beast is going to die soon. Let's see how arrogant he can still be. That's right. He has killed so many of our people. Even if he dies 10,000 times, it won't be enough. We must destroy his body and soul. Kill him. Compared to the worries of the ancient people and demon race, the other 6 families were incomparably excited. To them, the death of Xianxia was a matter of universal celebration. Completely trapped in the encirclement of the 6 experts, Xianxia had become a turtle in a jar. It seemed that there was no chance for him to escape. The dignified patriarchs of the 6 major families, 6th grade great saints, are actually besieging a puny 1st grade great saint like me? Aren't you ashamed? Xianxia said in a stern voice, but in the eyes of the 6 experts, Xianxia was obviously afraid of them. Little beast, aren't you very bold? Seems like you also have moments of fear. You have killed so many people and now it's your turn. Desolate Yuntian said Lung Lung. Why are you wasting so much time talking to this little beast? Just kill him now. Energy was rolling in Narang Chongtian's palm, ready to strike at any time. In my opinion, we can't let this little beast die too easily. We have to torture him to death bit by bit. Dan Yongtian said sinisterly. Haha. Just use whatever means you have. I, Xianxia, am not afraid of you. Chapter 940. Alright, I will torture you first. I will extract your soul so that you will never be able to reincarnate. An elder of the Desolate clan released his qi and was about to attack Xianxia. Hold on. At this moment, Bing Longtian stopped the elder of the Desolate clan. Bing Longtian, what are you trying to do? Don't forget that half of the people of the Bin clan died in the hands of this little bastard. The elder of the Desolate clan looked at Bing Longtian. This person must die. In my opinion, we should attack at the same time and directly destroy his body and soul. After all, we are all tycoons and there are so many people watching. Killing a brat is, after all, beneath our dignity. If we torture him slowly to death, it will affect our reputation too much. Bing Longtian said. Jiang Chen must be killed, but he did not agree with torturing him slowly. Alright, he's right. Let's attack together and destroy his soul. Let's just kill him. Dan Yongtian nodded, thinking that what Bing Longtian said made sense. No matter how much Jiang Chen deserved to die, they were still big shots after all. They represented the pinnacle of the Pure Land and they cared about their reputation the most. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let Jiang Chen off back in the spiritual space mountain. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. Everything was within his expectations. He knew that these people cared about their reputation, but they couldn't let him off today. Therefore they would attack and kill him. This was exactly what Jiang Chen needed. Little bastard, you're lucky today. The elder of the Desolate clan said while gritting his teeth. Come on. You bunch of old guys ganging up on me, a junior. I will definitely leave you guys with a good reputation. Jiang Chen looked like he was not afraid of death. Cut the crap. Kill him. Desolate Yuntian bellowed and unleashed all of his qi. At the same time, the other 5 experts also unleashed their own powerful attacks. For a moment, the entire void was submerged by violent energy, turning into a chaotic battlefield. Jiang Chen was completely submerged in it. No one could see his figure from the outside and no one could feel his qi. The 6 experts attacked with all their might. No matter how strong a monster was, he would die on the spot. Not even a piece of him would be left. Ah, come on. After 18 years, Jiang Chen, will be a hero again. Jiang Chen's voice came from the center of the energy, startling everyone. Jiang Chen. Gu Xiantian screamed and tried to get rid of Xiaotian to help. However, he was trapped by Xiaotian. Gu Xiantian, your opponent is me. Even if you go, don't even think about saving that kid's life today. Xiaotian sneered. He and Gu Xiantian were equally famous figures, one of the 8 magnates. Xiaotian had no confidence in defeating Gu Xiantian, but keeping Gu Xiantian occupied was not a problem. Lang Xingtian and the others were also entangled by their opponents. They had no time to save Jiang Chen. Ah, Jiang Chen is dead for sure. The people from the 6 major clans laughed. Damn it, Totem God Seal, give me strength. De Huang Dog went berserk. He could not watch Jiang Chen die just like that. At this moment, looking at the powerful energy released by the 6 experts, De Huang Dog did not know if Jiang Chen had the ability to escape. However, he would not bet on it. Even if he had to die a horrible death, he would save Jiang Chen from the center of the energy. Brr. With an earth-shattering roar, De Huang Dog's body began to change. His body instantly doubled in size. The dragon horn on his head shone brightly, and the totem god seal floated above his head. At this moment, De Huang Dog went berserk. De Huang, don't. Kong Yang cried out in alarm. The people of the monster race were all alarmed. They could see what De Huang Dog was doing. He was going to burn his divine beast bloodline to stimulate the totem god seal and obtain a powerful force to save Jiang Chen. However, this method was too harmful to De Huang Dog. He might lose his divine beast bloodline and the totem god seal. De Huang, don't do it. Don't mess up my plan. At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice suddenly reached De Huang Dog's ears. Hearing the word plan, De Huang Dog, who was about to burn his bloodline, hastily stopped. The aura on his body receded like the tide, and the totem god seal once again entered his body. His body, which had doubled in size, instantly returned to its original appearance. This scene stunned the people of the monster race. They had no idea what this damn dog was going to do. Just a moment ago he looked like he was going to fight at all costs, but in the next moment he completely stopped, causing the people of the monster race to worry for nothing. For God's sake, this master dog was almost consigned to eternal damnation. This bastard, I'll bite his ass when I get back. De Huang Dog said indignantly, but the worry on his face had vanished completely. It seemed like all of this was part of Jiang Chen's plan. He was still feeling gloomy at first. Since when did Jiang Chen become so easy to bully? It wasn't his style to stand there and let the 6 great experts attack him. Now he completely understood what Jiang Chen was up to. But one thing was certain, Jiang Chen had a way to protect himself. Even if the 6 great experts attacked him at the same time, they wouldn't be able to kill him. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen wasn't that easy to kill. Honglong. Under the gaze of innumerable people, the spatial zone exploded completely. A huge hole was blasted in the sky. It was dark and scary. Countless of gloomy airflow drifted out from it. The combined attack of 6 sixth-grade great saints was enough to destroy the heaven and earth. Even the sky had been smashed. It was imaginable what would happen to Xianxia, who was at the center of the attack. He was afraid that not even his dregs would be left. Thick smoke billowed and raging fire rose. The entire area was covered by thick smoke. Everyone held their breath and stared at the area without blinking, waiting for the result. Desolate Yuntian waved his hand and struck out a stream of airflow, dispersing all the thick smoke. The place where Xianxia was just now was empty. Except for the broken void, nothing was left. Is he dead? He must be dead. The attack just now was so powerful that even the sky was smashed. It's impossible for Xianxia to still be alive. Haha. He's dead. Not even his dregs are left. This crazy bastard has finally gotten his retribution. Upon seeing the scene, the experts of the 6 major families were excited. It was a very delightful thing for them to witness the death of Xianxia. Damn it. Sigh, the heavens are jealous of the talented. It's such a pity for a genius like Brother Jiang. If he didn't die, his future would surely be limitless. The heavens are helpless. We, the ancient people and the beast race, can't save him in the end. The ancient people and the members of the beast race wore pained expressions. Xianxia's death was undoubtedly one less peerless genius. They were sad and angry, but it did not change the fact that they had tried their best. Desolate Yuntian and the other 5 sealed the void. Their divine sense swept through the spatial zone again and again, but they couldn't find any trace of Xianxia. Finally they came to a conclusion: Xianxia was dead. He died under the full force strike just now. Is he dead? Danyang Tian was still unconvinced. He's dead for sure. It's impossible for him to run away from us. We didn't find any trace of him. The attack was enough to kill him. Desolate Yuntian said confidently. It's too easy for him to die just like that. Lung Lung, the elder of the Desolate clan, said. Alright, from today onward, Xianxia will no longer exist in this world. We've suffered a great loss this time. We'll need some time to recuperate after we return. Bing Longtian let out a sigh. The Bin tribe should not have been involved in the conflict. Even though they had killed Xianxia in the end and gotten rid of their greatest threat, the Bin tribe had suffered a great loss. You bunch of old men teaming up to kill a junior, how shameless of you. Gu Xiantian gritted his teeth and said. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife at the thought of Xianxia's death. Putting aside the fact that Xianxia was Wu Ningzhu's husband, he didn't know how to explain it to Wu Ningzhu when he returned. Moreover, he and Xianxia had developed a mutual appreciation for each other. Now that Xianxia was dead, how could he not be heartbroken? Unfortunately, no matter how heartbroken he was, he couldn't change the fact that Xianxia had been killed. Lang Xingtian also looked sorrowful. He hadn't known Xianxia for a long time. Xianxia wasn't even a member of the demon tribe. However, after such a long time of contact, he had long treated Xianxia as a friend. However, the ancient people and the demon tribe had tried their best today. There was nothing they could do to change the situation. Humph. Gu Xiantian, Xianxia should have died long ago. It's impossible for your 2 tribes to protect him. From today onward, Xianxia will no longer exist. Desolate Yuntian snorted coldly and left with the people of the Desolate clan. Subsequently, the other 5 clans also left with their clansmen. They had suffered a great loss this time and had to go back to recuperate. Since Xianxia was dead, there was no need for them to continue fighting with the ancient people and the demon tribe. During this period of time, because of Xianxia, the 6 major clans had suffered a great loss. However, the ancient people and the demon tribe had become stronger and stronger. The people of the 6 major clans left, leaving behind the ancient people and the demon tribe who were sad. Whether it was their superiors or their subordinates, they had already regarded Xianxia as one of their own. Especially Gu Lufeng and Kong Yang. Xianxia had saved their lives. Now they could only watch helplessly as Xianxia died tragically. That kind of sorrow was as if they had lost a family member. Chapter 941. Ancient people took one last look at the place where Xianxia was killed. They sighed and left with sad faces. They wanted to bury Xianxia, but unfortunately, Xianxia's body was nowhere to be found. Since everything was over, the demon race was going to return to the spiritual space mountain. Lang Xingtian looked at De Huang Dog and said, De Huang, do you want to go back with us? No, I'm going to the Martial Saint Dynasty. De Huang Dog said, trying his best to look sad. He knew that Jiang Chen wasn't dead, but he didn't know what Jiang Chen's plan was. Therefore he didn't reveal this secret to the people of the demon race. If he ruined Jiang Chen's plan, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Alright, tell Jiang Chen's family not to be too sad. We've tried our best. Sigh. Lang Xingtian let out a heavy sigh and left with the people of the demon race. Kong Yang didn't leave. Why aren't you leaving? De Huang Dog asked. I'm going to visit Jiang Chen's family with you. Jiang Chen saved my life, so his family is my family. Now that brother Jiang is dead, I'll help take care of his family. Kong Yang said with a righteous expression. You're quite a good boy. Come with me. De Huang Dog looked around and flew in a certain direction. Kong Yang followed behind De Huang Dog. Both of them were extremely fast and soon they disappeared without a trace. De Huang, this doesn't seem to be the direction to the Martial Saint Dynasty. After flying for a while, Kong Yang realized that De Huang Dog wasn't heading to the Martial Saint Dynasty. He was confused. Don't worry about going to the Martial Saint Dynasty. I'll bring you to meet someone. De Huang Dog grinned at Kong Yang. Meet who? Kong Yang asked. Looking at De Huang Dog's smiling face, he really wanted to go up and slap the dog's face. This heartless big fellow, how could he still smile when his best brother was dead? You'll know when we get there. De Huang Dog ignored Kong Yang's gaze and continued to fly forward. Kong Yang followed De Huang Dog. He didn't know who the dog wanted him to meet, but he was sure that De Huang Dog wouldn't harm him. Soon, under De Huang Dog's lead, they came to a barren land. The void in front of them was very calm, but with De Huang Dog's eyesight he still saw a trace of ripples. He poked his head out and directly tore the ripples apart. It turned out to be an independent space. Kong Yang was puzzled, but he followed De Huang Dog inside. It was obvious that this space had just been built. It was only the size of a house. Compared to an independent space, this size was pitifully small. At this moment, a young man in white was sitting in this space. His face was a little pale. When Kong Yang saw this white-clothed young man, his expression changed instantly. His eyes widened as if he was looking at the most unbelievable existence in the world. Jiang Chen. Kong Yang stuttered. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes to make sure that he was not mistaken. If this white-clothed young man wasn't Jiang Chen, who else could it be? Brother Kong. Jiang Chen grinned at Kong Yu. This small spatial zone was created by him. Just now he had used the spatial shift and flaming wings to escape the attacks of the six of them, but he had still suffered a certain degree of damage from the attacks. He needed a quiet environment to recover. As for this small space, he had secretly told the location to De Huang. Therefore De Huang could find it accurately. As for the others, Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all. The experts of the 8 families of the Pure Land had all left. In the eastern continent, who could find the small space created by Jiang Chen? Therefore he was absolutely safe here. What's going on? Weren't your body and soul destroyed by the 6 experts? Kong Yang was so confused that he couldn't believe what he saw. However, there was one thing he could be sure of. Jiang Chen was not dead. He glanced at De Huang Dog. No wonder this dog was so heartless and not sad at all. It turned out that he knew that Jiang Chen was not dead. At this moment, Kong Yang suddenly thought of De Huang Dog's action when the 6 experts attacked Jiang Chen. This dog was about to burn his bloodline to save Jiang Chen, but he suddenly retracted his aura. This behavior was extremely abnormal. It seemed that De Huang Dog knew that Jiang Chen could escape at that time. They want to kill me? They are too naive. Although I managed to escape, I've also suffered some injuries. I need time to recover. Jiang Chen smiled. You bastard. You made Master Dog worry for nothing. I almost burned my bloodline to save you. De Huang Dog bared his teeth at Jiang Chen. Go to hell. You almost ruined my plan. Jiang Chen glared at De Huang Dog. However, he couldn't hide the gratitude in his eyes. De Huang Dog didn't hesitate to burn his bloodline to save him at the critical moment. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be touched by this kind of friendship. What's the situation outside? Asked Jiang Chen. Everyone thought that you were dead. It was the same for the Gu race and the Yao race. Now all the members of the 8 great clans have returned. This time you killed a lot of people from the Desolate clan and the Hu clan, causing them to suffer heavy losses. After returning, I'm afraid they will need a period of time to recuperate. However, your death has also caused a great impact on the emotions of the Gu race and the Yao race. Kong Yang explained the situation outside to Jiang Chen. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted everyone to think that he was dead so that he could carry out his plan. Tell me quickly. What's your plan? Asked a Huang dog impatiently. My next target is Saint Origin Palace. I once promised someone to do something in Saint Origin Palace. This time I've created an opportunity. Now everyone thinks that I'm dead. Even if I enter Saint Origin Palace, no one will know that I'm dead. If I don't die, the 6 major families will endlessly deal with me. Now I have nothing to worry about, said Jiang Chen. He had already advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Pure Land was no longer a challenge to him. Saint Origin Palace was different. There were many experts and geniuses there. Plus, he had promised Great Master Ran Feng that he would go to Saint Origin Palace to inquire about Ancestor Green Lotus. But there are also some geniuses in Saint Origin Palace who know you. How are you going to get there? Asked Kong Yang. I have my own way. Jiang Chen smiled. His plan had just begun. This move of yours is really amazing. I really want to know what kind of expression the people of the 6 major families will have when they know that you are still alive. Kong Yang chuckled. He really couldn't imagine what kind of expression the 6 major families would have if they knew that Jiang Chen was still alive. One had to say that this move of Jiang Chen was really brilliant. He was now a first-grade great saint. If he really wanted to go against the 6 major families, he wouldn't be able to inflict heavy damage to them. The 6th-grade great saint experts of the 6 major families would search for Jiang Chen everywhere. From then on, there would be no place for Jiang Chen in Pure Land. He could only live a life of fleeing. If the 6 major families were infuriated, they might even implicate Jiang Chen's family. But now everyone thought that Jiang Chen was dead. The 6 major families would treat Jiang Chen as a thing of the past and never mention Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen would have plenty of time to cultivate. That was why Kong Yang thought that Jiang Chen's move was brilliant. They will know sooner or later. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. The enmity between him and the 6 major families was far from over. Whether it was the 6 major families of Pure Land or the 6 major palaces of Saint Origin Palace, the enmity had just begun. Not only would the Pure Land be in chaos, but Saint Origin Palace would also be in chaos because of his existence. The entire Saint Origin world would be in turmoil soon. Jie, I have already guessed your plan, kid. The Huang dog smiled evilly. He knew Jiang Chen too well. He could roughly guess what Jiang Chen was going to do next and how he was going to do it. Alright, the 2 of you guard me. I need to recover my injuries as soon as possible, said Jiang Chen. Then he circulated the dragon transformation skill and would element to heal his injuries rapidly. However, the injuries this time were more serious. It wouldn't be easy for him to recover. He was afraid that he would need at least 3 hours to fully recover. During this period of time, the news of Jiang Chen's death began to spread like wildfire. The first place the news reached was the Martial Saint dynasty. Since this had happened in the Eastern continent, as the ruler of the Eastern continent, the Martial Saint dynasty was naturally the first to receive the news. Jiang Chen's death had caused the entire Martial Saint dynasty to be grieved. The god in the hearts of countless people had fallen. That kind of blow was unimaginable. In the Martial Saint main hall, all the higher-ups of Martial Saint dynasty had gathered together. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Jiang Zhenhai was muddle-headed. He kept muttering Jiang Chen's name like a fool. All of his hopes and the most important part of his life had left him just like that. That kind of pain wasn't something that outsiders could understand. Peacock King and Lion Yen had also appeared in the main hall. These 2 great saints of the demon race had already advanced to the 5th-grade great saint. What they didn't expect was that the first thing they heard when they came out of seclusion was the news of Jiang Chen's death. The excitement that they felt after advancing to the next realm was swept away in an instant. Their hearts were shrouded by a layer of haze. Heavy emotions filled the entire main hall. There was anger, sadness, and despair, but no one said anything because they knew that it was useless to say anything. Jiang Chen's enemy was too powerful. They would never have the chance to avenge Jiang Chen in this lifetime. Martial Saint dynasty could rule the entire Eastern continent, but the gap between them and the 8 families of the Pure Land was unimaginable. Any random expert of the enemy could annihilate the entire Martial Saint dynasty 100 times. How could they fight against them? Qin Air actually being a profligate disciple in Fragrant Sky City wasn't bad. Chapter 942. Bang! Suddenly, a hole exploded in the void and 3 silhouettes walked out of it. They were Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog and Kong Yang. The current Jiang Qin had fully recovered and returned to his peak state. Jiang Qin could be said to be the biggest winner and also the biggest winner in the opening of the ancient battlefield. The Heart of Blaze and the Zulong Tower had given him 2 more trump cards. The only regret was that he didn't discover any other functions of the Zulong Tower other than defense. Especially in terms of offensive power, it was estimated that the Zulong Tower had no other functions other than being used as a weapon to smash. Of course, how could a powerful true dragon treasure not have any offensive ability? Jiang Qin speculated that it was probably because he was still too weak to control the Zulong Tower to attack and unleash the full power of the Zulong Tower. Besides, the Zulong Tower had a total of 99 floors. He had only reached the 3rd floor, which meant that he hadn't reached the level where he could unleash the full power of the tower. Even so, the Zulong Tower was still a defensive divine weapon. At least if Jiang Qin wanted to defend against it, the combined attack of the 6th grade Great Saints wouldn't be able to destroy the Zulong Tower. Where are we going now? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin. Let's go home first. The news of my death must have spread to Martial Saint Dynasty. I'm afraid that my father can't bear such a huge blow. I have to let him know that I'm still alive. Jiang Qin looked in the direction of Martial Saint Dynasty. The most important thing right now was to go home and tell Jiang Zhenhai that he was still alive. He knew Jiang Zhenhai too well. This father of his had placed all his thoughts and expectations on him. Jiang Qin was Jiang Zhenhai's entire world. If he died, he couldn't imagine how Jiang Zhenhai was going to survive. Without any hesitation, Jiang Qin and the others flew towards the direction of the Martial Saint Dynasty. With their speed, it would only take them a few breaths to reach the Martial Saint Dynasty. He didn't want to disturb anyone and went straight to the Martial Saint main palace. He was going to carry out a big plan. Therefore, the news that he was still alive should only be known to the higher-ups of the Martial Saint Dynasty. In the Martial Saint Palace, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Needless to say, Jiang Zhenhai had a lonely expression on his face as he kept muttering Jiang Chen's name. Peacock King and Lion Yan were sitting there like 2 gods, not saying a word. Yan Zhanyun, Wu Jiao Guishan, Yu Zihan, Daoist Black, and all the higher-ups of Martial Saint Dynasty had an extremely ugly expression on their faces. Jiang Chen's death was a huge blow to them. In their hearts, not only was Jiang Chen the god of Martial Saint Dynasty, he was also their family, friend, and brother. Right at this moment, the air in the palace suddenly trembled. Who is it? Peacock King and Lion Yan shouted out at the same time. Others might not be able to sense the slight tremble in the air, but they could. Since Jiang Chen had just died in battle, they would be the first to stop anyone who wanted to attack Martial Saint Dynasty. Jiang Chen had given them the sacred heavenly demonic skill, which was a great favor to them. Now that Jiang Chen had died in battle, they had to ensure the safety of Martial Saint Dynasty and ensure that Jiang Chen's family would not be harmed. 3 figures appeared in the palace. The one in the lead was dressed in snow-white clothes, looking elegant and elegant. Every single move he made was filled with a domineering and heroic aura. Who else could it be if not Jiang Chen? Peacock King, Lion Clan Chief, don't worry. Jiang Chen chuckled. Jiang Chen. Both of them exclaimed at the same time. Their expressions were exactly the same as Kong Yang's, as if they were wondering if there was something wrong with their eyes. That's right, it's me. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Being able to see Peacock King and Lion Yan here made Jiang Chen very happy. It meant that he had a good eye for people. As the saying goes, the tea cools when the person is gone. He was already dead, but the Peacock King and Lion Yan were still here to protect his family. This touched Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Zhenhai, who was half dead, suddenly stood up from his seat when he saw Jiang Chen. With a single step he arrived in front of Jiang Chen. His mood was indescribable. Not only Jiang Zhenhai but everyone else was also shocked. Their eyes were wide open. Didn't Jiang Chen die in battle? How come he was still alive? What was going on? Dad, I've made you worry. It's all my fault. Jiang Chen reached out his hand and wiped away the tears from the corners of Jiang Zhenhai's eyes. He felt extremely guilty. Ever since he left Fragrant Sky City, he hadn't spent much time with his father. But he knew that no matter where he went, no matter how high he flew, he would always be the biggest concern of this middle-aged man. This was the love of a father, the irreplaceable love of a father. "Brother, you are not dead." Wuxia ran over and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. "Jiang Chen, what's going on? Weren't you killed by the joint attack of the 6 great experts?" Peacock King was still very puzzled, so was Lion Yan. When they heard that Jiang Chen was attacked by 6 sixth grade great saints, they basically believed that Jiang Chen was dead for sure. Even if Jiang Chen had broken through to the Great Saint realm, he wouldn't be a match for the joint attack of 6 sixth grade great saints. Therefore, they didn't doubt the authenticity of the news. "Do you think that I, Jiang Chen, can be killed so easily?" Jiang Chen shrugged. "Dad, this is all Brother Zhang's plan. He wasn't killed but escaped using a powerful technique. The 6 great experts didn't notice it at all, so they thought that Brother Zhang has been killed." Kong Yang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Peacock King and Lion Yan sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. A first-grade great saint was able to escape from the joint attack of 6 sixth-grade great saints without alerting any of them. They were afraid that Jiang Chen was the only one who could do such a heaven-defying technique. Perhaps this wasn't enough to describe it as heaven-defying. "Dad, father-in-law, Brother Jiu, I didn't die in the battle. I, Jiang Chen, am not that easy to kill. I didn't want you to worry about me, so I came back as soon as I recovered from my injuries. However, I will be leaving soon. The reason why I pretended to be dead is to carry out another plan. Don't tell anyone that I'm still alive, not even in Martial Saint Dynasty." Jiang Chen said solemnly. "Don't worry, we won't tell anyone." Jiang Zhenhai laughed out loud. "I knew it, my son wouldn't die so easily." Jiang Zhenhai regained his vigor and enthusiasm, completely different from his half-dead appearance just now. "Jiang Chen, what is your plan?" Peacock King asked curiously. "I'm going to change my identity and go to Saint Origin Palace." Jiang Chen told him his purpose. "Go to Saint Origin Palace?" Lion Yan was stunned. "That's right. I have already advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Pure Land is no longer a challenge to me. Given my ability, it's not difficult to change my appearance. Plus, everyone thinks that I'm dead now, so I only need to change my appearance. No one will care about it." Jiang Chen said. One should know that it was easy to change one's appearance, but it was hard to change one's qi. However, the current situation of Jiang Chen was different. In many people's eyes, he had died in the battle. Both his body and soul were destroyed. That was why he didn't need to deliberately hide himself. No one would suspect him. Plus, none of the peerless experts in Saint Origin Palace had seen him before. "It turns out that you are planning to go to Saint Origin Palace. But this is for the best. Given your ability, I believe that you will turn Saint Origin Palace upside down in the future. This is exactly what we want to see." Peacock King nodded. It would be great if Jiang Chen could go to Saint Origin Palace. A figure like Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to stay calm no matter where he went. Saint Origin Palace was the real ruler of Saint Origin World. Saint Origin Palace would certainly dominate the chaos in the future. Desolate family was getting stronger and stronger, which wasn't a good thing for the demon race and the ancient people. If Jiang Chen could muddy the water, it would be extremely beneficial for both the ancient people and the demon race. "Jiang Chen, do you have any specific plan?" Lion Yan asked. "The 8 major families should have the right to send people to Saint Origin Palace at any time. I will enter Saint Origin Palace with the identity of an ancient people. When you return to Demon Race, you can tell the patriarchs about my trip to Saint Origin Palace, but don't spread it too widely. Once the people of the 6 major families know that I'm still alive, all the plans will be in vain." Jiang Chen arranged them in a very serious manner. "That's for sure." Peacock King and Lion Yan nodded at the same time. They understood that Jiang Chen deliberately pretended to be dead in order to deceive the people of the 6 major families. If the news that he wasn't dead was spread out, all their efforts would be in vain. They were very clear about the stakes involved. "There's no time to lose. Let's return to Pure Land now," Jiang Chen said, and immediately bid farewell to Jiang Zhenhai and the others. "Chen, be careful," Jiang Zhenhai reminded Jiang Chen. Although he didn't know what kind of place Saint Origin Palace was, he could guess that it was a major power that was above Pure Land. Even Jiang Chen couldn't afford to offend it. Otherwise he wouldn't have pretended to be dead. "Don't worry, Dad. I know what I'm doing. Don't you worry about your son's ability? Jiang Qin put his hand on Jiang Zhenhai's shoulder, looking like a playboy in Fragrant Sky City. Of course I'm not worried. Jiang Zhenhai burst into laughter. He was in a good mood and his spirit was boosted. After that, Jiang Qin, Peacock King and the others left the martial saint dynasty. However, Jiang Qin didn't leave immediately. Instead he summoned the evil devil and the earth devil beast. Master. The two great devils saluted Jiang Qin. From now on you two don't need to follow me. Stay here and protect Martial Saint Dynasty in secret. If anything happens here you two will die. Chapter 943. Yes, Master. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil didn't dare to be negligent. They wouldn't be stubborn no matter what Jiang Qin asked them to do. Subsequently, the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil disappeared. He asked them to hide in the dark so that they wouldn't put too much pressure on the people of Martial Saint Dynasty. After all, they weren't just great saint experts, they were also powerful devils. Once they appeared, the impact would be too great. The Martial Saint Dynasty was Jiang Qin's home, and it was the place that he cared about the most. He didn't want the Martial Saint Dynasty to become a powerful superpower, and he didn't want the Martial Saint Dynasty to be able to enter the Divine Continent or the Pure Land. He just wanted the Martial Saint Dynasty to be safe. Jiang Qin, now that the 6 major families think that you have died in battle, this chapter has been turned over. The Dark Shadow organization has also been wiped out. Even if there are some survivors, it's nothing to worry about. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil are enough to deal with them. Present Martial Saint Dynasty is absolutely safe. You don't have to worry about it at all. Are you going to head straight to the ancient people? Asked Peacock King. That's right. I'm going to enter Saint Origin Palace through the ancient people. We'll part ways from here. If we go together, I'm afraid that it will attract the attention of outsiders. Peacock King, after you return, you just need to tell the news to a few reliable higher-ups of demon race that I'm still alive. Remember to keep it a secret, said Jiang Qin solemnly. If the news of him faking his death was leaked, all his plans would be ruined. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Peacock King patted Jiang Qin's shoulder. Demon race and Jiang Qin were on the same boat. In other words, the future of demon race depended on Jiang Qin to change it. Kid, you want to go to Saint Origin Palace through the ancient people? Where will Master Dog go? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin. Naturally, you'll follow me to Saint Origin Palace. You will follow Peacock King back to demon race and let them send you and Kong Yang to Saint Origin Palace. At that time we'll have some fun there. Of course you have to pretend that you don't know me. Jiang Qin patted De Huang Dog's head and said. Jiang Qin is right. As long as the geniuses of the 8 major families advance to the Great Saint Realm, they will immediately be sent to Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. Apart from that, Saint Origin Palace will also select some talented geniuses and accept them directly. Those who don't want to return to Saint Origin Palace will be part of Saint Origin Palace. Due to the influence of the cultivation environment in Saint Origin Palace, the geniuses born there are also peerless geniuses. You all have to be careful at that time. After all, Saint Origin Palace is incomparable to Pure Land. Now that De Huang and Yang Heir have advanced to the Great Saint Realm, they are also qualified to be sent to Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. Peacock King said. Hey good. I really want to have a look at the legendary Saint Origin Palace. De Huang Dog was very excited. Kong Yang was the same. It was an incomparably glorious thing to be able to enter Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. It was an existence that countless geniuses yearned for the most. Everyone knew that Saint Origin Palace was jointly built by the supreme experts of the 8 major families. It was said that it could directly communicate with the immortal world and receive a trace of immortal chi from the immortal world. The entire spatial zone where Saint Origin Palace was located was filled with heaven and earth yuan chi that was many times denser than the outside world. It was absolutely a treasure land for cultivation. Of course, there were also countless geniuses and experts in such a place. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog could do whatever they wanted in Pure Land, but they had to behave themselves in Saint Origin Palace. After that, Jiang Qin and Peacock King flew towards Pure Land from 2 different directions. In order not to attract attention, Jiang Qin separated from De Huang Dog. As a matter of fact, the one he should separate the most was De Huang Dog. From the beginning until now, De Huang Dog had become the symbol of Jiang Qin. Wherever De Huang Dog was, Jiang Chen would be there. Now it was necessary for Jiang Chen to pretend to be dead in battle and separate from De Huang Dog. At this moment the news had already spread across Pure Land. Almost everyone knew that Jiang Chen had died in battle. Every district, every street and every alley was talking about that battle and Jiang Chen's name. Even if a peerless figure had fallen, he was destined to leave behind an endless legend. He would be talked about and admired for a long time. The illustrious Jiang Chen has finally died in battle. What a pity. If Jiang Chen didn't die, he would certainly become a pinnacle figure in the future. Yeah, I heard that he triggered the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation and was able to refine the legendary 9 Suns Les Ronde pill under the tribulation. It's simply heaven-defying. It's a pity that he offended the 6 major clans and ended up dying tragically. That's for sure. The 6 major clans have decided to kill him. I heard that all the patriarchs have personally taken action. Although it's a bit shameless, it also shows that Jiang Chen is too strong. He has already made the 6 major clans feel afraid. It's conceivable that if such an evildoer is allowed to continue to grow, he will definitely become a big problem for the 6 major clans in the future. He will bring unimaginable losses to the 6 major clans. It's a pity that such a figure died, but the existence of Jiang Chen is destined to leave a deep mark in the history of Pure Land. Shi Han, who ranked 2nd on the Heaven List, and Xiao Yuan, who ranked 1st on the Heaven List, both died in his hands. I heard that he also killed half of the great sage masters of the 6 major clans during the tribulation. This is an earth-shattering event. Even if he died, it's worth it. The 6 major clans have suffered heavy losses. I'm afraid they need some time to recuperate. Everyone was discussing. Although in many people's hearts, Jiang Chen's death was inevitable. After all, the people Jiang Chen offended were too terrifying. It was difficult for him not to die. However, this did not prevent countless people from worshipping and feeling sorry for him. No matter when, the fall of a peerless figure would become a glorious period of history. Ancient people. No, little Chenzi won't die. I don't believe it. In the condensing mist world, Wu Ningzhu was incomparably emotional when she heard the news of Jiang Chen's death. All along, Wu Ningzhu had a cold and tough character. Back in the southern continent, she was famous for being a cold and elegant saintess. She had never been so emotional for so many years. In Wu Ningzhu's heart, Jiang Chen had long become an inseparable part of her. All along, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent existence. From the eastern continent to the southern continent, Jiang Chen had killed countless powerful enemies. All of them became the stepping stones on his path of growth. He had long become a creator of miracles and an immortal legend. But now the news that Jiang Chen had died in a battle. He was killed by 6 6th-grade great saints at the same time. How could Wu Ningzhu bear such a heavy blow? Ning Er. Gulan felt incomparably distressed. When she thought of Jiang Chen, the handsome young man in snow-white robe, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She knew that it was all because of Jiang Chen that Wu Ningzhu could find her and reunite her family. It was all because of Jiang Chen that Wu Ningzhu could successfully find her and reunite her family. Now her daughter had just gotten engaged to Jiang Chen and died in a battle. It was hard to imagine how Wu Ningzhu was feeling right now. AI. Back when young Master Jiang was in the Dancing Sun City, he had helped us defend against the foreign enemies and saved countless people in our city. Now he has reunited our family. Wu Tianyang will never be able to repay this kindness in my life. I didn't expect that I would die before I could even meet young Master Jiang. Wu Tianyang, a man of iron blood, couldn't help but feel sad at this moment. The kindness that Jiang Chen had done for their family was too heavy. There was a saying that kindness was as heavy as a mountain, but the kindness that Jiang Chen had done for them was countless times heavier than a mountain. Ning Er, I'm sorry for your loss. Uncle has tried his best. Gu Xiantian sighed. He had expected that Wu Ningzhu would be in extreme pain, but this news couldn't be kept a secret. He would have to tell Wu Ningzhu sooner or later. No, little Chenzi won't die. Wu Ningzhu kept shaking her head in agitation. She couldn't accept the news of Jiang Chen's death. Gulan hugged Wu Ningzhu's shoulder distressingly. Although she wasn't present at the scene, she could imagine how Jiang Chen, a junior who had just advanced to the Great Saint realm, could survive the joint attack of 6 6th-grade Great Saints. This was simply impossible. The 6 major families wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Even if Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian had great means, they wouldn't be able to protect Jiang Chen. After all, it was the joint attack of the 6 major families. Sister Ning, I feel relieved to see you crying so sadly. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the void. That familiar voice caused Wu Ningzhu to freeze. Everyone looked in the same direction and saw a ripple in the void. A white-robed young man walked out like a ghost with a radiant smile on his face. He looked at Wu Ningzhu with a calm and unruffled expression. Little Chenzi. Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen again, Wu Ningzhu's face stiffened. Gu Xiantian exclaimed. He had seen Jiang Chen die tragically under the joint attack of the 6 great experts. He was sure that there was nothing left of him, but the person in front of him was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. Judging from his qi, there was no change at all. What was going on? Patriarch, father-in-law, mother-in-law, I'm not used to your expressions. Congratulations on the reunion of father-in-law's family. Jiang Chen strode to the 4 of them and cupped his fists at Wu Tianyang. Wu Ningzhu threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms and smiled through her tears. I knew it. You bastard won't die so easily. Jiang Chen, what's going on? Chapter 944. I'm sorry to have worried the patriarch. It won't be that easy for them to kill me. After refining the heart of blaze, I have obtained a pair of flaming wings. This pair of flaming wings combined with my body technique allows me to travel through the void silently. Let alone 6 6th grade great saints, even if there are 66th grade great saints besieging me, I will still be able to leave quietly. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't have anything to hide from these people. Good boy. Seems like you are the biggest winner in this ancient battlefield. Not only did you make the 6 major families suffer a great loss, but you also obtained such a great treasure. Gu Xiantian was overjoyed. The death of Jiang Chen made him feel incomparably uncomfortable. It turned out that Jiang Chen wasn't dead but had escaped safely. This made him very happy. He had no doubt about Jiang Chen's escape technique. One should know that he didn't notice Jiang Chen's appearance just now. This was enough to show how terrifying Jiang Chen was. It really made people speechless that a first-grade great saint had such a heaven-defying ability. However, Jiang Chen had created a lot of miracles. This time it was an eye-opener for Gu Xiantian. If I didn't die, the 6 major families would never let me go. With my current strength, I won't be able to deal with the bombardment of the 6 major families. It will also involve the ancient people and the demon race, causing chaos in the Pure Land. Now that I'm dead, it will save them a lot of trouble. When I confront the 6 major families again, it will be their doomsday. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Gu Xiantian nodded secretly. His eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Jiang Chen. This young man was too scary. Not only did he have heaven-defying talent and potential, his wisdom was also amazing. Even he had to admit that Jiang Chen's fake death was a great idea. It could completely get rid of the pursuit of the 6 major families and buy him enough time to improve himself. What are you going to do next? Asked Gu Xiantian. He believed that Jiang Chen wasn't a person without a goal. I'm going to Saint Origin Palace. Jiang Chen told his thoughts to Gu Xiantian. Gu Xiantian also nodded. He felt that there was nothing wrong with Jiang Chen going to Saint Origin Palace. After all, a figure like Jiang Chen would come into contact with Saint Origin Palace sooner or later. The final chaos of Saint Origin World would also happen in Saint Origin Palace. If Jiang Chen went to Saint Origin Palace, he would certainly create chaos in Saint Origin Palace and destroy the plan of Desolate Family. This would be very beneficial to both the ancient people and the demon race. You should have a more complete plan, right? Gu Xiantian asked. A trace of a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. His countenance started to contort as cracking sounds rang out from his body. In the blink of an eye, he had completely changed into a different person. The Jiang Chen in front of him looked much more ordinary, but the domineering aura between his brows was unconcealable. From now on, my name is Gu Chen. As for what identity Patriarch will give me to enter Saint Origin Palace, it's up to you. Jiang Chen said. Gu Xiantian wasn't a fool. Some things didn't need to be explained too clearly. He had changed his appearance in front of Gu Xiantian. As for what to do next, he believed that he didn't need to say it. Gu Xiantian would arrange everything. All right. You don't have to worry about going to Saint Origin Palace. You can rest in this mist-congealing world for a few days. Gu Lufeng is in seclusion. He has taken a 9 sun less rond pill. I believe it won't take him a few days to break through to the Great Saint Realm. At that time I will send both of you to Saint Origin Palace. Gu Xiantian said. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. His impression of Gu Lufeng was very good. Gu Liufeng's cultivation had already reached the peak of half-step Great Saint Realm, only a step away from the true Great Saint Realm. Now that he had taken a 9-sun-less Rond pill, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Great Saint Realm. For the next 3 days, Jiang Qin stayed in the mist-congealing world, accompanying Wu Ningzhu and her family, waiting for Gu Lufeng to break through to the Great Saint Realm. On the 3rd day, lightning and thunder were hovering above the ancient people. Thunderclouds were densely covering the sky. Gu Lufeng had successfully broken through to the Great Saint Realm. A ray of light flew out from the seclusion place of the ancient people and flew towards the outside of the ancient people. Gu Lufeng was the same as Big Yellow. For something like going through a tribulation, they had to find a remote place. They definitely couldn't do it in the skies of the ancient race. Otherwise, the entire ancient race would be implicated. Something like a heaven's tribulation was hard to defend against. The more one tried to defend against it, the stronger the heaven's tribulation would be. For the ancient people, it was a rare good thing for the young generation to have a great saint. Gu Liufeng's advancement had caused a great commotion. Almost all the experts in the Pure Land could sense the movement of the tribulation. Gu Liufeng's tribulation made the 6 major clans extremely uncomfortable, especially the Desolate clan and the Shi clan. Desolate Yuan and Shi Han were originally much more powerful than Gu Lufeng. Now that Gu Lufeng had been promoted to the Great Saint Realm, Desolate Yuan and Shi Han had died. Thinking that Kong Yang of the Demon Clan had also been promoted to the Great Saint Realm, they hated Jiang Qin even more. They deeply felt that it was too easy for Jiang Qin to die so easily. But in any case, Jiang Qin was finally dead. The 6 major clans could also be at ease. Even as an enemy, they had to admit that Jiang Qin was a rare genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. If such a person was given enough time and enough space to grow, his future achievements were destined to be limitless. In the main hall of the ancient people, more than a dozen high-level people gathered together. Gu Xiantian sat at the top, and next to him stood an ordinary-looking young man in white. This young man in white was none other than Jiang Qin. These people present were the most trustworthy people of the ancient people. So Gu Xiantian did not conceal the identity of Jiang Qin. After learning that Jiang Qin wasn't dead, everyone present was shocked to the extreme. Their expression was exactly the same as when Gu Xiantian first saw Jiang Qin, but at the same time they felt endless joy. At this moment, Jiang Qin's position in the hearts of the higher-ups of the ancient people had become even higher and more important. A person who could escape unscathed from the joint attack of 6 6th-grade great saints. How amazing was that? Plus, Jiang Qin was merely a 1st-grade great saint. Up until now, almost no one doubted the future achievements of this monstrous genius. They didn't even dare to estimate it. They could even imagine that in the near future, even Saint Origin Palace would be turned upside down by Jiang Qin. They already knew everything that had happened to Jiang Qin along the way from Eastern Continent. This monstrous genius had created countless miracles along the way. He was simply a heaven-defying existence. If one had to describe a person with luck, then Jiang Qin would be the one with the greatest luck. At this time, the elegant Gu Lufeng walked into the hall. His tribulation wasn't too terrifying, so he recovered very quickly. Basically, there wasn't any period of weakness. Gu Lufeng couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the Dragon Phoenix major tribulation that descended upon Jiang Qin when he advanced to the Great Saint Realm. After Gu Lufeng successfully advanced, he was summoned by Gu Xiantian. Without delay, he came to the main hall. Patriarch, elders. Gu Lufeng saluted everyone. He had just advanced to the Great Saint Realm. It could be said that he was in high spirits. However, his eyes immediately fell on the white-clothed youth beside Gu Xiantian. He was familiar with everyone present except for this youth. What made him puzzled was that this person was qualified to stand beside Gu Xiantian. One should know that even he, the number 1 genius of the ancient people, wasn't qualified to stand beside Gu Xiantian. Lufeng, let me introduce you. This is Gu Qin, a little beggar that I picked up in the past. I adopted him as my son and he has been cultivating in secret. Now he has already reached the Great Saint Realm. I'm going to send both of you to Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. Gu Xiantian said with a smile. This was the identity that he had arranged for Zhou Xian. This identity was undoubtedly excellent. A dignified patriarch accepting a son would never arouse any suspicion. What? Beggar? Adopted son? Gu Lufeng was dumbfounded on the spot. What kind of joke was this? When did the patriarch pick up a beggar and adopt him as his son? Moreover, this person looked younger than him and had already reached the great saint realm. How was it possible that there was such a peerless genius hidden among the ancient people? Huh. Seeing the expression on Gu Liufeng's face, Gu Xiantian and the others burst into laughter. Brother Gu, congratulations on advancing to the great saint realm. Take a look at who I am. Zhang Chen came to Gu Lufeng and reverted to his original appearance. Zhang Chen. Gu Lufeng immediately cried out in alarm and he felt dizzy as if he had seen a ghost. This was too shocking. Immediately, Zhang Chen reverted to Gu Chen's appearance. Gu Xiantian told Gu Lufeng everything, including the plan to send Zhang Chen and Gu Lufeng to Saint Origin Palace. Gu Lufeng sighed as if he was dreaming, but he knew that it was true. Zhang Chen was still alive. He and the others exchanged a glance with each other. How did Zhang Chen escape from the joint attack of the 6 experts? But in any case, he was extremely happy and excited that Zhang Chen was still alive. One should know that Zhang Chen had saved his life in the ancient battlefield. If it wasn't for Zhang Chen, he would have lost his life in the ruins. Gu Lufeng had been brooding over the fact that he couldn't do anything when he saw Zhang Chen being beaten to death by the 6 experts. It was a huge hurdle in his heart that he was destined to feel guilty for the rest of his life. Now that Zhang Chen was still alive, this hurdle was finally over. Zhang Chen Lufeng, this is the token to enter Saint Origin Palace. Take it. I will help you open the spatial passageway to Saint Origin Palace. You can use this token to enter Gu Palace. But I have to remind you that Saint Origin Palace isn't like the Pure Land. You must be very careful in there. Gu Xiantian reminded them solemnly. Chapter 945. Although Saint Origin Palace was built by the ancestors of the 8 major families of Pure Land, it had developed into a system of its own after nearly 100 years of development. Saint Origin Palace was divided into 8 palaces. Ancient people occupied Gu Palace. The token in Zhang Chen and Gu Liufeng's hands was the symbol of Gu Palace. Zhang Chen Lufeng, drip a drop of blood on the token. Gu Palace will sense it and send someone to pick you up. After that, you will be a member of Gu Palace. Gu Xiantian said. Zhang Chen and Gu Lufeng cut their fingers and dripped a drop of blood on the token. Buzz buzz, suddenly the token shook violently, emitting a buzzing sound. It was as if there was a strange connection between the token and the void. Both of them kept the token. Gu Liufeng's heart was filled with excitement when he thought of entering Saint Origin Palace. Saint Origin Palace was the ultimate dream of countless genius disciples. In other words, it was the highest institution in Saint Origin world. Those who could enter Saint Origin Palace for cultivation could not only obtain top-grade resources, but more importantly, it was a symbol of identity and status. It represented a kind of nobility. I'll send both of you to Saint Origin Palace now. Gu Xiantian stood up from his seat with a solemn face. All along, only the patriarchs of the 8 major families had the qualification to open the door of Saint Origin Palace. A pale yellow talisman appeared in Gu Xiantian's hand. The talisman was covered with complex patterns, exuding a noble qi. Gu Xiantian struck out a divine light into the talisman. The talisman exploded with a bang, turning into an illusory portal. Everyone present was a great saint expert, so they could naturally feel the spatial fluctuation coming from the illusory portal. This was an incomparably solid spatial passage that was refined by a supreme expert. It connected to the spatial zone of Saint Origin Palace. Zhang Chen Lufeng, are you two ready? Gu Xiantian looked at Zhang Chen and Gu Lufeng. The two of them nodded and leaped into the illusory door at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Patriarch, do you think Gu Palace will accept Zhang Chen well? After hundreds of years of development, Saint Origin Palace has almost broken away from the 8 major families of Pure Land. Although the ancient people and Gu Palace still share the same root, Gu Palace doesn't care about the ancient people of Pure Land anymore. The great elder of ancient people said. It depends on Zhang Chen's ability. Regardless of whether Gu Palace values us or not, we are all aware of the situation in St. Origin Palace or not, we of ancient people are very clear. Desolate Palace has great ambition. Once they rule St. Origin Palace, I'm afraid that all of us will be faced with extinction. Desolate land. Palace will Jiang Origin Palace will. Palace will Palace. Palace. Ancient people of Palace of Sect of Palace. Saint Ancient People Palaces. Inside the spatial passageway, Jiang Qin and Gu Lufeng were looking at the colorful spatial turbulence that kept retreating around them. They didn't need to use spatial force because this passageway was the safest and sturdiest. There wouldn't be any problem in it. This was probably the safest time that Jiang Qin had ever been in the spatial passageway. Brother Jiang, I really didn't expect that you could escape from the attack of the 6 great experts. It really surprised me. I Gu Lufeng have never admired anyone but you are definitely one of them. Gu Lufeng said with a smile. Brother Gu, from now on you have to change the way you address me. I am now called Gu Qin. You can call me Little Qinzi like De Huang and the others. Jiang Qin said with a smile. He had to pay attention to the way he addressed Gu Qin. One should know that he was now Gu Qin, not Jiang Qin. It's my fault. The spatial zone of St. Origin Palace is very far from the Pure Land. I estimate that it will take us an hour to reach there. I know many of my elder brothers in Gu Palace. I'm sure they will take good care of us when we arrive there. Gu Lufeng said. Jiang Qin smiled but didn't say anything. He was afraid that Gu Palace wasn't as simple as what Gu Lufeng had imagined. After nearly 100 years of development, St. Origin Palace had undergone too many changes. He was afraid that even the 8 major families had changed. If the 8 major families of St. Origin Palace were regarded as their headquarters, the 8 major families of Pure Land were at most a branch of them. Of course, this was just Jiang Qin's guess. As for the specific situation in St. Origin Palace, he would only know when he arrived there. An hour later, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of them. The light was getting brighter and brighter. Both Jiang Qin and Gu Liufeng's eyes lit up. We're reaching the end of the passageway. Jiang Qin said calmly. After all, as the greatest saint under the heavens, he had seen all kinds of situations. Gu Lufeng, on the other hand, was particularly excited. The excitement on his face couldn't be concealed. His voice was trembling. St. Origin Palace, I'm finally here. To Gu Lufeng, entering St. Origin Palace was his lifelong dream. Now that his dream had finally come true, there was no way he wouldn't be excited. Bang bang. At the end of the passageway, Jiang Qin and Gu Lufeng were pushed by the spatial force and bounced out. Both of them staggered and barely stabilized themselves. When they raised their heads, they saw that they had entered another spatial zone. In other words, it was another world. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. Heaven and earth yuan qi was drifting everywhere. There were tall trees that reached the sky. The qi here was like the legendary fairyland that fascinated people. What a strong heaven and earth yuan qi. This place is truly a paradise for cultivation. Gu Lufeng couldn't help but say. Dao seeking that has a trace of immortal qi. Sure enough, it's a great place. Jiang Qin was astounded. The spatial zone here was almost a world of its own. That year when he split the sky with his sword and broke the gate of the immortal world, he sensed the immortal qi in the immortal world. It was exactly this qi. However, the immortal qi here was only a very small part that had been integrated with the heaven and earth yuan qi. Compared to the real immortal world, the difference was not small. Even so, the environment here was incomparable to the Pure Land. One should know that the heaven and earth yuan qi that had been integrated with the immortal qi, even if it was just a trace, would bring boundless benefits to the cultivator. It could even change the physique of the cultivator. Just think about it, those who were born in this spatial zone had been absorbing the heaven and earth yuan qi for cultivation since they were young. The benefits were simply unimaginable. To put it bluntly, those who were born in this place were the geniuses among geniuses compared to those who were born in the outside world. Jiang Qin and Gu Lufeng looked around and found that this spatial zone was simply boundless. Occasionally, a few red-crowned cranes would fly across the sky, adding to the feeling of a fairyland. Little Qinzi, this place is so big. It's much bigger than my imagination. Gu Lufeng was incomparably shocked. That's right. This spatial zone has a circumference of at least 100,000 miles. It's enough to be comparable to a small world. No wonder Saint Origin Palace has been completely separated from the Pure Land for the past 100 years. I'm afraid that the 8 major palaces of Saint Origin Palace no longer put the 8 families of the Pure Land in their eyes. For the past 100 years, I don't know how many geniuses were born in this place. I wonder if there are any immortals in Saint Origin Palace. Jiang Chen said. Before he came to Saint Origin Palace, he had never thought that there would be such a high and mighty existence in Saint Origin Palace. When he was still unparalleled in the world, the Pure Land was already the pinnacle of existence in Saint Origin world. 800,000 miles of territory is nothing to a great saint, but the spatial zone here is very solid. Not even a 9th grade great saint has the ability to create such a spatial zone. Seems like this spatial zone was really created by the immortals of the 8 major families. However, I heard that 9th grade great saints will ascend to the immortal realm after reaching the immortal realm. I wonder if there are any immortals in Saint Origin Palace? Gu Lufeng said. Immortal realm. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. In order to achieve this goal, he had put in so much effort in his past life. With his abilities back then, becoming an immortal was a simple task. But too bad he had fallen on the Saint Cliff and all his efforts had gone to someone else. Now that he was reborn, not only did he want to reach the peak of his previous life, but he also wanted to enter the legendary immortal world to make up for the regret of his previous life. Little Chinzi, have you noticed that there are no buildings in this area? It should be Saint Origin Palace. It's an open space and we don't seem to know the direction to Gu Palace. Gu Lufeng said. He looked around but didn't see any buildings. Plus, this was their first time coming to Saint Origin Palace, so they didn't know the direction to Gu Palace. Don't worry, someone will come to pick us up. Jiang Chen shrugged with a relaxed face. Since Gu Xiantian didn't say anything, it meant that someone would come to pick them up. Gu Xiantian had said that the moment they dripped their blood on the token, Gu Palace would have already sensed it. He believed that Gu Xiantian would send someone to pick them up. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, 3 silhouettes flew from a direction and arrived in front of them. They were 3 young men. Their faces were filled with arrogance. The one in the front looked like he was in his 20s, but his cultivation wasn't weak. He had reached the peak of 2nd grade great saint. Beside him were 2 other young men. One was a peak 1st grade great saint while the other was a 2nd grade great saint. They were all geniuses of the ancient people, but the chi of the 2 young men seemed to be a lot weaker than the one in front. It wasn't because of the gap in power but a symbol of status. The young man was arrogant, looking down on others with his nose. The innate sense of superiority on his face was much stronger than the other 2. Lufeng, congratulations on advancing to the great saint realm. I have been waiting for you for a long time. A young man saw Gu Lufeng and immediately came forward to give him a bear hug. He was the weakest among the 3, a peak 1st grade great saint. Brother Lu Hui. Gu Lufeng recognized this man. His name was Gu Lu Hui. He came to Saint Origin Palace from the ancient people a year ago. Both of them had a good relationship when they were still ancient people. Chapter 946. Naturally, it was inevitable for the brothers to reunite with each other. Another 2nd grade great saint youth came forward and patted on Gu Liufeng's shoulder. Not bad, kid. Your talent is above me and Lu Hui, but we are a few years older than you. I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. Brother Luing, you must be joking. Gu Lufeng couldn't hide his joy. These 2 were also the geniuses of the ancient people. They were sent to Gu Palace after advancing to the great saint realm. He didn't expect that they would personally welcome him this time. This touched his heart. Humph. The so-called talent is just so in my opinion. The ancient people of Pure Land have really declined. It seems that we need to set a strict standard to accept all of you in the future. We can't just let anyone in. At this time, the arrogant youth suddenly harumphed coldly and looked at Gu Lufeng with eyes full of disdain. Upon hearing this, Gu Luing and Gu Liuhui's facial expression turned incomparably ugly, but they didn't say anything. They just smiled awkwardly, but Gu Lufeng couldn't stand it. As the number 1 genius of the ancient people, he was very proud. He didn't expect that he would be despised by someone the moment he arrived in Saint Origin Palace. How could he feel good about it? Who are you? Gu Lufeng asked with a frown. By the way, Lufeng, let me introduce you. This is young Masterling. His name is Gu Ling, a rare genius of Gu Palace. Young Masterling was born in St. Origin Palace and has been receiving abundant cultivation resources since young. He has reached the peak of second-grade Great Saint at such a young age. That's pretty amazing. Gu Luhui hastily introduced Gu Ling to Gu Lufeng, but everyone could hear the insinuation in his tone. Although he said that Gu Ling was amazing, he was actually saying that Gu Ling wasn't that amazing. The reason why he could achieve what he had today was because of the cultivation environment and the cultivation resources of Gu Palace. If they were like Gu Ling and grew up in St. Origin Palace, their achievements would certainly be greater than Gu Ling's. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen muttered inwardly. Sure enough, St. Origin Palace had been separated from Pure Land for too long and had completely changed. Putting the other families aside, ancient people had been completely divided. Gu Ling was a very good proof. He was a genius born in St. Origin Palace. He thought highly of himself and looked down on the people from Pure Land. In his eyes, Gu Lufeng and the others were outsiders. In his point of view, Gu Palace allowing them to cultivate in St. Origin Palace was a kind of charity. No one knew how many geniuses had been born in this place in the past 100 years. The more geniuses there were, the more severe the polarization became. Now Gu Palace had completely changed. Those who came from Pure Land and the higher-ups who created Gu Palace were now wholeheartedly pursuing a higher realm. They didn't have much time to care about the affairs of Gu Palace. It was conceivable that after another 100 years, St. Origin Palace would abandon the 8 families of Pure Land completely. Gu Lufeng, it's your honor that I, young Masterling, have come to welcome you. Of course, I'm not here to welcome you. I just want to see how the hidden number 1 genius of ancient people looks like. You're Gu Chen, right? Gu Ling looked at Jiang Chen and said, "You look very ordinary." Gu Xiantian said that you are his biggest hidden weapon, a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. That's a big boast. Besides, you are just someone picked up by Gu Xiantian. No matter how much Gu Xiantian boasted, you are still an outsider. So it's better for you to behave yourself in Gu Palace. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was this the legendary show of strength? It seemed like the status of the disciples from Pure Land wasn't that good in Gu Palace. This could be seen from the way Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng didn't even dare to breathe heavily in front of Gu Ling. However, when he thought of Gu Xuantian's boasting, he couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like Gu Xiantian had secretly introduced him as his secret weapon, which was only revealed today. It was no wonder that Gu Ling gave him tit for tat. After all, this boast was a little too big. Now it seemed like ancient people in Gu Palace were 2 completely different things. Let alone becoming enemies with the 6 major families in St. Origin Palace. Jiang Chen was afraid that his days in Gu Palace wouldn't be peaceful anymore. However, this wasn't a big deal. Jiang Chen had seen all kinds of things. Since there was an internal conflict in Gu Palace, he would find a way to unite them. We are all from the ancient people. We are from the same sect and the same origin. We have come to St. Origin Palace and you want to bully us? What's the meaning of this? Gu Lufeng was annoyed and said loudly. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so loudly in front of me? You asked for it even if I cripple you. But considering that you have just arrived at Gu Palace, I will forgive you for the time being. If there's a next time, I won't be polite anymore. Gu Ling reprimanded. Gu Lufeng was infuriated. Just as he was about to say something, he was pulled by Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng. Why are you pulling me? We are all from the ancient people. What gives him the right to treat us like this? Gu Lufeng absolutely couldn't stand this kind of humiliation. All along, it had been his biggest dream to enter Gu Palace. In his heart, Gu Palace and the ancient people had always been a family. He had never thought that Gu Palace wouldn't take him seriously, turning him into an outsider, a beggar. This kind of psychological blow was unbearable for Gu Lufeng. It was as if he had gone through hardships to achieve his dream, only to find out that it wasn't what he had expected. The gap in his heart was too big. Lufeng, there's no need to talk too much when dealing with this kind of person. Jiang Chen walked towards Gu Lufeng and squinted his eyes at Gu Ling. Although his eyes were squinted, it still couldn't hide the sharp light that was overflowing from his eyes, bringing with it a hint of coldness. Who do you think he is? But in my eyes, who do you think you are? Don't use your sense of superiority to show off your intelligence. What's so great about being born in Gu Palace? Your ancestors came from the Pure Land. What's there for you to be proud of? Jiang Chen enunciated each and every word without the slightest bit of politeness. Jiang Chen's way of dealing with people like this had always been very simple. He would shatter their sense of superiority and make them fall down from their high and mighty position, letting them know that they weren't that great. Gu Chen, Gu Luiying and Gu Liufeng's facial expression changed dramatically. They already knew the information about Gu Chen. When Gu Xiantian sent them the message, he almost praised Gu Chen to the heavens, completely suppressing the number one genius of the ancient people, Gu Lufeng. However, they didn't expect that Gu Chen would be so bold to confront Gu Ling. However, they knew that this was because Gu Chen and Gu Lufeng didn't know the specific situation of Gu Palace. They still brought the habits of those geniuses from the Pure Land here. But in Gu Palace it wasn't the case at all. Those who came from the Pure Land didn't have any status. Offending Gu Ling wouldn't end well. As a matter of fact, Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng really wanted to beat this Gu Ling up. Everyone who came from the Pure Land was holding back their anger, but they had to stop Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was just a first-grade great saint. How could he be a match for Gu Ling? Bastard! What did you say? Gu Ling raged immediately. You can't even understand what I said? It seems that not only do you look down on your ancestors, you also have a problem with your IQ. A retard dares to look down on others? Jiang Chen wasn't going to be polite. Upon hearing this, Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng staggered and almost fainted on the ground. They didn't expect that Gu Chen would have such a fiery temper. Now they couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. They knew Gu Ling too well. This guy must be angry and he would never let Gu Chen go. Good, very good. You people from the Pure Land haven't met such an arrogant guy for a long time. You are courting death by disrespecting me. I will let you know the consequences of offending me now. Gu Ling's anger couldn't be quelled. Yuan Qi began to surge on his palm. That was a tyrannical energy wave. He was infuriated. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Today he must teach this arrogant guy a lesson. He must let him know that he had to kneel down for everything in Gu Palace. With lightning speed, Gu Ling raised his arm and slapped Jiang Chen's face. Pop! A loud and clear sound of a slap rang out. However, Jiang Chen just stood there not moving an inch. Instead it was Gu Ling who staggered and nearly fell to the ground. He was stunned and felt a burning pain on his face. Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng were also stunned. They stared at the clear palm print on Gu Ling's face without blinking. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. Even though they were so close to each other, they couldn't see how Jiang Chen did it. It was too fast, too fast. Immediately, their hearts were filled with earth-shattering shock. One should know that Gu Ling was a peak second-grade great saint, only one step away from advancing to the third-grade great saint. Gu Chen was only a first-grade great saint. Even if he was a peak first-grade great saint, it was impossible for him to be so powerful. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Gu Lufeng sneered. Others might not know about Jiang Chen's strength, but he knew it very well. He believed that if Gu Ling was his enemy, he would be a dead man by now. It wouldn't be as simple as a slap. You dare to slap me? Gu Ling recovered from the shock. He couldn't believe that he was slapped by a first-grade great saint. He couldn't believe that a newcomer from the Pure Land would dare to slap him. You should be glad that you were only slapped. You should be glad that you can still stand here after offending me. Chapter 947. Arrogant. Arrogant. He was too arrogant. There were plenty of geniuses from Pure Land in the past few years, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as him. The first thing he did on his first day was to slap a genius of Main Palace. Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui were truly shocked. Only now did they recall the information that Gu Xiantian had sent to them. The one and only peerless genius, the hidden trump card of the ancient people. Now it seemed like this Gu Chen in front of them, be it his courage or strength, was too shocking. Good Gu Chen. I never thought that you would be so audacious and insane. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. In this Saint Origin Palace, no one has ever dared to slap me, young Masterling, in the face. I will let you know what terror is. Gu Ling was infuriated. His qi began to rise steadily. The qi of a second-grade great saint was completely unleashed. He was ready to teach this reckless newbie a lesson. One should know that in his point of view, it was an accident that he was slapped by Jiang Chen. It was caused by his carelessness. Given his peak second-grade Great Saint cultivation, how could he lose to a puny first-grade Great Saint? It was simply impossible. Lu Feng advised Gu Chen not to make a big deal out of this. Gu Luing whispered to Gu Lu Feng. In fact, he was afraid that Jiang Chen would suffer a loss. In Gu Palace, the geniuses who came from Pure Land were very united because of the oppression from the geniuses of Main Palace. Although this was their first time meeting Jiang Chen, they had already regarded him as one of their own. Don't worry, Brother Luing. He isn't a match for little Chenzi. Although we came from Pure Land, we are also the real ancient people. We shouldn't be bullied. This situation should be changed. Little Chenzi can change that. Gu Lufeng smiled. He was very confident in Jiang Chen's strength. Not to mention Guling, even if there were hundreds of Gulings attacking at the same time, they would still be no match for Jiang Chen. Besides, even though he hadn't arrived at Gu Palace yet, he wasn't an idiot. From Gu Ling's attitude towards them, he could more or less guess the situation of Gu Palace. They were all descendants of the ancient people, but now they were living under someone else's roof. Gu Luing and Gu Lu Hui were heroes in the Pure Land, but now they had to lower their voice to a mere Gu Ling. This made Gu Lufeng even more furious. Furthermore, Gu Lufeng knew Jiang Chen too well. Even if he tried to persuade him, it would be useless. Jiang Chen had brought this upon himself. But Gu Ling had just unleashed his aura, but before he could even attack, Jiang Chen slapped him across the face again, causing Gu Ling to fall into a daze. Then Jiang Chen kept slapping Gu Ling's face like a storm. Gu Ling didn't even have the strength to fight back. There were many times when he wanted to fight back, but he found that he had lost the ability to resist in front of Jiang Chen. He could only allow himself to be manipulated by Jiang Chen. Gu Luing and Gu Lu Hui, who were at the back, were completely dumbfounded. They finally knew the strength of Jiang Chen. If the first time was an accident, this time was definitely not an accident. The current situation was enough to prove that Jiang Chen's strength was far stronger than Gu Ling's. Gu Ling, who was a second-grade Great Saint, didn't even have the chance to resist in front of Jiang Chen. This was truly a shocking scene. Bang! Gu Ling was slapped to the ground by Jiang Chen. Blood kept spurting out from his mouth. A few of his teeth had been knocked out. His face looked ferocious. But Jiang Chen raised his big foot and stepped on Gu Ling's face. Gu Ling struggled violently and roared, trying to break free from Jiang Chen's foot. However, he found that it was useless. In front of him, Jiang Chen was like a mountain, suppressing him firmly. Gu Chen, you are so audacious. Gu Ling was extremely angry. This was a great humiliation, a humiliation that went deep into his bones. He, Gu Ling, had always been high and mighty. When had he ever been stepped on by someone like this? The psychological blow he suffered was unimaginable to ordinary people. You are now under my foot. What else do you have to be proud of? Don't always think that you are very noble. Your so-called nobility is nothing but a joke in front of me. Get lost. Jiang Chen's foot trembled, sending Gu Ling flying 100 meters away. Gu Ling stood up from the ground, trembling. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Jiang Chen like a wild beast. The word, get lost, was like a sharp blade piercing his heart. He was shocked by Jiang Chen's strength, but he wouldn't let this matter go so easily. Gu Chen, just you wait. After saying that, Gu Ling turned into a ray of light and vanished. Good. This kind of person deserves to be beaten. Gu Liufeng's face was filled with excitement. Seeing Gu Ling being beaten like a dog, Gu Lufeng felt very happy. Amazing. No wonder the patriarch has such a high evaluation of him. With just a first-grade Great Saint, he beat Gu Ling until he couldn't even fight back. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Gu Chen, you have really helped us vent our resentment. This is really great. That Gu Ling has always been yelling and shouting at us, the people of Pure Land. He has never put us in his eyes. We have never put him in our eyes, but he is a member of Pure Land, so we have no choice but to swallow our anger. Gu Luing and Gu Lu Hui said. While they were shocked by Jiang Chen's strength, they also felt that beating Gu Ling today was a very refreshing thing. Or it could be said that this was something that they had always wanted to do, but they didn't have the means to do so. Although this was the first time they met Jiang Chen, they were full of admiration for this godson that the patriarch had picked up. It seemed like Gu Xiantian wasn't bragging at all. Gu Chen was indeed a great killer weapon that he had been keeping hidden. Once he was revealed, Gu Chen's ability would be revealed. There is no need to reason with this kind of people, Jiang Chen said. But Gu Chen, you have beaten Gu Ling on your first day here. This is something that has never happened in the history of Saint Origin Palace. Gu Ling will certainly not let this matter go. I'm afraid that those geniuses of Pure Land will be furious. This matter is going to be very troublesome, Gu Luiying said with a frown. Beating Gu Ling was undoubtedly a very refreshing thing, but the consequences would be very serious. After all, such a thing had never happened before. Brother Luiying, what is going on in Gu Palace? Asked Gu Lufeng. Plus, Saint Origin Palace has existed for nearly 100 years. After so many years of development, the number of people in Saint Origin Palace is much more than the number of outsiders like us. Now, the two poles are divided and there are a lot of internal conflicts. Not only Gu Palace but also the other races. Only Demon Palace is slightly better. The demon race has always been a united race. Plus, they respect their bloodline and innate talent, so there is no division between Saint Origin Palace and Demon Palace, said Saint Origin Palace with a smile. Although Saint Origin Palace is still a Gu family in name, it is divided into Inner Palace and Outer Palace. The people of Inner Palace don't put us in their eyes at all. They don't even treat us as their own people, Gu Luiying said, explaining the situation of Gu Palace once more. AI. Upon hearing this, Gu Lufeng couldn't help but sigh. The difference between Gu Palace and the Gu Palace of his dreams was just too huge. All along we, the people of Outer Palace, have been swallowing our anger and humiliation. The higher-ups of Gu Palace don't care about the internal conflicts between us. As a matter of fact, there are already differences among the higher-ups. If this continues, I'm afraid that it won't take long before the ancient people of Pure Land are separated from Gu Palace. Gu Luhui said gloomily. This situation is within my expectation. Given the current development of the 8 major families in Saint Origin World, if we can't solve the internal conflicts of the ancient people as soon as possible, the ancient people will face a very painful end sooner or later, Jiang Chen said. He had already expected this situation from the very beginning, but he didn't think that it would be this serious. It seemed that in order to deal with the enemies of the other 6 major families, they must solve the internal conflicts of the ancient people as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. An ununited race would only have one ending even if they didn't have any powerful enemies, let alone the desolate family which was like a tiger eyeing its prey. As for the demon race, Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all. Unlike humans, the demon race was independent. So even if there were internal conflicts, it would be very easy to solve. If De Huang Dog and Kong Yang wanted to go to the demon race, he wouldn't be worried at all. Kong Yang had the peacock bloodline, so he would be valued. As for De Huang Dog, not only did he have the bloodline of a divine beast, he also had the totem divine seal. As long as he released the totem divine seal, even the master of Demon Palace would have to show some respect to De Huang Dog. Furthermore, although Saint Origin Palace had developed to such an extent, it still couldn't separate itself from the 8 major families of Pure Land. More or less, they still had some influence on each other. They must have known what happened in Pure Land previously. Ancient people of Pure Land had a close relationship with the demon race. Therefore, the relationship between Gu Palace and Demon Palace in Saint Origin Palace was very harmonious. It's easier said than done to solve this conflict. Gu Chen, although it's very satisfying for you to beat Gu Ling today, it's a little too reckless. After all, you have beaten one of our geniuses on your first day in Gu Palace. I'm sure that those geniuses of Gu Palace won't let you off easily. Gu Luiying's words were filled with worry. There's no need to be polite to such people. When someone looks down on you, you don't need to look up to them. You must remember that this is a world where only the strong are respected. No matter where you go, strength will always come first. They bully you not only because you are from Pure Land but also because you are weaker than them. If you are stronger than them, would they still dare to bully you? If you are strong, there won't be any internal conflicts in Gu Palace. Only when you are strong will others respect you and fear you. Rules are meant to be obeyed, but they are also meant to be broken. Our people have been bullying you for too long and both sides have become accustomed to it. That's why the current situation is like this. Given Gu Palace's current situation, it's not necessarily a bad thing for us to make a big fuss. Chapter 948. Jiang Chen's words ignited the blood of Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui. Although it was Jiang Chen's first time in Gu Palace, he seemed to know more about the situation in Gu Palace than them. Furthermore, in their eyes, not only was this white-clothed youth powerful, he also had a maturity that didn't match his age. The domineering and heroic spirit that was exuding from his body made them admire him even more. They were very clear that Jiang Chen's words were right. In this world where strength was revered, strength was the only thing that mattered. The reason why the geniuses of Outer Palace were often bullied by Inner Palace and didn't even have the courage to resist was because they were too weak. If they were stronger and had the courage to resist, would the geniuses of Inner Palace still dare to bully them? Let's go. Bring us to Gu Palace. Jiang Chen's face was calm as if he wasn't worried about beating Gu Ling. Let's go. Gu Luiying took a deep breath and flew towards the direction of Gu Palace with Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng. He was sure that Gu Ling wouldn't let this matter go. He would find trouble with Gu Chen, but since Gu Chen didn't seem to care about it, there was nothing for them to worry about. In any case, Jiang Chen beating Gu Ling was a very satisfying thing. The geniuses of Outer Palace had been suppressed for too long in Gu Palace. Gu Chen Lufeng, this Saint Origin Palace has a circumference of hundreds of thousands of miles. It's a typical small world. The 8 major palaces occupy their own territories in different directions. Compared to the Pure Land, the number of people here isn't as much, but each and every one of them is an elite. The lowest cultivation base among them is at the Great Saint Realm. Can be said that this is the highest domain in Saint Origin World. Along the way, Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui told Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng about the general situation of Saint Origin Palace. Both of them were Great Saint Realm experts. Their speed was extremely fast and they arrived at Gu Palace in the time of Xin Yuan. In front of them was an endless mountain range that seemed to stretch on for thousands of miles. Above the mountain range, white smoke was rustling and the world's yuan qi was extremely dense. Looking at the sky above the mountain range, there were buildings everywhere. The buildings of ancient palaces were filled with noble and majestic qi. There were palaces, courtyards, ancient pagodas and many other buildings were floating in the air. Some mountain peaks were floating in the air, relying on the power of space to exist. Those courtyards and buildings were built on top of the mountain peaks. The whole scene looked like an immortal palace, giving people a very shocking feeling. Gu Chen Lufeng, now that you have the identity token, you are now the people of Gu Palace. From the moment you dripped your blood on it, Gu Palace will have your information. Do you see that mountain in front of you? Basically, the people of Outer Palace like us live on that mountain. Let me bring you there. Gu Luiying pointed at a relatively remote mountain peak and said. It was a mountain that was floating in the sky. There were many buildings and courtyards on the mountain peak. They were the places where the disciples of Gu Palace lived and cultivated. Under Gu Luiying's lead, the 4 of them flew to the top of the mountain. There were quite a number of empty courtyards here. Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng randomly picked one of them as their residence. It's noon now. Many people have gone to cultivate. There's a refining tower in Gu Palace. It's the main place for cultivation. This is the residential area. There's basically no one here at this time. Besides, those who live here are below 3rd grade Great Saint. Gu Luhui introduced. Jiang Chen nodded and walked into the courtyard. This would be his and Gu Liufeng's residence in the future. However, before Jiang Chen and the others had the time to rest, they saw a dozen silhouettes flying towards them from afar and landing on the huge martial arena. This was the only martial arena in the residential area. It was used to settle the grudges between the disciples, but in this area, the disciples of Outer Palace were very united. So this martial arena was basically not needed. It's Gu Liang and the others. Didn't they go to the refining tower to cultivate? Why did they come back at this time? Let's go and have a look. Gu Luiying was puzzled. Usually the training in the training tower would end in the evening. Noon was the time when the heaven and earth essence was the densest and most suitable for training. However, Gu Liang and the others had returned at this time. It was indeed puzzling. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps he had already guessed what was going on. On the huge martial arena, Jiang Chen and the other 3 were walking towards them. Gu Luiying came close to them and said, Gu Liang, why did you all come back at this time? And you look so flustered. This youth called Gu Liang wasn't weak. He had already reached the 2nd grade Great Saint Realm. Brother Luing, I heard that the newcomer from Pure Land Gu Chen has beaten Gu Ling. Is that true? Gu Liang asked hastily. That's right. How did you know? Gu Luing knitted his brows. Something bad has happened. That Gu Ling has gone straight to the refining tower. Many people know about this matter now. He is bringing a lot of geniuses of Inner Palace and is coming here soon. He said that he is going to teach Gu Chen a lesson. We came back as soon as we heard the news. Many disciples of Outer Palace are also coming back. Gu Liang said. The other disciples looked worried, but at the same time, there was a hint of excitement in their eyes. Such a thing had never happened in St. Origin Palace. There was already a conflict between Outer Palace and Inner Palace. Now that the newcomer from Outer Palace had beaten Gu Ling, this matter wouldn't be left unsettled. Similarly, they were also excited to see Gu Ling being beaten like a dog. Their hearts were filled with joy, feeling that they had finally vented their resentment. Gu Chen, it seems the matter is more serious than we thought. Gu Luing looked over at Jiang Chen. You are the newcomer, Gu Chen? Everyone's eyes shifted to Jiang Chen. Apart from shock, there was also admiration in their eyes. They were shocked that Jiang Chen was able to beat Gu Ling to such a state with just a first-grade Great Saint cultivation base. They were also impressed by Jiang Chen's courage. Brother Gu Chen, it's really satisfying for you to beat that bastard Gu Ling, but I'm afraid that today's matter will be very difficult to deal with. Gu Liang said. It doesn't matter. I will deal with everything. Our outer palace has been bullied by them for too long. It's time for us to regain our dignity and confidence. If they dare to come, I will break one of their legs. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent. His tone was extremely calm. There wasn't even the slightest ripple in his tone. No one could see the slightest nervousness on Jiang Chen's face. What a strong temperament. What a domineering figure. Gu Liang and the others immediately had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Chen. Putting aside other things, Jiang Chen's temperament alone was incomparable to any ordinary person. Furthermore, the domineering qi that was casually exuded from Jiang Chen's body was really convincing. Break one of their legs. What kind of arrogant words were these? It was simply heaven-defying. They had never thought that the ancient people of Pure Land would have such a figure. It seemed that Gu Palace wouldn't be peaceful today. They had to admit that Jiang Chen's words made their blood boil unconsciously, but at the same time they were extremely worried. After all, they didn't know much about Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen could defeat Gu Ling and was a rare genius, he was only a first-grade great saint after all. Soon more and more people came back. Most of them were from the outer palace, coming back from the direction of the refining tower. Behind them was a large number of disciples. Judging from the number of these disciples, they were almost the same as the disciples of the outer palace. There were more than 100 of them, but their qi seemed to be stronger. They were the geniuses of the inner palace. Each of their faces was filled with anger and unconcealable arrogance. There were also a lot of disciples from the outer palace. In the past, the ancient people would send some genius disciples to the inner palace every year. Most of them were 9th-grade minor saints. They would be given a year's time to cultivate. If they could advance to the great saint realm within a year, they would be allowed to stay. If not, they would be sent back. But since a year ago, Gu Palace had stopped accepting the people of Pure Land. Only the geniuses who had advanced to the great saint realm in Pure Land could enter. From this, one could see the internal conflict in Gu Palace. Soon, everyone landed on the martial arena. Both sides stood facing each other. There were nearly 300 of them. Most of them were first-grade great saint or third-grade great saint. Of course, these weren't all the geniuses of the outer palace and the inner palace. There were still a lot of disciples who hadn't appeared yet. Which one of you is Gu Chen? Come out now. On the side of the main palace, the leader was a burly young man in a pale yellow robe. His face was full of arrogance. His qi was strong and his cultivation base had reached the peak of third-grade great saint. It was obvious that he was the leader of the group. Beside him was Gu Ling, who had a swollen face and a badly battered nose. His name is Gu Lang, the elder brother of Gu Ling. He is a very ferocious man. He usually acts high and mighty and doesn't put us, the people of the outer palace, in his eyes. Gu Lu Hui said in a low voice. Gu Lang, aren't you being a little too arrogant by bringing so many people to our place to cause trouble? A youth from the outer palace shouted. His cultivation was also at the peak of 3rd grade great saint, but his chi was obviously weaker than Gu Lang's. Gu Liang, cut the crap and hand over that new bastard. Otherwise, I won't let this matter end here. You guys from the outer palace are getting bolder and bolder. A new piece of trash actually dared to hit the people of the inner palace. Why don't you take a look at your own status first? Remember, every single one of you here can cultivate in Gu Palace because of Gu Palace's charity. Gu Lang was too arrogant. He didn't put the people of the outer palace in his eyes at all. Motherfucker. He's too arrogant. We, the outer palace, have been enduring and swallowing our anger. Now they're going to shit on our necks. This Gu Lang's words are clearly humiliating us. This is really infuriating. I've had enough of this. I really want to have a good fight with these bastards. Seeing Gu Ling being beaten like this really makes me happy. I wonder who is Gu Chen. I must thank him properly. Chapter 949. The people in the outer palace began to whisper and their voices were getting louder and louder. All of them came from Pure Land. When they were in Pure Land, all of them were famous figures. Now that they had arrived here, they had to endure such humiliation. Even a clay figurine would have 3 points of anger. The newcomer named Gu Chen had beaten Gu Ling on the first day of his arrival. This behavior didn't make the people in the outer palace resent Gu Chen. Instead, they admired and admired Gu Chen. The thing that many of them wanted to do but didn't dare to was done by Gu Chen. Looking at Gu Ling's arrogant appearance gave them an indescribable pleasure. That's him. He is Gu Chen. Gu Ling saw Jiang Chen from the crowd and immediately shouted out. For a moment, all eyes were on Jiang Chen. Whether it was the people in the inner palace or the outer palace, their eyes fell on Jiang Chen. When they saw Jiang Chen's appearance clearly, they were all surprised. Is this the audacious Gu Chen? I didn't expect him to be so young. This Gu Chen is only a 1st grade great saint. So, Gu Ling was beaten up by a 1st grade great saint? This is too shameful. How can this guy be so strong? Is there a mistake? A new 1st grade great saint actually beat Gu Ling to the point that he couldn't even fight back. At this moment, not only the people in the outer palace, but also many people in the inner palace were frowning. They thought that the person who beat Gu Ling would be a very powerful person, but they didn't expect that it was just a 1st grade great saint. It was really shameful for Gu Ling to be beaten up by a 1st grade great saint. As if feeling the sarcastic gazes, Gu Ling's face turned red. He quickly said to Gu Lang, "Big brother, don't look down on this kid. He is very powerful." Gu Ling can't even defeat a 1st grade great saint. How dare you all come here to cause trouble? That's really funny. Gu Luing laughed heartily. If this Gu Chen was a 3rd grade great saint, it would be considered as bullying Gu Ling, but Gu Chen was just a 1st grade great saint. Gu Ling couldn't even defeat a 1st grade great saint. This could only mean that his strength was too weak. Humph. You people from the outer palaces are of the 1st rank to begin with. You've beaten up people from the inner palaces and that's a huge provocation to us. If we don't teach you a lesson, you'll be doomed to die in the future. Gu Lang coldly snorted as he turned to look at Jiang Chen. Gu Chen, I have to say that you're too courageous. You actually dared to beat up my people. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down and apologize to my brother, break your own legs and take out 100,000 Saint Elixir as compensation. Then I'll let this matter rest. Jiang Chen calmly walked to the front of the camp. His gaze swept across everyone in the main hall like a knife. Then he said in a loud voice, Gu Lang, your words are simply ridiculous. I can just treat them as fart. Jiang Chen could see that the internal conflicts of the ancient palace were far more serious than he had imagined. If they were not dealt with as soon as possible, it would have a great impact on the future of the ancient people. Bastard, what did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? Gu Lang was immediately enraged. It seemed that Gu Chen was indeed as arrogant as Gu Ling had said. I said that your words are fart. Look at the faces of all of you. Each and every one of you is high and mighty. Could it be that your sense of superiority is based on your own clansmen? The distinction between the outer palaces and the inner palaces is simply ridiculous. Don't forget that your ancestors came from the Pure Land. Ancient people's bloodline flows in your bodies. They also have the bloodline of the ancient people. Why do you think you're superior to them? Jiang Chen said in a righteous manner. These words were exactly what the people of the outer palaces were thinking. That's right, everyone had the bloodline of the ancient people flowing in their bodies. Why did the people of the inner palaces have to be superior to others? I hit Guling because he deserved to be hit. You arrogant people just can't find your place. In my eyes, you are nothing because I am stronger than you. You look down on us from the outer palace. I will use my strength to show you that you are the weak ones. What right does a weak person have to look down on the strong? Guling snorted coldly. What right do you have to look down on the strong? Jiang Chen's voice was very loud. It was the first time for the people of the outer palaces to see Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's words made them feel very satisfied. It was truly a pity that they couldn't see Jiang Chen beating up Guling with their own eyes. There's no point in arguing. You said that the people of the outer palaces are stronger than us? It's just a joke. Gulang Ling said. Brother Gulang, why are you wasting so much time talking to this kind of person? It seems like he's not going to apologize. Let me see how strong he is. I don't believe that a puny first-grade great saint like him can be that powerful. At this time a young man walked out. His cultivation grade was similar to Guling. He was only a peak second-grade great saint. He felt deeply ashamed that Guling was beaten to such a state. He absolutely didn't believe that a first-grade great saint brat from Pure Land could be so powerful. So he wanted to test it himself. Gu Chen, kneel down. The young man arrived in front of Jiang Chen and shouted. Ai. Jiang Chen shook his head. It seemed that it was impossible to solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace with words. In that case he could only use iron and blood means. Since you all want to break my legs, then everyone who came here today will have a leg broken starting from you. Jiang Chen said plainly. What did you say? The youth was stunned, suspecting that his ears were playing tricks on him. But the response to the young man was a loud slap on his face. The sound of the slap resounded across the entire training field. It was a very loud and clear slap. Jiang Chen's slap was very fierce. It slammed the young man onto the ground. After that, Jiang Chen raised his leg and forcefully stomped on the young man's face, causing half of his head to sink into the ground. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the scene. It was one thing to hear about it but another to see it with their own eyes. Many of them didn't see how Jiang Chen did it. It was too fast. The scene was simply horrifying. This was Saint Origin Palace. There were countless experts here. Which one of them wasn't an expert? Which one of them didn't have some means? They had never seen a first-grade great saint that could be so tyrannical. That slap was absolutely not an accident. So strong. The people of the outer palace widened their eyes. Jiang Chen's slap was really satisfying. Arg. The youth struggled violently under Jiang Chen's foot, but it was to no avail. It was a great irony to think that he was arrogant enough to make Jiang Chen kneel down, but the next moment he was trampled under someone else's foot. You are now under my foot. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? I, a new disciple of the outer palace, can trample you at will. What qualifications do you have to look down on the people of the outer palace? This is a world where only the strong are respected. Everything depends on your strength, not your mouth. Your mouth should be used to chew mud. Every word and sentence of Jiang Chen had shattered the sense of superiority of the geniuses of the outer palace. Looking at the scene and listening to the arrogant words of Jiang Chen, all the experts of the outer palace didn't roar. This scene was too satisfying and satisfying. It was something that they had been dreaming of. Gu Chen, stop. Gulang bellowed. What qualifications do you have to order me? I have already said that today, everyone will have a leg broken. He is just the beginning. None of you will be an exception. Jiang Chen said and stepped on the thigh of the youth. With a cracking sound, the thigh of the youth was twisted on the spot. His face, which was already buried in the ground, let out a shrill scream. Bastard! Damn it! This is a great provocation to our inner palace. Presumptuous, too presumptuous. Since the establishment of Gu Palace, there has never been such an arrogant person. We must not let him go. The people from the main hall became restless. They simply couldn't believe this scene. This newcomer could simply be described as deranged. Regarding the anger of the inner palace, Jiang Chen didn't put it in his eyes at all. He walked past the body of the youth, took 2 steps forward and said loudly, "Who else?" Disdainfully looking down on all the heroes, arrogant in the world. His words showed the true nature of a man. At this moment, all the disciples of the outer palace were infected by Zhang Chen's qi. Everyone's eyes turned fiery. Many years of suffocation were about to be released. They had never felt so refreshed after being suppressed for so long. Even though this was the first time they saw him, Zhang Chen's position in their hearts had already risen. To Zhang Chen, today was the day that he would restore the dignity and confidence of the people of the outer palace. Only by letting them know that the outer palace wasn't to be trifled with would they be afraid of them. Only by letting the people of the inner palace lose their sense of superiority and become equal could the internal conflicts of the ancient people be resolved. As for the injury of the broken leg, Zhang Chen wasn't worried at all. To a great saint, this kind of injury was nothing. Guchen, you are too arrogant. You will pay a heavy price for what you have done. I will personally deal with you and let you know what regret is. Gu Lang's qi fluctuated, completely unleashing the qi of a peak third-grade great saint. He was ready to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Brother Gu Lang, let me do it. You don't have to deal with him personally. At this time another youth walked out. This person's cultivation was relatively strong. He had already reached the third-grade great saint, but he had just reached the third-grade great saint. There was still a huge gap between him and a peak third-grade great saint like Gu Lang. Chapter 950. The third-grade great saint was incomparably arrogant. He walked towards Zhang Chen and said in a cold tone, Zhang Chen, the fact that you could defeat a second-grade great saint while only being a first-grade great saint really surprised us. I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in the Pure Land, but since you dared to beat a genius of our palace and spoke rudely to us, you must be punished and taught a lesson. The youth was incomparably surprised by Zhang Chen's strength. One should know that all the geniuses present on the scene weren't comparable to ordinary great saints. The fact that Zhang Chen could defeat a second-grade great saint under such circumstances was enough to show the strength of Zhang Chen. Even though they were his opponents, they had to admit it. Zhang Chen had a faint smile on his face. He stretched out his finger and waved it at the youth. You are no match for me. Guchen, you are too arrogant, but sometimes you have to pay the price for being arrogant. The youth was infuriated. As a mighty third-grade great saint, which was 2 grades higher than Zhang Chen, he didn't put Zhang Chen in his eyes at all. But now he was being despised by Zhang Chen. How could he bear it? Zhang Chen shook his head. He didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. Today he came to Gu Palace to establish his prestige and seek justice for the geniuses of the outer palace. He wanted to completely solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. So he had to be tough. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Zhang Chen appeared in front of the youth like a ghost. So fast. The youth's facial expression changed. He didn't expect that Gu Chen's speed would be so fast that he, a third-grade great saint genius, couldn't even react in time. He could feel a strong force rushing towards him. Without any delay, he quickly conjured his Yuan force to defend himself. That's right. Pa. However, even though he was a third-grade great saint, his ending wasn't much different from Gu Ling's. Zhang Chen's slap landed on his face. He didn't even have the chance to dodge, let alone block it. He was slapped to the ground by Zhang Chen. Before he could struggle, Zhang Chen's foot landed on his face like before. What? My God. How can this Guchen be so strong? That's a third-grade great saint, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. Is he still human? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can a first-grade great saint be so powerful? This scene made everyone exclaim. Whether it was the genius disciples of Inner Palace or Outer Palace, all of them widened their eyes, looking at Zhang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost. It was too unbelievable. Even in Saint Origin Palace, there had never been such a terrifying genius. Ancient people of Pure Land actually had such a peerless figure. I also grew up among the ancient people, but I have never heard of Gu Chen among the ancient people. I have never seen him either. How could he be so nature-defying? You still don't know that Gu Chen was a beggar when he was young. He was adopted by the patriarch. The patriarch saw his extraordinary talent, so he hid him and cultivated in secret. Now he has just come out. It is said that the patriarch values this person very much, calling him the hidden great killing weapon of the ancient people. Now it seems that it is true. Compared to him, the gap between us is too huge. I see. The patriarch has really hidden his strength well. This Zhou Xian is really valiant. I thought that it was already very scary that he could defeat a second-grade great saint, but I didn't expect that even a third-grade great saint couldn't withstand a single strike from him. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. The arrival of this Zhou Xian has simply vented out all the depression that we've been feeling for so many years. This is too satisfying. We're all from the Gu clan. Why should the people of the Gu clan act all high and mighty, bullying and looking down on us? It's time for us to retaliate. That's right. The people of Outer Palace were whispering to each other. On the first day that Xianxia arrived in Gu Palace, he had completely conquered all the geniuses of Outer Palace without even speaking a word to them. Now there were so many people present on the scene. All of them admired Xianxia from the bottom of their hearts. Every word and action of Xianxia made their blood boil. The youth kept roaring under Xianxia's feet, but he couldn't break free. Xianxia looked down and said disdainfully, "I just want to ask you, what qualifications do you have to look down on the geniuses of Outer Palace? Even 100 of you won't be enough to defeat me." Xianxia's words were very impolite, but what he said was a fact. To deal with a third-grade great saint like this, he could kill him instantly even without using his dragon form. If he really wanted to kill him, the youth under his feet would already be a dead man. Xianxia's attack was merciless. He broke one of the youth's legs. Then his chi fluctuated wildly. His eyes stared at Gulang and the others like a knife. Suddenly he shouted, "All of you come at me together. Come at me together." His voice was rolling and domineering. He wanted to challenge more than 100 geniuses of Inner Palace alone. He was afraid that only Xianxia would have such a heroic spirit. Fight. Brothers, it's time for us to avenge the humiliation of Outer Palace. From now on, we won't be bullied by the people of Inner Palace anymore. Gu Lufeng shouted. At this time, the emotions of all the geniuses of Outer Palace had reached the tipping point. All they needed was a fuse. Gu Liufeng's words had undoubtedly become the fuse. That's right. Fight with them and let them know that we, the geniuses of Outer Palace, aren't so easily bullied. We will speak with our strength. That's right. Fight and defend our dignity. We are all the people of ancient people. Why should our status be lower than theirs? We can't let Zhou Xian fight alone. We, the Outer Palace, have always been the most united. Motherfucker, I have long disliked these bastards of Inner Palace. The geniuses of Outer Palace roared. The repressed feelings of the past few years suddenly burst out. It was like a bottomless river that couldn't be controlled. They had been bullied for too long. Every one of them had been bullied by the geniuses of Inner Palace. The resentment in their hearts had been accumulated for a long time. Every one of them was once a famous figure. They were all rare geniuses, who didn't have a little bit of arrogance, who didn't have a little bit of anger. Boom, waves of tyrannical chi were released from the bodies of the geniuses of Outer Palace. The entire martial arts field was shaking. All the geniuses of Outer Palace had red eyes. Their faces were filled with excitement. They looked at the white-robed youth who had his back facing them. Without a doubt, they had regarded him as their leader. It was time to have a good fight. Just like what Xianxia had said, this was a world where only the strong were respected. Only when you were strong enough would others respect you and not dare to bully you. The dignity and confidence of the Outer Palace needed to be proven with strength. Seeing this situation, Xianxia smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Only when the people of Outer Palace showed their strength and courage and treated themselves as the people of Inner Palace could the internal conflict of Gu Palace be resolved. That's right. Only when the people of Outer Palace show their strength and courage and put themselves on the same level as the people of Inner Palace could the internal conflict of Gu Palace be resolved. This was the first step and also a very important step. If Xianxia was the only one standing here and clamoring against so many geniuses of Inner Palace, it wouldn't have the slightest effect. It would only make the geniuses of Inner Palace hate him more and deal with him. But now it was different. All the geniuses of Outer Palace were going to take action. Then it would be a problem of internal conflict. Only when it got bigger would someone come to solve it. They must let the higher-ups of Gu Palace see the seriousness of the situation. Bastard. Are you rebelling? Damn it. The geniuses of Outer Palace are really tired of living. How dare they shout at us like this? Do they really think that Zhou Xian can deal with everything? If they want to fight against us, they are not qualified enough. The geniuses of Inner Palace were also angry. They had always been the ones bullying the geniuses of Outer Palace. But now the geniuses of Outer Palace dared to rebel. This made them extremely angry. They felt that their dignity and high position had been seriously challenged. Cut the crap. Do you dare to fight? Let's see who is stronger between Inner Palace and Outer Palace. Xianxia released his chi completely and shouted at the crowd of Inner Palace in front of him. His words were earth-shattering and lofty. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If you are weak and don't want to fight, then get out of here as soon as possible. You are a coward and a group of cowards. Brothers, for the dignity and status of Inner Palace, fight with them. Let these reckless geniuses of Outer Palace know how powerful we are and let them see clearly. Gu Lang was furious and shouted at the geniuses of Inner Palace. They had to fight even if they didn't want to. Jiang Chen's words had pushed them to the teeth of the storm. Could be said that they were riding a tiger and it was hard to get off. If they didn't fight, it meant that they were afraid. How could the strong be afraid of the strong? If they didn't dare to fight today, it would not be them bullying the geniuses of Outer Palace in the future, but it would be the other way around. Fight! Jiang Chen bellowed and took the lead to rush towards the camp of the main palace. For a moment, a chaotic battle broke out among the camp of 300 great saints. The battle between 300 great saints was terrifying and majestic. Could be described as the heavens and earth annihilation. The martial arts practice field was smashed in an instant. All the residences of the entire Outer Palace and all the courtyards were turned into nothingness in an instant. This mountain peak that was suspended in the air would be smashed in an instant if it wasn't for the restriction set up by the experts. The people of Outer Palace were in high spirits and shouting. At this time, how could they still care about whether the residences were intact or not? 4 great sages, a courtyard was not even worth a fart. Now it was a battle of wills. All the geniuses of the Outer Palace were fighting for their pride. In this battle they had to defend their position and change the situation. This was their only chance. All of them had followed Gu Chen's lead. If they were defeated, they would never be able to raise their heads again. They've had enough of the days of being bullied. They had to turn the situation around. Chapter 951. Every single outer hall disciple was suppressing a gloomy feeling in their hearts. Given the situation today, they had to vent their anger properly. There were more or less some conflicts between the people present here. Hence, when they fought, the outer hall disciples specially picked the people they disliked the most and wanted to beat up the most. Regardless of whether they could win the fight or not, they would fight first. It should be known that in the past they did not even have the courage to fight. The aftermath of the powerful battle had just begun, but it had already swept everything here into slag. All the buildings were destroyed. 200 to 300 great sages were fighting fiercely. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. However, although it was a fierce battle, they still had some sense of propriety. Everyone used combat skills to attack and didn't use combat weapons. After all, this was an internal conflict of Gu Palace. Compared to other families, no matter how much conflict there was, they were all on the same side. They were fighting to vent their anger. If someone really died, then the nature of the fight would be completely different. You bastard, aren't you very arrogant on normal days? Come on, fight with me. A genius of the Outer Palace shouted and rushed towards a genius of the Inner Palace who usually showed off his strength. He launched a powerful attack and began to bombard the genius. The people of the Inner Palace were also furious. They had never put the people of the Outer Palace in their eyes. In their hearts, their status was above the geniuses of the Outer Palace. But now that they were fighting with the disciples of the Outer Palace, they realized that the geniuses of the Outer Palace were actually so powerful. They were not inferior to them in a battle of the same level. In the vast battlefield, a white silhouette flickered constantly. Every place he went would be accompanied by blood-curdling screams and the sound of bones breaking. That white silhouette was Jiang Chen. His attacks were ruthless and his movements were strange. Every time he appeared, he would cause a certain amount of damage to his opponents. None of the people from the main palace could withstand a single strike from him. One of their legs was broken as soon as he appeared. In just the blink of an eye, 20 geniuses of the inner palace had been killed by Zhou Xian. He had greatly consumed the opponent's fighting strength. Moreover, his strength had boosted the morale of the geniuses of the outer palace. This made the outer palace gradually gain the upper hand in this big battle. Damn, how can this bastard be so strong? Gulang shouted loudly. He jumped and his majestic body blocked in front of Zhou Xian. Guchen, let's fight. Gulang shouted. He could already see that among all the geniuses who came here today, he was afraid that he was the only one who could fight Zhou Xian. Besides, he had no confidence in fighting Zhou Xian. Although he was a peak third-grade great saint, he couldn't slap a third-grade great saint to the ground, but Zhou Xian did it so easily. A peak third-grade great saint? Gulang, you are no match for me. Zhou Xian said. Given his current cultivation grade, it would be hard for him to find a third-grade great saint who could match him. If he used his dragon transformation, even a fourth-grade great saint would die. However, he needed to hide his identity now, so he couldn't use his dragon transformation. Even if he didn't use his dragon transformation, it was enough to deal with these people. Arrogant black whirlwind. Gulang bellowed. The black whirlwind turned into a black storm. This storm was somewhat similar to Zhou Qian's eternal immortal wind. Each wind blade was like a sharp blade. Once it was used, the void would be cut into pieces. However, the difference between this black whirlwind and Zhou Qian's eternal immortal wind wasn't just a little bit. The two of them weren't on the same level. The eternal immortal wind came from Nan Beichao's powerful technique. It was the technique of an immortal. Naturally, Zhou Qian couldn't use the eternal immortal wind to deal with Gulang. Otherwise, he was afraid that Gulang would die. In the face of Gulang's powerful black whirlwind, Zhou Qian's response was very simple. He punched out. The golden fist wind turned into a golden dragon, roaring and colliding with the black whirlwind. Honglong. When the two collided, one side of the battlefield was destroyed. A big hole was created in the spatial zone. The destructive energy rustled and made people shudder. Fortunately, there were great saint experts on this battlefield. If a minor saint fell into such a battlefield, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The aftermath of these terrifying attacks was enough to kill him in an instant. Arg! Gulang let out a blood-curdling scream. He was sent flying away. Even though he was a peak third-grade great saint and had cast a powerful combat skill, he still wasn't a match for Zhou Qian. The black whirlwind that he struck out was completely destroyed by the golden dragon that was punched out by Zhou Qian. Gulang was greatly shaken. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. His combat strength had been seriously damaged. Impossible. Both of Gulang's eyes were red. Compared to his injuries, his heart was more shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying person. Not to mention the Pure Land, even in St. Origin Palace, a place where geniuses were as numerous as the clouds, there had never been such a monstrous genius. Such combat strength was simply heaven-defying. He was a peak third-grade great saint. Any ordinary fourth-grade great saint wouldn't be a match for him, but now he couldn't even defeat a puny first-grade great saint. Such an ending was beyond his wildest dreams. Not good. Brother Gulang has been defeated. Even he isn't a match for Guchen. Motherfucker. Is this guy still human? Since when did the Pure Land cultivate such a monstrous genius? There are also those people from the outer palace. Usually they would hide from us when they see us. I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Now that Guchen is here, it's impossible for us to win. We have already lost a lot of people. Our morale is low, but the other side is as if they have been injected with chicken blood. The defeat of Gulang by Zhou Qian had made the geniuses of Inner Palace lose their confidence. During the battle just now, they had seen the true strength of the Outer Palace. Although they didn't say it out loud, subconsciously, these geniuses of Inner Palace no longer looked down on the people of Outer Palace like before. And this was exactly what Zhou Qian wanted. Swoosh. Zhou Qian's body moved and appeared in front of Gulang in a flash like a flash of light. What are you doing? Gulang's face was filled with fear. I'm going to break your leg. The corner of Zhou Qian's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He struck out with the true dragon palm. Gulang couldn't resist the huge cage and was trapped by Zhou Qian on the spot. A force like a sharp sword hit one of Gulang's legs. Gulang let out a wail and followed the footsteps of the two youths. Guchen, you're insane. You are finished. Do you know what you are doing? Gu Ling, who was standing at the side, yelled, but he had the urge to cough up blood. Initially he had called for reinforcements to avenge him, but he had never thought that Gu Qin would be so powerful. This made the hatred and disgust in Gu Ling's eyes turn into fear when he looked at Jiang Qin. Get lost. Jiang Qin slapped Gu Ling's face, which had already turned into a pig's head. The slap sent Gu Ling flying. Huh. The geniuses of Inner Palace are just Esu. Brothers, beat them up. Beat them until their teeth fall all over the ground. That's right. Today we are going to release all our depressed feelings. Motherfucker, beat them up. That Gu Lang is just Esu. A peak third-grade great saint can't even withstand a slap from Gu Qin. Shouting loudly, the people of the outer palace were completely excited. Everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. The geniuses of the inner palace were utterly defeated. This area had already been completely destroyed, but the people of the outer palace didn't care about this. Compared to losing some buildings, venting their anger was more important. However, the commotion here was too big. It was impossible for them not to be alarmed. Stop. At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded from afar. In the next moment, a young man in blue appeared in the sky. This young man had a head full of red hair and was incomparably majestic. His aura was monstrous, and the airwaves that were casually emitted from him were extremely frightening. Gu Lian, it's Big Brother Gu Lian. Big Brother Gu Lian, you have to seek justice for us. Motherfucker. Big Brother Gu Lian, these guys from Outer Palace are rebelling. They must be punished. Seeing the newcomer, the geniuses of Inner Palace who were crying for their parents were cheered up, as if they had seen hope. Gu Lian, the genius of Inner Palace, 4th grade great saint. What's going on? Gu Lian Lung Lung's eyes swept across the battlefield. He saw that many of the geniuses of Inner Palace had a broken leg. The others were also covered in dust and dirt. As a genius of Inner Palace, Gu Lian was naturally infuriated. Big Brother Gu Lian. One of them used divine sense to tell Gu Lian everything that had happened. A bunch of trash. After listening to it, Gu Lian couldn't help but scold. Of course, he wasn't scolding the geniuses of Outer Palace, but the geniuses of Inner Palace. He didn't feel angry at the miserable state of the geniuses of Inner Palace. Instead, he felt ashamed because he could see that the geniuses of Inner Palace were superior to those of Outer Palace in terms of numbers and cultivation. Under such circumstances, the geniuses of Inner Palace were still defeated miserably. It was an incomparably shameful thing, but it also gave Gu Lian a new view of the geniuses of Outer Palace. Swoosh. Gu Lian's eyes fell upon Jiang Qin. When he realized that Jiang Qin was only a 1st grade great saint, his eyes glinted with a strange light. Putting everything else aside, the fact that a 1st grade great saint like Jiang Qin could defeat Gu Lang was enough to earn his respect. You are the newcomer, Gu Qin? Gu Lian Lingling asked. Yes, I am. Jiang Qin didn't show the slightest fear in Gu Lian's eyes. Gu Qin, it seems like we are going to be in trouble today. This Gu Lian is a 4th grade great saint. He won't be easy to deal with. You must be careful. Chapter 952. Jiang Qin smiled. He didn't put Gu Liuyang's words in his heart. He looked straight at Gu Lian and said, You have seen it yourself. None of the geniuses of Inner Palace can defeat me. Although Jiang Qin didn't make it very clear, the meaning he wanted to express was very clear. He was saying that the geniuses of Inner Palace couldn't even defeat him, a 1st grade great saint. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant and bully the disciples of Outer Palace? You are indeed very good. You have really shocked me. I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in Pure Land. They can't defeat you because they are not strong enough. I have nothing to say. The performance of Outer Palace today has indeed made me, Gu Lian, look at all of you in a different light. Gu Lian nodded and said. He was indeed a straightforward person. However, you're a newcomer, yet you've beaten up so many of our people and broken so many of their legs. This means that you don't place us in your eyes at all. I'll take this as a provocation to us. So even though I admire you, I must seek justice for us and regain the face we've lost. Gu Lian said. His words were understandable. Jiang Qin also expressed his understanding. If he was in Gu Lian's shoes, he would also make the same decision. After all, Gu Lian was on Inner Palace's side. If he remained indifferent in the face of such a situation, he would be considered as a coward. What do you want? Zhou Xian said plainly. The internal conflict between the ancient people had intensified. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to resolve it as soon as possible. If it couldn't be resolved in time, the conflict would escalate to an unmanageable stage. At that time, the entire Gu Palace would be finished. From the bottom to the top, everyone would be caught in the conflict. Therefore, Zhou Xian had no other way out now. He could only take one step at a time. However, there was one thing that he must do. He must be strong to the end. He must show the prestige of the geniuses of Outer Palace. I will fight with you. Gu Lian's eyes were blazing. A trace of combat intent burst out from his body. No way. Gu Lian, you are a 4th grade great saint. It's not fair to fight with Gu Chen. Gu Liang was the first to object. That's right. It's a 4th grade great saint versus a 1st grade great saint. Even if he won, there's nothing to be proud of. Has your palace become so shameless? One should know that the gap between a 4th grade great saint and a 3rd grade great saint wasn't small. The advancement from 3rd grade to 4th grade was a hurdle in itself. Zhou Xian was able to defeat the 3rd grade great saint Gu Lang, but he was only a 1st grade great saint after all. How could he deal with the 4th grade great saint Gu Lian? Zhou Xian raised his hand and silenced the voices in the outer hall. He smiled at Gu Lian and said, "All right, I'll fight you." As a matter of fact, Zhou Xian didn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with Gu Lian. If he transformed into his dragon form, he would certainly be able to defeat Gu Lian, but he couldn't use it now. His current strength was more than enough to deal with an ordinary 4th grade great saint, but it was somewhat insufficient to deal with a genius like Gu Lian. However, he had no choice but to accept Gu Lian's challenge. If he didn't, the outer palace would still be looked down upon and bullied by the inner palace like before. Furthermore, it would only get worse. Therefore, regardless of the outcome of the battle, he had to fight. Gu Chen, I, Gu Lian, admire your guts. Come, let me see how powerful the peerless genius nurtured by the Pure Land is. Today I will beat the crap out of you and defend the dignity and status of the Pure Land. Gu Lian's chi fluctuated wildly. His entire body soared high into the sky. His chi of a 4th grade great saint was completely unleashed. Zhou Xian also unleashed his chi and stood in front of Gu Lian. His clothes were as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. His black hair fluttered along with the wind. He was exuding a strong heroic aura that captivated and subdued people. Motherfucker. Isn't this bullying? I don't know if Gu Chen can defeat Gu Lian. I think it will be very difficult. That Gu Lian isn't an easy opponent. Gu Chen is only a 1st grade great saint. This battle is really worrying. What do you all know? Gu Chen is fighting for the dignity and glory of our outer palace. He has to accept the challenge. Otherwise, our outer palace won't be able to stand firm in the future. We will still be bullied by those bastards of the inner palace. Everyone in the outer palace shifted their eyes to the sky. Their eyes were filled with worry. Their opponent was the mighty Gu Lian. There was no way they wouldn't be worried. This guy actually dared to accept the challenge. I really don't know where he got his courage from. Although he is from the outer palace, I have to admit that this Gu Chen is really powerful. You and I are still far away from him. That's right. Yeah, I didn't expect the Pure Land to be able to cultivate such a genius. Even I admire him a little. However, this is a battle of dignity and status. Big brother Gu Lian will let him know how powerful he is and teach him a good lesson. A newbie is going to pay the price for being so arrogant. A lot of people in the inner palace were talking about it. Zhou Xian didn't even think about it before accepting Gu Lian's challenge. This was beyond their expectation. After all, the gap between their strength was just too big. It was a gap that was hard to make up for. Even though they were his opponents, even though they hated Zhou Xian to the bone, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Zhou Xian to show their admiration. Sometimes, admiring a person had nothing to do with whether the person was a comrade or an enemy. Gu Chen, come on. Give it your all. Gu Lian shouted. He was fully prepared for the battle. Stop. Just at this moment, another shout was heard. 4 extremely powerful silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were 4 elders. Each of them was brimming with chi and powerful cultivation base. All of them were 5th grade great saints. They had a panoramic view of everything that had happened here the moment they appeared. This was originally a beautiful place where the geniuses of the outer palace resided. There were martial arts arenas, flowers and trees, as well as courtyards and palaces. But now there was nothing left. Everything had been completely destroyed. Although it was worthless, it was still the symbol of the ancient palace. This group of prodigal sons of Bichis. It seemed like this floating mountain peak would have been completely destroyed if it wasn't for the restrictive spells set up by the masters. It's the elders. They were indeed the elders of Gu Palace. Usually the elders wouldn't show up no matter how much trouble the disciples caused. It seemed like today's matter wasn't a small matter. Even the elders had come. What have you all done? Gu Lian, are you going to tear down the entire Gu Palace? One of the elders shouted at Gu Lian before looking at Gu Chen. Who are you? But very soon the four elders knew what had happened here. Someone had already told them everything through divine sense, including the cause, the process and the result. As for the result, there was no need to talk about it because it was in front of them. Gu Chen, did you hurt all these people? An elder asked in disbelief. That's right. Jiang Chen said, I think the elders should know why I attacked them. Although this is my first day here, I absolutely can't stand the humiliation. Ancient people built Gu Palace. Why is there a difference between the inner palace and the outer palace? Do the geniuses of the outer palace have to be bullied? I just wanted to see what's so great about the geniuses of the inner palace. Now it seems that they are just SOS. How dare you? You're just a newcomer. How dare you beat the geniuses of the inner palace and destroy the entire residence of the outer palace? That is a serious crime. Gu Chen, follow me to the punishment hall immediately. An elder shouted at Jiang Chen. Elder Gu Rong, this place wasn't destroyed by Gu Chen alone. All of us have attacked the geniuses of the inner palace. If you want to punish them, punish us too. Gu Luyang stood up. At this time the outer palace must be united. What are you doing? Is your outer palace going to rebel? Gu Rong's eyes widened. Rebel? Elder Gu Rong's words are a little harsh. I think Gu Chen is right. We are all ancient people. There shouldn't be a difference between the inner palace and the outer palace. Today it seems that the geniuses of the inner palace are just SOSO. Gu Chen is merely a first-grade great saint, but he has already beaten so many geniuses of the inner palace until they are crying for their parents. It's our fortune that the Pure Land sent such a genius to us. An elder next to Gu Rong suddenly spoke. His name was Gu Zheng. He was also from the outer palace. He had always been very unhappy about the difference between the inner palace and the outer palace. Jiang Chen saw all of this with his own eyes. His heart was filled with worry. The internal conflict of Gu Palace had reached a level that couldn't be ignored. Not only the geniuses but also the elders. Once this kind of conflict was triggered, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Gu Zheng, since the establishment of Gu Palace, there has never been such a disgraceful thing. Destroying public facilities and ignoring the rules of Gu Palace is a serious crime. He must be punished. Otherwise, how will Gu Palace manage the disciples in the future? Gu Rong said loudly with a very firm attitude. Bullshit. Gu Chen's crime is nothing more than beating up Gu Ling. This is a fight between disciples which is very common. We have always ignored it. As for destroying public facilities, I would like to ask you something. This is the place of the outer palace. Why did more than 100 people from the inner palace come here? If you are talking about destroying public facilities, it is the disciples of the inner palace who came here to cause trouble. If you want to go to the punishment hall, you should take Gu Lang and the others away. Everything here has been destroyed. The disciples of the outer palace are the victims. It's not fair for you to punish the victims now. Gu Jing spoke sternly. It seemed that he was going to stand firmly on the side of the outer palace. The confrontation between the two elders made Jiang Chen even more determined to solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. Chapter 953. Fifth grade Great Saint was the most common cultivation grade in Gu Palace. The four elders in front of him were also at the bottom of the hierarchy. However, from the different standpoint of Gu Rong and Gu Zheng, one could imagine that even among the higher-ups of Gu Palace such conflicts also existed. In the final analysis, this conflict wasn't between people, but between the outer palace and the inner palace. The people of the inner palace thought that they were superior and superior, so they looked down on the people of the outer palace. The people of the outer palace, on the other hand, were naturally dissatisfied because they were all from the ancient people. "All right, stop quarreling, both of you," another elder said with a frown. "What's the difference between the two of you arguing here and them fighting here? I believe both of you are very clear that the conflict between the inner palace and the outer palace isn't new. Today, because of the arrival of Zhou Xian, this conflict has erupted. But it's good that it has erupted because this kind of potential conflict isn't a good thing for Zhou Palace. Since it has erupted in advance, we should solve it as soon as possible. Zhou Xian, how do you want to solve it?" This person was called Gu Wang. His words were considered more dignified among the four elders. Xianxia couldn't help but admire his words. It seemed like there weren't any lack of discerning people in Zhou Palace. He believed that many of the higher-ups were also very worried about the conflict in Zhou Palace, but they didn't have a good way to stop it. "Elder Gu Wang, I will fight with Zhou Xian. If Zhou Xian loses, all the people of the outer palace, including Zhou Xian, will have to apologize to Gu Lang and the others in public. From today onwards, they will have to avoid the people of the inner palace." Zhou Lian said. "Zhou Lian, you are a 4th grade great saint challenging a 1st grade great saint. Do you still have the nerve to say that?" Gu Jing harumphed coldly. Elder Gu Wang waved his hand, signaling Gu Jing to keep quiet. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Gu Chen, Zhou Lian's challenge, are you willing to accept it?" "Of course I accept, but I also have a condition." Xianxia clasped his fists at the four elders. "Say it." Elder Gu Wang nodded approvingly. A 1st grade great saint didn't even think twice before accepting the challenge of a 4th grade great saint. This courage alone was worthy of admiration. Furthermore, he had heard about Gu Chen's means today. Even Gu Lang wasn't his match. Such a genius, even if he came from the Pure Land, Zhou Palace would still treat him seriously. "If I lose, I will do as Zhou Lian said, and I will also compensate them with a huge amount of wealth. From now on, the disciples of the outer palace will hide wherever they are. However, if I win, I don't want anything. I just want to give the disciples of the outer palace a proper name. I will fight for the dignity and status of the outer palace. If I win, I hope that from now on, there will be no distinction between the outer palace and the inner palace." Xianxia said. What he said wasn't only for the four elders, but also for the geniuses of the main palace. One should know that this wasn't something that could be achieved with just a single word from an elder. If the words of an elder were effective, there wouldn't be any internal conflicts between the geniuses. What a joke. Gu Chen, it's impossible for you to win. If you win, I, Gu Lian, will be the first to submit to you. In the future, the people of Inner Palace will never look down on Outer Palace. Gu Lian laughed heartily and said in an extremely solemn tone. "That's right. As long as he can defeat Big Brother Gu Lian, we will acknowledge you as the geniuses of Outer Palace." Someone in the main palace shouted. As a matter of fact, after today's battle, many of them had a new opinion about the disciples of Outer Palace, especially Gu Chen. Countless of them admired him. If Gu Chen could defeat Gu Lian, who was a 4th grade great saint, it would be enough for him to be called the #1 genius of Gu Palace. Such a genius would probably alarm the higher-ups of Gu Palace. Moreover, such a genius came from Pure Land and not from Inner Palace. So, what qualifications did the people of Inner Palace have to look down on the geniuses of Outer Palace? Good. Since you all are willing to use this method to solve the problem, then 3 days later in the martial arena of Gu Palace, Gu Lian and Gu Chen will have a showdown. At that time, many people of Gu Palace will be watching, including the higher-ups. Now you all have 3 days to prepare. After Elder Gu Wang finished speaking, he left with the other 3 elders. As for why Elder Gu Wang wanted to delay the battle to 3 days later instead of letting Jiang Qin and Gu Lian start the battle immediately, many of them knew the reason. After all, this battle was related to the conflict between the Inner Palace and the Outer Palace. These 3 days were undoubtedly used to create hype for Gu Qin and Gu Lian, allowing many people in Gu Palace to know about this battle. This news had even reached the ears of the higher-ups, causing them to pay close attention to this battle. After all, the significance of this battle was extraordinary. The more people paid attention to it, the better it would be for Gu Palace. It was time for the internal conflict of Gu Palace to be resolved. Therefore, no matter who won this battle, it would be beneficial to Gu Palace. If Gu Chen won, then the internal conflict of Gu Palace would be resolved. From then on, the people of Outer Palace would have a high status and dignity. Inner Palace would no longer bully the disciples of Outer Palace, which would unite everyone in Gu Palace. Moreover, Jiang Qin had defeated Gu Lian and became famous. Gu Palace would certainly nurture such a genius. On the contrary, if Gu Lian won, the conflict would escalate to the surface. The people of Outer Palace would lose more and more status. Perhaps many of them would return to Pure Land. From then on, Gu Palace would no longer accept people from Pure Land. Ancient people of Gu Palace and Pure Land would be completely separated. In this way, although it was cruel, Gu Palace would soon be united and there would no longer be any hidden conflicts. Gu Wang was a smart man. Many people weren't stupid either. They could still see the situation clearly. Even Jiang Qin and Gu Lian were aware of it. Therefore, everyone expressed their understanding of the reason for postponing the battle for 3 days. Gu Chen, if I were you, I would immediately admit defeat to avoid losing face 3 days later. Gu Lian said. At that time we will know who will lose face. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disdain. These 3 days were a good thing for him. Under the situation where he couldn't transform into his dragon form, it was indeed not easy for Jiang Chen to defeat Gu Lian. Now that there were 3 more days, Jiang Chen had the hope of improving his strength to the next level. If he had the chance to advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint, defeating Gu Lian would be as easy as blowing off dust. Jiang Chen's current cultivation grade had reached the peak of 1st grade Great Saint. He was only 500 dragon marks away from the 2nd grade Great Saint. All he needed was an opportunity to break through. Gu Lian left with the geniuses of Inner Palace. Now that the battle had been decided, there was no point in staying here any longer. Seemed like they were not welcomed here. As for Gu Lang and those who had their legs broken by Jiang Chen, they flew away. To a great saint, a broken leg wasn't a serious injury. When Jiang Chen landed from the sky, a group of geniuses from Outer Palace immediately surrounded Jiang Chen. Satisfying, too satisfying. Gu Chen, you're really amazing. Even that Gu Lang fellow's leg was broken by you. This is really satisfying. I've taken a look just now, at least 30 people's legs were broken by Gu Chen. Let's see if they still dare to be arrogant in the future. That's right. We have been sulking for a long time. Today we can finally vent our frustrations. Those geniuses from Inner Palace are just I'm not afraid of them if we really fight. We will follow Gu Chen from now on. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be able to have today's pleasure. Everyone in the Outer Palace was in high spirits. Thinking of the refreshing battle just now, many people still felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood. As for the destroyed houses, it was nothing. They were all great sage experts. It was just a matter of minutes if they wanted to build some courtyard houses. Even if they wanted to build a small space, it was also a very simple and easy thing. Felt really good. At this time, everyone admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. They had already regarded Jiang Chen as their representative and leader. The world of the strong was originally like this. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they would still live the same days as before, suffering from the supercilious and oppressed geniuses. But Gu Chen Gu Lian is not easy to deal with. Are you sure? Gu Luiying said with a frown. The others also looked at Jiang Chen with bright eyes. Although they had a good time today, the real highlight had yet to begin. The real highlight would only begin 3 days later. If Jiang Chen was defeated, their status wouldn't change either. Gu Luiying said with a frown. Brothers, rest assured. I will definitely defeat Gu Lian and clear the name of our Outer Palace. This is a battle of dignity. Our dignity will not be trampled on. Jiang Chen's expression changed. His eyes turned cold and his body emitted an unstoppable confidence. It was a confidence that came from his bones and it could infect many people. The people around him couldn't help but be influenced by it. Well, Gu Chen, we believe in you. Gu Lu Hui shouted. After all, they had all seen the strength of Jiang Chen with their own eyes. Even if the cultivation gap between Jiang Chen and Gu Lian was huge, it was not completely impossible. What's more, in the current situation they could only believe in Jiang Chen. It seemed that there was no other way but to believe and pray. Everyone clean up this place first. Restore the original buildings. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion to prepare for the battle 3 days later. Jiang Chen said. Okay, leave these to us. After Gu Luiying finished speaking, he waved out a wave of air. All the debris on the entire mountain peak was cleaned up. For more than 100 great sages, it was too easy to build some courtyard buildings. In almost a few minutes, all the buildings were built again. Chapter 954. After everything was restored, Jiang Qin found a random courtyard and went into seclusion. It wasn't an easy task to advance to the second-grade great saint in just 3 days. Jiang Qin's seclusion lasted for a day. He shook his head helplessly. Although there are only 500 dragon marks left, it's too difficult to condense them all. Unless there's an opportunity or a powerful energy impact, I won't be able to advance to the second-grade great saint even if I cultivate for another 2 days. Jiang Qin stood up from the futon. He decided not to go into seclusion anymore. This kind of meaningless seclusion was just a waste of time. There were only 2 days left before the battle with Gu Lian. He couldn't afford to delay it any further. Jiang Qin pushed the door open and saw Gu Lufeng and Gu Luiying standing in front of his door. It seemed like they were about to knock on his door. "Lufeng, what's the matter?" Jiang Qin asked. Gu Lufeng had been in contact with him for a long time and he had a certain understanding of him. If there was nothing important, he wouldn't disturb his seclusion. "Little Qinzi, today is the opening day of the refining tower. Brother Luiying wants to ask if you want to go there for cultivation." Gu Lufeng said. "Isn't the refining tower opened every day? Yesterday they were still cultivating in the refining tower." Jiang Qin was puzzled. He still remembered what happened yesterday clearly. Gu Luyang and Gu Ling came from the refining tower and had a chaotic battle here. That was to say, the refining tower had opened yesterday, but today was the opening day of the refining tower. Wouldn't it be contradictory? "Guqin, you don't know this. This refining tower is different from the previous one. There are a total of 9 refining towers in St. Origin Palace. Each of the palaces has one that is used for cultivation. The purpose of the refining tower is to condense the heaven and earth yuan qi. If you cultivate in it, your cultivation speed will be faster. However, the refining tower that opens today is the most unique tower in St. Origin Palace. It opens for 1 day every month and the geniuses of the 8 major palaces can enter it. If you can't enter it, all the good cultivation places will be taken away." Gu Luiying explained. "I see. What's the difference between this refining tower and Gu Palace?" Jiang Qin asked. "The difference is huge. The refining towers of the various palaces can only gather the heaven and earth yuan qi in this space, making the heaven and earth yuan qi even denser. There are also some arrays that can help in cultivation. But today the refining towers can absorb a small amount of immortal qi. This is the immortal qi from the immortal world. If you are lucky enough to absorb some, it will bring you endless benefits." Gu Luhui hurriedly said. "Immortal energy." Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled all of a sudden. He was worrying about how to advance his cultivation grade in 2 days. Now it seemed like this refining tower was a good choice. If he could absorb the immortal qi, he might be able to stimulate his dragon transformation skill. At that time he would be able to condense 500 dragon marks and advance to second-grade great saint. As long as he advanced to the second-grade great saint, he would have no problem dealing with Gu Lian 2 days later. That's right. This refining tower was set up by the old ancestors of the 8 major families when St. Origin Palace was built. Can absorb a small amount of immortal qi from the immortal world. Although the amount is very little, it's very beneficial to us. However, it only opens once a month and many geniuses of the 8 major palaces will go there. The competition is very intense." Gu Luiying said. "The refining tower should have been opened by now, right?" Jiang Qin asked. "It has been opened for a while." Gu Luhui said. "All right, let's go there now." Jiang Qin said. He was very interested in this refining tower. He was eager to improve his strength. The immortal qi came from the immortal world. The quality of the heaven and earth yuan qi was many times higher than the heaven and earth yuan qi in St. Origin world. Jiang Qin cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which was a supreme divine skill. Therefore his ability to absorb the high-grade yuan qi in the immortal world was much stronger. Under the lead of Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui, the 4 of them flew rapidly towards the refining tower. It was the first time for Jiang Qin and Gu Lufeng to go to the refining tower. Jiang Chen's reaction was better than Gu Liufeng's. The refining tower of Saint Origin Palace was located at the center of Saint Origin Palace. A gray ancient tower was suspended high in the sky. This ancient tower seemed to have 9 floors. There was a golden light at the top of the tower that went straight into the sky. No one could see where it extended to, as if it was going to poke a hole in the sky. Thousands of miles around the ancient tower was empty, which added a sense of loneliness to the ancient tower. This was the refining tower, which only opened once a month. At this moment, a lot of people were moving towards the refining tower. All of them were young geniuses. Each of their faces was filled with arrogance. The geniuses of the 8 major palaces had arrived. For this day, Saint Origin Palace was a grand event. Guchen, this is the refining tower. It opens once a month. The tower is divided into 9 levels. The higher the level, the higher the chance of absorbing immortal qi. The lower the level, the lower the chance. Basically, only 5th grade great saints and above can enter the 7th level and above. With our current strength, we won't be able to go there. Guchen, this is the refining tower that opens once a month. Gu Luing introduced. I'm afraid that there will be constant friction and trouble when the geniuses of the 8 major palaces gather together, right? Jiang Chen smiled. That's for sure. The relationship between the 8 major palaces has always been very tense. This time of the month is also the most chaotic time. Many people will fight each other for territory. Sometimes there will even be deaths, but these are the battles between the geniuses. The higher-ups of Saint Origin Palace won't care about it. Even if someone dies, as long as it isn't too excessive, no one will care. This is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. Apart from allowing the geniuses to absorb immortal qi, the opening of the refining tower is also a form of training for the geniuses. Whether it is Pure Land or Saint Origin Palace, the contradictions between the 8 major palaces have long been deep-rooted. It's not uncommon for people to die because of the battles. Gu Luing said. He had been here for a long time, so he had a better understanding of the situation here. Although Saint Origin Palace was a powerful place, the competition here was also more intense. Compared to Pure Land, this place was much crueler. Under normal circumstances, which floor should we go to? Asked Jiang Chen. Given our cultivation grade, we can still go to the 4th and 5th floors, but I'm afraid that the 4th and 5th floors have already been occupied. Let's go to the 5th floor and try our luck first. Gu Luing said. Alright, let's go to the 5th floor and have a look. Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't care which floor he was going to because given his strength and means, he would still be able to absorb immortal qi even if he was cultivating in the lowest floor. Although he wanted to compete with the geniuses of the 6 major families, he didn't want to cause any trouble today. All he wanted now was to cultivate and absorb immortal qi to advance to 2nd grade great saint. Then he would fight Gu Lian 2 days later and solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. When Jiang Chen and the others were about to enter the gate of the 5th floor, they saw 3 figures walking out from the inside. Judging from the clothes they were wearing, they were the disciples of Gu Palace. At this moment, all 3 of them had bruised noses and swollen faces. Their qi was chaotic and they had suffered certain injuries. Each of them was covered in dust and dirt, looking extremely miserable. All 3 of them were 2nd grade great saints. The one standing in the middle had blood at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong with you 3? Asked Jiang Chen with a frown. These 3 weren't unfamiliar to him. Although he didn't know their names, he knew that they were the geniuses of Main Palace. They were among those who went to the outer palace to cause trouble yesterday. Upon hearing the voice, the 3 of them raised their heads. When they saw that it was Jiang Chen, a complicated look was revealed in their eyes. Gu Chen. The one in the middle said in a low voice. Gu Yong, who did this to you? Asked Gu Luing. Frankly speaking, they were delighted to see the 3 geniuses of Main Palace in such a miserable state. It's none of your business who did this to us. Another genius of Main Palace, Lung Lung, said. You're right. It naturally has nothing to do with us if you get beaten up. But if you get beaten up here, it's a disgrace to Gu Palace. Not daring to fight back after being beaten up, it's even more shameful. Your Gu Palace is truly disappointing. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disdain. Gu Chen, that's enough. I don't need your sarcastic remarks. Gu Yong said loudly. I've said it before. In my eyes, there is no distinction between Main Palace and Outer Palace. This is the refining tower. You not only represent yourselves but also the face of Gu Palace. Tell me who did this to you? Jiang Chen looked at the three of them and asked word by word. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, like an emperor questioning his courtiers. They didn't dare to not answer. It's the people of Desolate Palace. The cultivation place that we found was taken away by them and they even beat us. Gu Yong said. Bring me there. Jiang Chen said in an unquestionable tone. Gu Yong and the other two glanced at each other before nodding their heads. Once again they strode towards the 5th level. The chi of heaven and earth in the 5th level was much denser than the outside world. Just a casual breath was enough to make one feel refreshed. There were many small secret chambers here and each of them had a stone door. If the stone door was not closed, it meant that there was no one inside and people could enter to cultivate. If the stone door was closed, it meant that the inside was occupied. At this moment the secret chambers on the 5th floor were all closed, and there were many people outside looking for places to cultivate. Where is it? Jiang Chen asked. It's here. Gu Yong came to the front of a secret chamber. The stone door of the secret chamber was closed. It had been occupied by someone. We were the first to snatch this secret chamber, but it was occupied by Desolate Ichiro and the others. They even beat us up. That Desolate Ichiro is a 3rd-grade great saint. We are no match for him. Gu Yong said while gritting his teeth. His heart was filled with depression when he thought of the humiliation he had suffered. Kick the door. Jiang Chen said plainly. I will kick it. Chapter 955. Hong. The youth of Gu Palace kicked the stone door ferociously, causing the entire stone door to tremble violently. The 5th level of the ancient pagoda buzzed. The kick of a 2nd-grade great saint could crush a mountain, but it didn't even break a single stone door. However, this was normal. Jiang Chen could already see that the stone door had been set up with a seal by an expert. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to break it. The youth raised his leg and kicked again. Desolate Ichiro, get out here right now. The youth was incomparably arrogant. Although Desolate Ichiro was a 3rd-grade great saint, they didn't care about him at all. Gu Yong and the rest had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength with their own eyes. Even the peak 3rd-grade great saint Gu Lang couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen, let alone Desolate Ichiro. To Gu Yong and the others, since they were dealing with the people of Desolate Palace, it was only right for the people of Gu Palace to unite. Thinking of how Gu Chen was willing to stand up for them when they attacked the outer palace yesterday, they felt incomparably touched. The domineering aura radiating from Jiang Chen had convinced them. The commotion immediately attracted a lot of people. Most of the geniuses in the 5th floor were 3rd-grade great saints. Most of the 4th-grade great saints had gone to the 6th floor. That was why Gu Yong and the rest were so arrogant. They could basically conclude that no one in the 5th floor was a match for Jiang Chen. Bang bang bang. Gu Yong stepped forward and kicked the stone door 3 times. The stone door made a cracking sound. No matter how good-tempered those who were cultivating inside were, they wouldn't be able to control themselves when they encountered such a situation. The stone door was slowly opened. 3 angry men walked out. The leader was a tall and burly man with a fierce face. He was a 3rd-grade great saint. He was the genius of Desolate Palace, Desolate Ichiro. Standing beside him were 2 2nd-grade great saint geniuses of Desolate Palace. Their faces were also filled with anger. Anyone would be infuriated when they were interrupted during their cultivation. Desolate Ichiro and the rest laughed when they saw that the ones who kicked the door were the geniuses of Gu Palace whom they had beaten up and thrown out of the tower. Damn it! You 3 don't know what's good for you. How dare you kick my door and disturb my cultivation? Do you believe that I'll take your lives right now? In this refining tower, even if you die, it'll be in vain. Xiao Ichiro said fiercely to Gu Yong and the other 2. It's Desolate Ichiro. This guy isn't someone to be trifled with. Why would the people of Gu Palace provoke him? You still don't know this. This secret chamber was snatched by Gu Yong and the others. Xiao Ichiro caught up to them and not only did he throw them out, he also seized the secret chamber and gave them a good beating. However, are these 3 fellows sick in the head? They actually dared to come back and kick the door. Are they really not afraid of death? That's right. You should know that there have been deaths in this refining tower before. Desolate Ichiro is a third-grade great saint. They are no match for him. The surrounding people began to discuss. There were also a few people from Gu Palace who came over when they saw the conflict. Their initial thought was the same as the others, but when they saw Jiang Qin who was standing beside Gu Yong, they immediately felt relieved. Others might not know this man who had only been in Saint Origin Palace for a day, but they were all too familiar with him. Desolate Ichiro might be terrifying, but compared to this ruthless man, they were afraid that he was still far from being comparable to him. Desolate Ichiro, it's still uncertain who will die today. You all have seized our secret chamber. You better get out now, kneel down and kowtow to apologize and compensate us for our losses. Then we'll forget about this matter. There were experts beside Gu Yong, so his words were filled with confidence. He knew the capability of Jiang Qin, so he no longer put Desolate Ichiro in his eyes. Desolate Ichiro and the other two were stunned, suspecting that their ears were playing tricks on them. What kind of joke was this? These three idiots who were crying for their parents after being beaten by them were now clamoring in front of them. Guyong, have you become stupid after being beaten by me? It seems like you don't know how to write the word, death. Desolate Ichiro's face was ferocious. You are right. He really doesn't know how to write the word, death, because he won't die. A voice sounded beside Guyong. The one who spoke was none other than Jiang Qin. Desolate Ichiro and the other two turned their eyes to Jiang Qin. When they saw that Jiang Qin was only a first-grade great saint, they laughed again. Where did you come from? You are just a puny little first-grade great saint. You don't have the right to speak here. You better do as he said. Kowtow and apologize, then compensate us. Jiang Qin said with a smile. No one could tell whether he was angry or not. Fuck. How dare a first-grade great saint talk to Brother Ichiro like this? You are courting death. Kneel down before me first. A second-grade great saint beside Desolate Ichiro took a step forward and raised his hand, preparing to give Jiang Qin a slap. But it was a loud slap, but the one who was slapped wasn't Jiang Qin, but the genius of Desolate family. The youth was slapped to the ground by Jiang Qin and then stepped on his face. Upon seeing this scene, Gu Yong and the other two couldn't help but shiver. This method was too similar to yesterday. Being so close to Jiang Qin, they could feel the scariness of Jiang Qin. Even though they were so close to each other, they couldn't see how Jiang Qin did it. A second-grade great saint was slapped to the ground. This scene stunned a lot of people, including Desolate Ichiro. Who is this man? I have never seen him before. He is only a first-grade great saint. How can he be so powerful? Must be an accident. He should be a newcomer from Gu Palace. I didn't expect a newcomer to be so arrogant. I guess Desolate Ichiro is going to be furious. Anyway, the secret chamber is gone. It's not bad to watch the show. When the show is over, we will go to the 4th level to find a place to stay. The surrounding people were shocked. It was indeed surprising that a person they had never seen before could be so powerful. Bastard. The youth bellowed under Jiang Qin's foot, but he couldn't get rid of it. Move your stinky foot away. Desolate Ichiro was infuriated. I want to remind you that if you die here, you will die in vain. Even if someone dies here, no one will care about it. Is that so? If you say so, I am relieved. A cold light flashed in Jiang Qin's eyes. He exerted force on his foot. A blood-curdling scream was heard along with the sound of broken bones. The head of the youth was twisted and deformed. Blood gushed out crazily. He was stomped to death by Jiang Qin on the spot. After a few moments of struggling, he completely stopped moving. What? The scene made countless people exclaim. The way they looked at Jiang Qin had changed. None of them had thought that this newcomer of Gu Palace would kill someone without any warning. Jiang Qin didn't even have the slightest sign of killing someone. One should know that it was one thing to have a conflict and another to kill someone. Indeed, everyone would have a fight here. It was a very normal thing, but it was rare to see someone kill someone like this. Gu Yong and the others were also looking at Jiang Qin in shock. They didn't expect that Jiang Qin would have such a fiery temper and such a ruthless method. Even if they were from Gu Palace, they were still shuddering. Recalling the scene yesterday, they felt that they were lucky. If they weren't from Gu Palace, they would have been trampled to death on the spot after offending Jiang Qin. You really killed him? Desolate Ichiro widened his eyes, staring at Jiang Qin. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Not only was he shocked by Jiang Chen's courage, he was also shocked by Jiang Chen's cultivation grade. Whether he dared to kill someone was one thing, whether he had the ability to do so was another. A first-grade great saint had killed a second-grade great saint in just one move. This didn't mean that a second-grade great saint was too weak, but this youth was too strong. If you kowtow and apologize now, you won't have to die. Jiang Chen looked at desolate Ichiro and said plainly. Bastard. This bastard is too arrogant. The other second-grade great saint beside desolate Ichiro was so angry that he almost coughed out blood. One of their companions was killed in front of everyone. Not only did this disgrace them, it also disgraced Desolate Palace. Good. I didn't expect that there would be such an arrogant person in Gu Palace. You have the guts to kill a disciple of Desolate Palace. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Tell me, what is your name? Desolate Ichiro, don't kill nameless ghosts. Desolate Ichiro's chest heaved up and down. It seemed like his anger was about to burst out at any time, burning everything in this place. Jiang Chen revealed his name. Gu Lufeng shook his head and looked at Desolate Ichiro with a pitiful look. This Desolate Ichiro was destined to have a tragic ending. He knew Jiang Chen too well. This was a lawless man who wasn't afraid of anything. There was nothing that he wouldn't dare to do. Since he had already started to kill, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind killing one more. Desolate Ichiro fully unleashed his chi of a third-grade great saint. He locked all the chi of Jiang Chen and decided to torture this arrogant guy. He didn't want him to die too easily. He wanted him to know the cruel consequences of offending Desolate Palace. Humph. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He didn't want to waste any more time with Desolate Ichiro. Immediately he struck out the true dragon palm, grabbed Desolate Ichiro and threw him away. Bang! Xiao Ichiro didn't even have the chance to resist as he was thrown away by Jiang Chen like a sandbag. He was thrown far away and landed heavily on the ground far away. His whole body was in a daze from the fall and he was vomiting blood. Then Jiang Chen once again grabbed Desolate Ichiro and pulled him closer to him. Currently, Desolate Ichiro's eyes were filled with fear. The confrontation with Jiang Chen just now had made him understand that one shouldn't judge a person's strength just by looking at his cultivation grade. Some people in this world couldn't be judged by common sense. What are you doing? Chapter 956. Whatever you wanted to do just now, I will do it now. Anyway, if you die here, your death will be in vain. Jiang Chen's face was cold. A powerful force was released from his body, pressing towards Desolate Ichiro from all directions. No! Desolate Ichiro let out a roar. He could feel the chi of death. He didn't expect that his opponent would really dare to kill him. This was simply unbelievable. He regretted it very much. There were still some secret cultivation rooms here when he came here, but he chose to rob Gu Palace. Now it seemed like he had to pay a price for acting tough, but the price was too miserable. Bang! Desolate Ichiro's body fell to the ground. After moving a few times, there was no more breath. He was dead. The scene was silent. Many of them felt their breath quicken. Their eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen's indifferent face, as if killing a genius of Desolate Palace was just like killing an ordinary person. It wasn't a big deal. My God. Where did this Gu Chen come from? Isn't he a little too audacious? How could he kill someone just like that? I'm afraid Desolate Palace won't let this matter go. This Gu Chen should be a newcomer of Gu Palace. I'm not surprised by his courage but his strength. Desolate Ichiro is a mighty third-grade great saint. He killed him just like that. It's absolutely a fortune for Gu Palace to have such a genius. This is too powerful. A first-grade great saint killing a third-grade great saint. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. No one wasn't shocked. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. A genius had appeared in Gu Palace, and a ferocious one at that. It seemed that Saint Origin Palace was going to be lively in the future. Gu Yong and the others were also dumbfounded. Only Gu Liufeng's reaction was better. After all, this wasn't the first day that he met Jiang Chen. The people of Gu Palace looked at Jiang Chen with fear in their eyes, especially the geniuses of the main palace. When they recalled the scene yesterday and looked at the scene in front of them, they suddenly felt lucky. Lucky that they were from the same force as Jiang Chen. Otherwise, the situation yesterday wouldn't be as simple as a broken leg. But at this moment the people of Gu Palace felt incomparably relieved, especially Gu Yong and the other two. Previously they had been beaten up by Desolate Palace, but now Jiang Chen stood up for them and killed them. Instantly, all the depression in their hearts was released. At this time a lot of people who were cultivating in the secret chamber were alarmed. Many of them walked out of their secret chambers. Among them were the geniuses of Desolate Palace. When they saw two of their comrades lying in a pool of blood, they were instantly enraged. Chua. Jiang Chen's eyes shifted to the last second-grade great saint of Desolate Palace. Out of the three of them, two were already dead. It's your turn. You can choose to kneel down and apologize or die like them. Jiang Chen's words were still cold and emotionless. In many people's point of view, what Jiang Chen did was a bit too much. Two of the geniuses of Desolate Palace had been killed. No matter how deep the hatred was, it should have been settled by now, but Jiang Chen still wouldn't let it go. Naturally, they didn't know about the grudge between Jiang Chen and Desolate Palace. He would never be polite to the people of Desolate Palace, but to his enemies, Jiang Chen never knew what mercy was. Gujin, don't go too far. A loud shout was heard from not far away. More than 20 people of Desolate Palace gathered together. Among them there were a few third-grade great saints like Desolate Ichiro. A group of people walked towards them in an imposing manner. The one who spoke was a young man with a cultivation of third-grade great saint. He seemed to be at the same level as Gulang and slightly stronger than Desolate Ichiro. Go too far. I don't think that it was your Desolate Palace who started this first. They refused to apologize, so they can only repay with their lives. Jiang Chen shrugged and said casually. Then a sharp light appeared in his hand. Before the second-grade great saint could react, half of his head was severed. The second-grade great saint died on the spot without even having the chance to scream. At this point, the three people who robbed Gu Yong's secret chamber and beat up Gu Yong and the other two were all dead. Jiang Chen's attack was ruthless and merciless. Bastard! The people of Desolate Palace cursed. Each of them was furious, but after witnessing Jiang Chen's ability, no one dared to rush forward. Guchen, we, Desolate Palace, will remember what happened today. The leading young man said ferociously. If you don't want to die, you'd better disappear from my sight immediately. I don't want to see anyone from Desolate Palace in the 5th level of the refining tower today. All of you get lost. You are not allowed to cultivate here. Jiang Chen didn't even look at the people of Desolate Palace and said in an indisputable tone. Upon hearing this, many of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was what it meant to be domineering. He was too arrogant. The refining tower was a public place for cultivation. Although there were constant battles, no one wanted to occupy it. Today Guchen was going to deprive the disciples of the right to cultivate here. This was the first time they encountered such a situation. The disciples of Gu Palace had been completely subdued by Jiang Chen's dominance. Although the strength of Gu Palace wasn't considered weak among the 8 major palaces, they had never felt so proud in the refining tower before. Jiang Chen's domineering aura made them feel that it was an incomparable honor to be a member of Gu Palace. Gu Palace had always been this powerful. Whoever was allowed to cultivate here would be allowed to do so. If they didn't allow anyone to cultivate, they would have to fucking get the hell out of here. That was how arrogant they were. What did you say? The leader of Desolate Palace glared at Gu Chen. His name was Desolate Yiming. He couldn't believe his ears. This arrogant bastard actually wanted to drive all of them out of the refining tower and deprive them of the right to cultivate here. How could the people of Desolate Palace accept this? Is there something wrong with your brain or your ears? He said that all of you should get lost. Just get lost. At this time a loud voice was heard from behind. Everyone followed the direction of the voice and saw a big yellow dog swaggering towards them. Beside him was a handsome young man. The two of them were emitting a strong demonic qi. Obviously they were from the demon palace. Let's go. Sco. Jiang Chen smiled in his heart when he saw Da Huang dog. The current Da Huang dog was already a 2nd-grade great saint. It seemed like he was doing very well in Demon Palace. Da Huang dog had come to Saint Origin Palace 3 days earlier than him. Given his bloodline and totem divine seal, he had already gained a certain status in Demon Palace. This could be seen from the way the geniuses of Demon Palace looked at him. A guy who possessed the bloodline and totem divine seal of a divine beast would surely attract attention, unless the brains of the higher-ups of Demon Palace were damaged. Whether De Huang Dog was doing well or not could be seen from the fact that he had advanced to the 2nd grade Great Saint in just 3 days. Hee, little Chinzi, Master Dog has come to stir things up. De Huang Dog chuckled and his voice was transmitted to Jiang Chen's ears. Well done, De Huang. Jiang Chen praised De Huang Dog. It was the best time for De Huang Dog to appear. Today, De Huang Dog represented Demon Palace and Jiang Chen represented Gu Palace. Both of them had joined forces to deal with Desolate Palace, implicating Demon Palace and Gu Palace together. This first step could be said to be perfect. Where did this dog come from? How dare you mock our Desolate Palace? Don't you want to live anymore? Desolate Yiming was infuriated. Today was too depressing. 3 of Desolate Palace's geniuses were killed and they were about to be expelled from the refining tower. Then a motherfucking dog came out and ridiculed them for no reason. Who do you think you are? How dare you yell at Master Dog? I think you are courting death. Master Dog is just here to watch the show. Am I not allowed to speak? Since when did your Desolate Palace become so arrogant? De Huang Dog wasn't a kind person. He was afraid that Desolate Yiming wouldn't answer him. As long as Desolate Yiming answered him, things would be much easier. It seems like you are really tired of living. Xiao Yiming had a belly full of anger that he had nowhere to vent. Since he couldn't defeat Jiangchen, he decided to vent it on this dog. Who asked this dog to appear at such a bad time, and it was asking for a beating. Hong. Desolate Yiming struck a palm at De Huang Dog. The swift and fierce palm wind was like a spiraling weapon, rushing at De Huang Dog. Courting death. De Huang Dog's eyes glinted with ferocity. His head glowed with golden light as he collided with Desolate Yiming's palm wind. Hong Long. When the 2 attacks collided, the 5th level of the refining tower shook. The attack of a dignified 3rd grade Great Saint was supposed to be able to destroy a mountain, but now, all the attacks were shattered by Big Yellow's head attack. Big Yellow's attack was shattered into pieces. Great Saint. Swoosh. Before Desolate Yiming had the time to be shocked, he felt a ray of light rushing towards him. In a blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. Desolate Yiming knew that this wasn't good. He hastily used his Yuan force to defend himself, but it was too late. Bang! De Huang Dog's head collided with Desolate Yiming's chest like a diamond drill. Desolate Yiming let out a miserable cry and was sent flying away. A large part of his chest was dented and blood kept spurting out from his mouth. Damn it! Where did this dog come from? Why is he so strong? Motherfucker! Don't tell me he's a newcomer in Demon Palace? Why are there so many abnormal beings? That dog's head is too hard. Desolate Yiming, a 3rd grade Great Saint, didn't even have the strength to fight back. Desolate Palace is really unlucky today. First they encountered Guchen, then a dog came out from Demon Palace. I thought I could vent my anger by bullying them, but I didn't expect to be seriously injured by the dog's head. The people of Desolate Palace were indeed depressed and aggrieved. They had never suffered such vexation in the refining tower. They were supposed to be fighting with Gu Palace, but now a dog came out of nowhere. What was more intolerable was that they couldn't even defeat a dog. Now that they were seriously injured, they were afraid that they would die if they went forward again. Judging from the dog's attitude, it wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Chapter 957. However, while the people of Desolate family felt aggrieved, they were also deeply shocked, especially Desolate Yiming. He couldn't help but re-evaluate De Huang Dog. Although he was very powerful, he was still injured by De Huang Dog's attack. This indicated that there was a certain gap between their combat strength. Moreover, De Huang Dog was only a 2nd grade Great Saint. It seemed that not only Gu Palace but also Demon Palace had a true genius. It wouldn't take long for such an existence to become a dazzling existence in Saint Origin Palace. I will count to 3. If you all don't leave, I will start a massacre. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across the people of Desolate Palace Lung Lung. His ruthless eyes made them shiver involuntarily. No one doubted the authenticity of Jiang Chen's words. The 3 corpses on the ground were the best proof. For a ferocious figure like Zhou Xian, one should never judge him by whether he dared or not. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. Brother Yiming, what should we do now? Someone of Desolate Palace asked unwillingly. Let's go. Today's matter isn't over yet. Desolate Yiming raised his hand to wipe off the blood stain at the corner of his mouth. After that, he kept the corpses of Desolate Ichiro and the other 2 into his spatial ring and left with all the people of Desolate Palace. Ever since the refining tower was built, Desolate Palace had never suffered such humiliation. It was imaginable that Desolate Palace would never let this matter rest. Everything that happened today had spread the name of Zhou Xian among the geniuses. This dear friend is so overbearing. Master Dog likes it very much. I wonder, how do I address you? Are you willing to be friends with Master Dog? De Huang Dog said pretentiously. Kong Yang tried his best to hold back his laughter when he saw De Huang Dog's expression. Of course. I can see that Brother Dog is also a man of passion. Today the secret chamber of Desolate Palace will be shared by Gu Palace and Demon Palace. Jiang Chen was also putting on an act. That's great. Everyone listen up. The people of Gu Palace and Demon Palace will live in peace in these empty secret chambers. People of other palaces, go to the 4th floor and find a place. De Huang Dog's words directly tied Demon Palace and Gu Palace together. The secret chamber that was vacated by Desolate Palace was occupied by both Gu Palace and Demon Palace, excluding the other palaces. To them, except for the people of Gu Palace and Demon Palace, everyone else was their enemy. Naturally, there was no need for them to be polite. The geniuses of the 5 major palaces were muttering to themselves. They were obviously very dissatisfied with the result. However, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's performance was too strong, so they didn't dare to say anything. The geniuses of Gu Palace and Demon Palace, on the other hand, were very excited. Many of them didn't have a secret chamber to cultivate in when they came here. Now that they had been vacated, they were naturally happy. Especially the geniuses of Gu Palace. Their faces were filled with arrogance and pride. Today Gu Palace could be said to be proud and elated. Jiang Chen had given them a lot of face. Gu Chen, thank you so much for today's matter. I didn't expect you to be so forgiving. Gu Yong came to the front of Jiang Chen and cupped his fists at Jiang Chen. Gu Yong, you have to remember that what happened yesterday was between Inner Palace and Outer Palace. It's not a personal grudge between you and me. I don't want to see Gu Palace being divided into Outer Palace and Inner Palace. I want to see a united Gu Palace. That's why I took action. In my eyes, all of you are on the same side. How can I just stand by and watch when one of us is wronged? We are a family in the outside world. How can we let outsiders bully us? I won't allow the people of Desolate Palace to bully you, just like how I won't allow you to bully the people of Outer Palace. Jiang Chen patted Gu Yong's shoulder and said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yong and the other geniuses of Inner Palace lowered their heads, feeling somewhat ashamed. Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui exchanged a glance and couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. This man was courageous and astute. Jiang Chen's achievements would be limitless in the future. Even before the battle between him and Gu Lian had begun, the geniuses of Inner Palace had already completely changed their opinion of him and Outer Palace. That was a change in their hearts. They could feel that Gu Yong and the other geniuses of Inner Palace were no longer the same as before. The internal conflict of Gu Palace had begun to gradually improve. The effect of Jiang Chen standing up for Gu Yong and the other geniuses was much better than defeating Gu Lian 2 days later. Guillaume, I have some pills here. Take them to the injured brothers yesterday. Their injuries will recover very quickly. Jiang Chen took out another spatial ring and handed it to Gu Yong. This was called the conciliatory policy. When there was no way to solve the conflict, beat the other party ruthlessly and then give him some benefits. It wasn't easy to change a person's mentality. This was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted to do. It was imaginable that when today's matter was spread to Gu Palace, those geniuses of Inner Palace and even the higher-ups of Gu Palace would praise Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen had brought honor to Gu Palace and suppressed the arrogance of Desolate Palace. With the addition of these pills, all the enmity would be resolved. 2 days later he would defeat Gu Lian in the martial arts arena in front of all the geniuses of Gu Palace. By doing so, Jiang Chen's goal would be achieved. Even if he couldn't solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace immediately, Gu Palace would become stronger and stronger until it became a solid block. Thank you, Brother Qin. Gu Yong received the spatial ring and said gratefully. It's Gu Palace's honor to have a genius like Brother Qin in our ranks. That's right. Given Brother Chen's strength and talent, his name will shake Saint Origin Palace sooner or later. Brother Chen, we apologize for being disrespectful to you yesterday. Many disciples of Inner Palace said solemnly. Given their arrogance, they wouldn't apologize if they didn't sincerely admire someone. Gu Chen is amazing. He has defeated all the geniuses of Inner Palace in just one day. It seems like the internal conflict of Gu Palace will be solved soon. Our outer palace won't have to live with grievances anymore. Gu Luiying sighed. It was hard for them not to admire Jiang Chen's carrot and stick tactics. Alright, everyone, go back to your cultivation. Also, friends of Demon Palace, don't waste any more time. Jiang Chen said to the crowd. Subsequently, under the envious eyes of the geniuses of the 5 major palaces, the geniuses of Gu Palace and Demon Palace entered the secret chambers to cultivate peacefully. Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Kong Yang pretended to chat for a while before entering a secret chamber at the same time. Dong. When the stone door of the secret chamber was closed, De Huang Dog burst into laughter. Brother Jiang De Huang, you two are really good at acting. Kong Yang couldn't help laughing. Brother Kong, don't call me by my real name in the future. My name is Gu Chen now. You can call me Little Chenzi like De Huang does. Jiang Chen reminded Kong Yang. I've been too careless. Kong Yang sighed. He was too excited just now and had forgotten about the most important point. Only now did he realize that Jiang Chen had come in with a hidden identity. I heard that there's a lot of internal conflict in Gu Palace, but you've done a good job. De Huang Dog said. He and Kong Yang had been here for 3 days, so they had a good understanding of the situation here. That's right. What I need to do now is to eliminate the internal conflict in Gu Palace and make Gu Palace united. Today the people of Desolate Palace have given me a good opportunity and I've already seen the results. De Huang's appearance just now was just right. The relationship between Gu Palace and Demon Palace has always been good. Now that the 2 major powers have joined forces, it's a very good situation. This will pave the way for the future cooperation between the 2 major powers. Jiang Chen gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. He didn't expect De Huang Dog's sudden appearance, but he and De Huang Dog's tacit understanding was almost flawless. A small matter between their disciples had played a big role, paving the way for the future cooperation between the 2 major powers. But since you've killed the people of Desolate Palace today, they won't let you go. Kong Yang said. It doesn't matter. Desolate Palace and I are mortal enemies. Plus, Gu Palace won't sit idly by if Desolate Palace wants to deal with me. The stronger I perform, the more Gu Palace will care about me. We aren't clear about the current situation in Saint Origin Palace, but the higher-ups of the major palaces surely know. Gu Palace should be able to see my importance. Jiang Chen said with incomparable confidence. Who cares? It's not a big deal to kill the people of Desolate Palace. Anyway, it's not the first time. This place is not bad for cultivation. I heard that the refining tower will only open for a day. Let's not waste any more time and cultivate. De Huang Dog said and walked towards a futon at the side. There were a total of 3 futons in this secret chamber, just enough for 3 people to cultivate. Jiang Chen and Kong Yang went to the other 2 futons respectively and sat down cross-legged. This was their first time coming to Saint Origin Palace and also their first time cultivating in the refining tower. Therefore they were a little excited. If they could absorb some immortal qi, it would absolutely bring them endless benefits. Jiang Chen circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique and found that there was a kind of indistinct connection between the refining tower and the passageway of the immortal world, like a formation. As for whether he could absorb the immortal qi of the immortal world through this connection, it would depend on his own ability. The refining tower had a total of 9 floors. The higher the floor, the closer the connection, the easier it was to sense it and the more immortal qi one could absorb. On the contrary, the lower the floor, the weaker the invisible connection and the harder it was to sense it. Even if one could sense it, the probability and amount of immortal qi that could be absorbed would be limited. The 5th floor that Jiang Chen and the others were in was neither up nor down. It would be difficult for them to sense the immortal qi. This mainly depended on their luck. Chapter 958. In Jiang Chen's senses, the top of the refining tower was connected to a miniature spatial zone. This miniature spatial zone should have been specially created by the experts of St. Origin Palace. It wasn't very big, only 1,000 miles in circumference. It was this miniature spatial zone that could absorb a small amount of immortal qi from the immortal world and let it float in this miniature spatial zone. In other words, all the geniuses who cultivated in the refining tower were absorbing immortal qi from this miniature spatial zone. Under normal circumstances, the speed at which the geniuses could absorb immortal qi from the immortal world was relatively fast, but the speed at which the miniature spatial zone absorbed immortal qi from the immortal world was very slow. This was also the reason why the refining tower only opened once a month. On the day when the refining tower opened, the immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone would be almost completely absorbed by the geniuses. In the following month, the miniature spatial zone would continue to absorb immortal qi from the immortal world. After a month, the refining tower and the miniature spatial zone would reach a balance. The miniature spatial zone only had a circumference of 1,000 miles. The amount of immortal qi in it was too little for so many geniuses. Even for those geniuses who were at the top of the 9th level of the refining tower, it was basically impossible for them to absorb a large amount of immortal qi. They might not even be able to absorb a little bit of immortal qi. Immortal energy was of high quality. The immortal plane was high up, and for people in the lower realms to want to absorb high-quality immortal energy was a manifestation of luck. The amount of immortal energy one could absorb was also related to the luck of a cultivator. Unknowingly, Jiang Chen's divine sense had penetrated into this miniature spatial zone. He could sense strands of divine sense drifting in the miniature spatial zone. The immortal qi seemed to have its own spirituality, wandering back and forth, its trace untraceable. Those vortexes were all immortal qi. They filled every corner of the miniature spatial zone. Jiang Chen could sense them clearly. He even had a feeling that he could directly capture those immortal qi for himself to absorb as long as he wanted. If other people knew about Jiang Chen's current situation, they would be shocked to the extreme. One should know that even those geniuses at the top of the 9th floor of the refining tower could only sense the existence of a microspace at most. They couldn't sense the existence of the immortal qi at all. They could only rely on their divine sense to scan and capture the immortal qi bit by bit and rely on their luck to absorb a small amount of immortal qi. To be able to accurately see where the immortal qi was like what Jiang Chen did was simply shocking and unprecedented. However, to Jiang Chen the most inconceivable thing in the eyes of others was so easy. The dragon transformation skill is truly a supreme divine art. It might even surpass the existence of the immortal world. Obtaining this art is equivalent to obtaining great luck. I can do what others can't. Now I'm going to circulate the dragon transformation skill to form an absorption whirlpool to absorb a large amount of immortal qi here. Breaking through to the 2nd grade great saint will be very easy. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. He had a unique advantage that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Inside the miniature space, a storm was suddenly set off. With an invisible divine sense as the center, a whirlpool with a radius of 1 meter formed. After the whirlpool appeared, it immediately stirred up the entire miniature space, causing it to be restless. Then an even more shocking scene happened. As the whirlpool spun faster and faster, the immortal qi in the microspace was automatically drawn into the whirlpool as if it was being summoned. The immortal qi flowed down along the whirlpool and instilled into Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's body quivered. Suddenly he felt extremely comfortable. The dragon transformation skill was circulating at a high speed. His bones were making cracking sounds. The immortal qi rushed into his limbs and bones, making him sublimate from the inside out. New dragon marks began to form in his qi. What's going on? Why is the microspace agitated? I can feel that the immortal qi is draining rapidly. Who did this? What happened? There is a storm in the microspace. This microspace is the carrier of the immortal qi. It has always been peaceful. Why would such a situation happen all of a sudden? For a moment all the geniuses in the refining tower were shocked. especially those geniuses in the 7th, 8th and 9th floors. They were cultivating diligently. It was not the first time for many of them to cultivate in the tower. The microspace had never experienced any changes before. This was the first time. Many of them were agitated and felt a deep sense of uneasiness. De Huang Kongyang Lufeng, quickly send your divine sense into the whirlpool. Hurry up. Jiang Chen's divine sense was transmitted to the ears of De Huang Dog, Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng, who was cultivating in the secret chamber next door. The two men and the dog were stunned at first, but they immediately understood. They scanned the area with their divine sense and immediately found the whirlpool that was spinning at a high speed. Obviously, this whirlpool was created by Jiang Chen. They could feel countless immortal qi flowing into the whirlpool. De Huang Dog and the others were pleasantly surprised. Without any hesitation, they quickly sent their divine sense into the whirlpool. Immediately, they felt the immortal qi flowing into their bodies like flowing water. Wow, this is so cool. Little Chenzi, you can actually make all the immortal qi fly into the whirlpool automatically. This is too abnormal. How did you do it? De Huang Dog was so excited that he almost jumped up. Little Chenzi is really an extraordinary person. This is like seizing by force. The immortal qi here is very dense. I can advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint if I absorb all this immortal qi into my body. The immortal qi is too dense. It won't be a problem for me to advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint. Sure enough, following Little Chenzi will increase my luck and bring me endless benefits. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng couldn't hide their surprise. They admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. It was really shocking that he could do such a thing, but they didn't have the time to think about it. They didn't care how Jiang Chen did it. Given the current situation, the most important thing was to absorb the immortal qi. Only they knew how important the immortal qi was to them. In the miniature spatial zone, the whirlpool created by Jiang Chen was getting more and more powerful. The speed of absorbing the immortal qi was getting faster and faster. 3 men and a dog were seizing the immortal qi by force. The huge change in the miniature spatial zone had finally attracted the attention of other geniuses. Many geniuses in the 9th level of the refining tower had discovered the whirlpool that was crazily absorbing the immortal qi. So it's because of this whirlpool. Someone is trying to seize all the immortal qi. Damn it. We must not let anyone seize all the immortal qi. The refining tower only opens once a month, but the emergence of this whirlpool is also a good thing for us. We can use our divine sense to enter the whirlpool and absorb the immortal qi directly. It will save us a lot of trouble. Let's not think too much about it. There isn't much immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone. At this rate, all the immortal qi will be absorbed in a few minutes. I can use my divine sense to enter the whirlpool and absorb the immortal qi, which will save me a lot of trouble. Many of them had discovered the whirlpool created by Jiang Chen. Now wasn't the time to investigate the origin of the whirlpool. The most important thing now was to absorb the immortal qi. In their opinion, the whirlpool could gather the immortal qi, which would save them a lot of trouble. They could just put their divine sense into the whirlpool and absorb the immortal qi. Unfortunately, no matter how good their idea was, they couldn't even get close to the edge of the whirlpool. One after another, their divine sense rushed towards the whirlpool. However, when they touched the edge of the whirlpool, they were all bounced back. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't put their divine sense into the whirlpool. What's going on? Why can't I go in? It's intentional. Someone is doing this on purpose. Investigate, we must find out who is trying to monopolize all the immortal qi. Damn it. Damn it. This is too much. This is robbery. Don't put anyone in their eyes. Who is so audacious? Aren't they afraid of being punished by the law enforcement palace? There are a total of 4 divine senses in the whirlpool. In other words, there are 4 people trying to snatch the immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone. They want to take all the immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone. This is too abominable. We must find out who did this and drag out those 4 damned people. Many people were enraged. This situation was too shocking. The refining tower had existed for 100 years and such a daring thing had never happened before. The person who created the whirlpool to absorb the immortal qi didn't put anyone in his eyes at all. Kaka. Those bastards are probably going to die from anger. Even their divine senses can't enter. De Huang Dog laughed in a carefree manner. It's indeed delightful. But isn't it too much for us to do this? I'm afraid those geniuses won't let this go easily. Gu Lufeng said worriedly. Lufeng, don't be overcautious. Just focus on improving your cultivation. There will be people who will bear the consequences for us. Jiang Chen said. The path of cultivation had always been about taking things by force. There were only so many cultivation resources, and it all depended on who had the courage and luck. If one had to be cautious in everything he did, then there would be no point in cultivating. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. In the miniature spatial zone, those geniuses were still unwilling to let go of this opportunity. Some mighty 6th grade great saints were still attacking the whirlpool with their divine sense, trying to tear an opening and penetrate it, but to no avail. Jiang Chen's whirlpool was condensed by the dragon transformation skill and the great soul derivation technique. Even a mighty 6th grade great saint wouldn't be able to break it. After all, divine sense and soul power weren't proportional to one's cultivation. Hong. Chapter 959. Amazing. Little Chinzi has advanced to 2nd grade great saint, but his qi hasn't diminished at all. Seems like he has obtained great benefits from the immortal qi. His cultivation grade will continue to rise. Even if he can't reach the 3rd grade great saint, he can still reach the peak of 2nd grade great saint. But I'm not weak either, I'm going to advance to 2nd grade great saint very soon. Kong Yang looked at the majestic qi of Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock, but like Gu Lufeng, he had also obtained great benefits. To them, this was the first time they had obtained the help of immortal qi, and they had absorbed so much of it at once. Naturally, the benefits were boundless. They had been baptized from the inside out. Haha. Master Dog is going to advance to 3rd grade great saint. De Huang Dog jumped excitedly. He had just advanced to 2nd grade great saint not long ago. It wouldn't be a matter of a day or two if he wanted to advance to 3rd grade great saint. Now that he had obtained so much immortal qi, his cultivation grade would advance to 3rd grade great saint. Just thinking about it made him feel extremely satisfied. In the secret chamber next door, although Gu Lufeng didn't speak, he was also feeling very happy. He was working hard to advance to 2nd grade great saint. Jiang Chen had absorbed the most immortal qi. His body could accommodate hundreds of rivers. The benefits of absorbing immortal qi for the first time were unimaginable. Through the baptism of immortal qi, not only did Jiang Chen successfully condense 500 dragon marks, advancing to 2nd grade great saint, the number of dragon marks was still rising. According to Jiang Chen's attack, he could condense at least another 1,000 dragon marks, making the total number of dragon marks in his body reach 83,000. His cultivation grade had completely stabilized at 2nd grade great saint. In the miniature spatial zone, the geniuses kept attacking the whirlpool, but they still couldn't penetrate it. They could only watch as all the immortal qi was absorbed by the whirlpool. In just a few minutes, there wasn't even a strand of hair left in the entire miniature spatial zone, let alone the immortal qi. Damn it! Who did this? How could he absorb all the immortal qi here? Even after a month, it won't be able to return to its previous state. Just now, the divine sense was connected to the 5th level. Let's go and have a look. Who is so bold to do such a thing? It's the 5th level. 3 of the divine senses came from the same secret chamber. I have already sensed the location of the secret chamber. Let's go. I would like to see who is so bold. For a moment, the entire refining tower was stirred. All the geniuses were infuriated. The lowest cultivation grade of the 7th, 8th and 9th floor was 4th grade great saint. There were also plenty of 5th grade and 6th grade great saints. Those who could reach this level were the top geniuses of their respective palaces. It wasn't the first or second time that they had come to the refining tower to cultivate, but they had never encountered such a thing. Today someone had actually absorbed all the immortal qi, which was an eye-opener for them. It didn't take long for all the experts to arrive at the 5th floor. Even the geniuses from the other secret chambers on the 5th floor had come out. What happened today really made everyone furious. Everyone wanted to see what kind of person could do such a crazy thing. Stopping others from cultivating was equivalent to cutting off one's path to wealth. This was very shameful. Here, this is the secret room. There's no mistake, I can sense it very clearly. Kick the door open and get the people inside out. This is outrageous. If such people continue to exist, we won't be able to cultivate in the future. All the experts were infuriated. Some of the more hot-tempered ones went to kick the stone door, but the stone door had been tempered by experts. Even a 6th grade great saint wouldn't be able to kick it open. Moreover, since the refining tower was built, no one had ever dared to destroy anything here. That was a serious crime, and they would be brought to the law enforcement palace for questioning. Law enforcement palace didn't belong to any of the 8 palaces. It was an independent palace. If the law enforcement palace was included, there should be 9 palaces in Saint Origin Palace. The members of Law Enforcement Palace were also made up of people from the 8 palaces. In order to maintain the stability of Saint Origin Palace and avoid chaos, some matters would be dealt with by Law Enforcement Palace. In other words, Law Enforcement Palace had a pivotal position in Saint Origin Palace. Get the people inside out. Someone shouted as he kicked the stone door. However, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog simply ignored this kind of behavior. They were now at the most critical moment. Unless the people outside broke the stone door and rushed in, they wouldn't care about it at all. Dong dong dong. The stone door was kicked so hard that the entire 5th floor of the refining tower started to shake. More and more people gathered outside, and their anger was getting bigger and bigger. However, the people inside the secret chamber were like tortoises hiding in their shells, completely ignoring their anger. Motherfucker. Who the hell is inside? A 6th grade great saint genius of Desolate Palace couldn't help but curse. I know. It's Guqin and De Huang Dog inside. Someone said. Who is Guqin? And what is De Huang Dog? A genius of Desolate Palace asked. He is the new genius of Gu Palace and Demon Palace. He had a conflict with Desolate Palace before. 3 of your geniuses were killed by Guqin on the spot. All the geniuses of Desolate Palace were driven out by Guqin and De Huang Dog. There is no one in the 5th level of Desolate Palace. All the secret chambers of Desolate Palace have been divided by the geniuses of Gu Palace and Demon Palace. One of them said. He was here when he saw the commotion, so he knew who was inside the secret chamber. What? A few supreme geniuses of Desolate Palace exclaimed. They glanced around and found no one from Desolate Palace in the 5th floor. It seemed like what the other party said was true. A new disciple of Gu Palace had killed 3 of their disciples. This was too much for them to bear. Killing the geniuses of Desolate Palace is an act of courting death. Today we must shred this Guqin into 1,000 pieces. The genius of Desolate Palace said ferociously. Haha. Your geniuses have been killed. Can only mean that you are not strong enough. This kind of thing has never happened before. It seems like a new genius of Gu Palace has arrived. A supreme genius of Gu Palace burst into laughter. His name was Gu Shuangtan. 6th grade great saints like him were considered as supreme geniuses. They wouldn't show themselves during normal days as they would only focus on their cultivation. They wouldn't care about the new disciple of Gu Palace. The fact that the immortal chi in the mini-spatial zone was forcibly taken away had infuriated Gu Shuangtan and the other supreme geniuses of Gu Palace. When they heard that the person inside the spatial zone was a disciple of Gu Palace, their anger vanished immediately. In the refining tower, the most important thing for the geniuses was unity. They would never help outsiders to bully their own people. Gu Shuangtan, it's easy for you to say that. Your geniuses have killed our geniuses for no reason. We won't let this matter go. Also, this man has absorbed all the immortal chi. That means he is going against all of us. The genius of Desolate Palace, Desolate Chongfeng, was infuriated. Initially he was angry because the immortal chi had been absorbed, but now it was completely different. As an outstanding genius of Desolate Palace, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent when his own people were killed. It wasn't for no reason. At this time Gu Yong stood up. He came to Gu Shuangtan, clasped his fists and said, "Big brother Shuangtan, this is what happened." After listening to Gu Yong's explanation, the eyes of the supreme geniuses of Gu Palace sparkled, especially when they heard that Guqin was only a 1st grade great saint, but he had killed a 3rd grade great saint of Desolate Palace. What kind of monstrous genius was that? Even they couldn't do it. Furthermore, Jiang Qin had stood up for Gu Palace. This had given Gu Shuangtan a very good impression of Jiang Qin. How could he allow himself to be manipulated by others when his own people were bullied? Gu Yong and the others were still injured. Plus, many of them were present when Desolate Ichiro beat them up. So no one doubted Gu Yong's words. I heard it, Desolate Chongfeng. It was your Desolate Palace who started the trouble first. That's why Gu Qin fought back. Plus, Gu Qin is just a first-grade great saint. Killing your third-grade great saint only shows that your Desolate Palace is incompetent. Gu Qin was just defending himself. Even if you bring him to the law enforcement palace, you won't be able to do anything about it. Gu Shuangtan said with a smile. There's no need to bring this matter to the law enforcement palace. I will kill that Gu Qin here today. Desolate Chongfeng was incomparably domineering. Then you can try. Gu Shuangtan said tit for tat. He, Desolate Chongfeng, wanted to avenge his own people. Gu Shuangtan wouldn't just stand by and watch his people being bullied. If that was the case, he would be despised and looked down upon by the people of Gu Palace. Desolate Palace has no right to do such a thing. His death will be in vain. You can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. At this time another voice sounded. It was a genius of Demon Palace. The geniuses of Demon Palace had also figured out the ins and outs of the conversation. They already knew about De Huang Dog. He was a genius who possessed the bloodline of a divine beast and had the divine totem seal. Now it seemed that there were two geniuses of Demon Palace in this secret chamber. That was to say, the people of Demon Palace had also obtained a lot of immortal qi. In that case, there was nothing for them to be angry about. Honglong. At this time, two extremely powerful qi rushed out of the secret chamber. De Huang Dog and Kong Yang had advanced to the next realm. After their advancement, a strong wave was also sent out from the next chamber. It was Gu Lufeng who had advanced to the next realm. Damn it. The person inside has obtained a huge amount of immortal qi. He has advanced to the next realm. Damn it. The immortal qi was supposed to belong to us. Drag out the bastard inside. Gu Shuangtan, Ing Yun Kong. The people of Gu Palace and Demon Palace have destroyed the common interest of everyone. Both of you better not intervene. Today we must teach the bastard a lesson. That's right. This kind of thing has never happened before. Kill the person inside. Chapter 960. The crowd was agitated. It was obvious that Jiang Qin had taken all the immortal qi by force, which caused a lot of dissatisfaction. Creak, two stone doors opened at the same time. Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog, Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng walked out at the same time. Why are there so many people here? What's happening? Jiang Qin asked with a surprised face. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. This guy was really good at acting. How could he not know why so many people were gathered here? How could he not know when the door was almost smashed? You are Gu Qin? Many eyes fell on Jiang Qin. Desolate Chongfeng asked Leng Leng. The experts of Gu Palace also looked at Jiang Qin, confirming that they had never seen this person before. Sure enough, he was a newcomer. But this wasn't important. What was important was that this guy was a disciple of Gu Palace. They couldn't just stand by and watch. It was important for them to stay united. That's right. Jiang Qin nodded. I'm Desolate Chongfeng of Desolate Palace. You have killed a disciple of Desolate Palace. That's a dead end for you. If you kneel down now, I may give you a quick and painless death. Desolate Chongfeng said while gritting his teeth. It seems like all of you from Desolate Palace are the same. You always like to ask others to kneel down, but in the end you kneel down yourself. I killed them because they were the ones who started the fight first. It was because they were weak. If they want to kill me, should I just stand here and let them kill me? What a joke. Jiang Qin said indifferently, totally not putting Desolate Chongfeng in his eyes. Looking at his calm and composed look, the peerless geniuses of Gu Palace couldn't help but give Jiang Qin a thumbs up secretly. His courage alone was admirable. One should know that although Jiang Qin had just advanced to second-grade great saint, Desolate Chongfeng was a mighty sixth-grade great saint. The gap between them was unimaginable. Sure enough, you are arrogant. It seems like I don't need to be polite to people like you. In that case, I will kill you directly. Xiao Chongfeng's killing intent surged and he was about to make a move. Xiao Chongfeng, do you think that I, Gu Shuangtan, do not exist? If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Gu Shuangtan stood in front of Jiang Chen, standing opposite Xiao Chongfeng. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He had expected the experts of Gu Palace to take action, and they did not disappoint him. At the very least, Gu Palace appeared to be very united, and their unity today would be of great help in resolving the internal conflicts of Gu Palace. We'll talk about the conflict between the two of you later. Gu Chen, let me ask you, how did you manage to gather all the immortal qi? A genius of Hua Palace asked. This was a question that many people wanted to know, especially those powerful 6th-grade great saint geniuses. They had been cultivating in the refining tower for an unknown period of time. They could only rely on their luck to absorb the immortal qi, but this guy in front of them was able to gather the immortal qi in such a large area. Apart from infuriating them, it also made them want to know how Jiang Chen did it. I didn't do anything. The immortal qi came to me on its own. The refining tower absorbs the immortal qi. Everyone relies on their luck. Seems like my luck is stronger than all of you. Could it be that having a strong luck is against the rules? Jiang Chen looked at the genius of the Hua family. For a moment, many of them didn't know what to say. No matter how angry they were, Jiang Chen's words didn't seem to be wrong. All along, those who cultivated in the refining tower had to rely on their luck. Whoever had a stronger luck would be able to absorb more immortal qi. Based on what happened today, it didn't seem wrong for Jiang Chen to say that he had a strong luck. Haha. Ha. You guys don't have good luck, yet you came here to behave atrociously. You really have no manners. Master Dog really looks down on you guys. Cultivating here, everyone depends on their own abilities. Experts like you can enter the 9th floor to cultivate, and every time you guys absorb the most immortal energy, the benefits you get are also the greatest. That's because of your abilities, and no one dares to cause trouble for you guys. Right now, our luck is better than yours, and that's also because of our abilities. Yet you guys came here to cause trouble. Shameless. De Huang Dog's mouth was very sharp. He immediately turned on his mocking mode. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng grinned at the side. Yes, that makes sense. It seems that their luck is too strong, so they can absorb all the immortal qi. This doesn't seem to violate the rules. Ing Yun Kong nodded and said. At this time, they naturally had to stand together with the people of Demon Palace. There were a total of 4 people absorbing the immortal qi, and 2 of them were from Demon Palace. They couldn't stay out of this matter. That's right. Luck is something that no one can say for sure. Gu Shuangtan nodded. Unknowingly, Gu Palace and Demon Palace had already stood together. I don't think this is a problem of luck. Gu Chen did it on purpose. He used some kind of method to forcibly absorb all the immortal qi. You guys also know about that whirlpool. It was definitely done on purpose. The genius of Narang Palace said. That's right. This matter concerns everyone's welfare. We must get to the bottom of it. In my opinion, we should attack together and force Gu Chen to tell us. Yes, we must do this. Otherwise, every time we cultivate in the future, our immortal qi will be sucked away by him. How are we going to cultivate then? The people of the 6 palaces were determined to not give up. Do you want to fight? We Demon Palace have never been afraid of you. But you have to think it through. With so many of us fighting in the refining tower, I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the consequences. I'd like to see if you dare to make the first move. Ing Yun Kong burst into laughter. As a genius of Demon Palace, the thing he was least afraid of was fighting. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire refining tower became tense. There were too many experts here. If both sides didn't back down, it would become a big melee. Once the structure of the tower was damaged, no one could bear the responsibility of such a large-scale battle. However, the geniuses of the 6 palaces weren't willing to let Jiang Chen go just like that. One should know that Jiang Chen's method of absorbing the immortal qi was too terrifying. If they didn't pursue this matter today, they would never be able to absorb the immortal qi in the future. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng exchanged a glance and couldn't help but shake their heads. Jiang Chen was indeed a devil incarnate. No matter where he went, there would be countless troubles. No matter where he went, he would always be the focus of countless gazes. This was only the 2nd day of his arrival in St. Origin Palace, but he had already caused such a huge commotion. Adding De Huang Dog to the mix, it was simply a combination of 2 sorts. No matter where they went, they wouldn't be able to stay calm. What are you all doing in the refining tower? Just when both sides were in a stalemate, a loud shout was heard from afar. 3 tyrannical silhouettes appeared on the 5th floor. They were 3 elders. Their casual movements were exuding a tyrannical chi, causing a certain amount of pressure to be felt in the entire 5th floor. They were 3 unparalleled 7th grade Great Saint experts. They are the people of Law Enforcement Palace. It seems like the incident here has alarmed Law Enforcement Palace. It must be because of the immortal chi. One should know that this has never happened in the refining tower for so long. It's normal for Law Enforcement Palace to be alarmed. Law Enforcement Palace is superior to the 8 major palaces. They have the right to settle everything in Saint Origin Palace. The refining tower is the most important place in Saint Origin Palace. Now that an accident has happened, they must investigate it thoroughly. Seeing the arrival of the people of Law Enforcement Palace, a trace of fear was revealed in the eyes of many of them. Even though they were all geniuses, they wouldn't dare to go against Law Enforcement Palace. The immortal chi in the miniature spatial zone has been taken away. Who did it? The leading elder asked. Elders Guchen. Desolate Chongfeng pointed his finger at Guchen. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. The elder who spoke just now was a member of Desolate Palace. He had a certain status in Law Enforcement Palace. What's the situation of Law Enforcement Palace? Jiang Qin transmitted his voice to Gu Shuangtan. Law Enforcement Palace is an independent palace of Saint Origin Palace. It has the right to control everything in Saint Origin Palace. In other words, Law Enforcement Palace has a unique power in Saint Origin Palace. Every 3 years, Law Enforcement Palace will elect one of the 8 palace masters to be the palace master of Law Enforcement Palace. However, Law Enforcement Palace has been in the hands of Desolate Palace for many years. The allocation of public resources in Saint Origin Palace is also decided by Law Enforcement Palace. The old man who spoke just now is a member of Desolate Palace. Gu Shuangtan transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but turn cold. It seemed like the strength of the 8 major palaces had begun to tilt. This could be seen from the fact that Desolate Palace had always been in control of Law Enforcement Palace. Although Law Enforcement Palace had gathered the people of the 8 major palaces, the real power was in the hands of Desolate Palace. Not only Guchen, the 4 of them have also absorbed a large amount of immortal chi. Each of them has advanced a level. Someone said, pointing the spearhead at De Huang Dog and the others. The 4 of you follow us to Law Enforcement Palace. The elder Leng Leng said. Elder, Guchen was able to absorb the immortal chi because of his exuberant luck. Cultivating in the refining tower is all about luck. Law Enforcement Palace shouldn't be involved in this kind of thing. Gu Shuangtan clasped his fists and said. If Guchen and the others were taken away by Law Enforcement Palace, it would be a serious matter. Kid, you don't have the right to interfere in the affairs of Law Enforcement Palace. Guchen, the 4 of you follow us to Law Enforcement Palace and explain the matter. The elder's tone was unquestionable. All right, I'll go with you, but this matter is my doing alone. It has nothing to do with the 3 of them. Jiang Chen said. No, take them all away. The elder made a grabbing motion, wrapping Jiang Chen and the other 3 with a wave of qi, disappearing in a blink of an eye. Brother Shuangtan, Gu Qin and the others have been taken away by Law Enforcement Palace. What should we do now? Will they be in danger? Gu Yong asked worriedly. We don't have time to worry about that. I'm going to report this matter to Palace Master. A place like Law Enforcement Palace isn't a good place. Chapter 961. Law Enforcement Palace was an independent palace. Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng were under the control of the 7th grade Great Saint. In just a blink of an eye, they had arrived at the location of the Law Enforcement Palace. Little Chinzi, what should we do now? I heard that Law Enforcement Palace is incomparably powerful. Even if we don't die here, we will still lose a layer of skin. The current master of Law Enforcement Palace is the master of Desolate Palace. We won't have a good ending if we fall into their hands. Kong Yang whispered to Jiang Chen through divine sense. There was a hint of worry in his voice. You don't have to say anything later. I will handle everything. Zhou Xian had always been so confident. No matter what kind of situation or environment he was in, you wouldn't see the slightest trace of nervousness on his face. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng admired his temperament from the bottom of their hearts. You two don't have to worry. No one will die. De Huang dog wagged his sturdy big tail. Since Zhou Xian said that it would be fine, it must be fine. It wasn't because of how strong Zhou Xian was. Zhou Qian's cultivation base was far from the level where he could fight the master of Desolate Palace, but because of Zhou Qian's self-confidence. The location of Law Enforcement Palace was very special. It was located in the center of the 8 palaces. There was a towering golden tower that seemed to have a dozen floors. Its whole body was radiating golden light, giving off an incomparably noble aura. Gu Chen, if you can't explain the matter of the immortal qi clearly today, you should know the consequences. The elder looked at Zhou Qian and said, Gu Chen, the refining tower is the foundation of Saint Origin Palace. Nothing like this has ever happened since it was built. So, Law Enforcement Palace must find out what is going on. You are very lucky, but you are also unlucky because this time, the master of the palace will come to interrogate you personally. Another elder said. Zhou Qian placed his hands behind his back, acting as if he didn't hear the words of the 2 elders. There wasn't a trace of worry on his face. Let's go. The elder of Desolate Palace said and led Zhou Qian and the others into the Law Enforcement Palace. The main hall of Law Enforcement Palace was as big as a palace. At this moment there were at least a dozen people sitting in it. As soon as Zhou Qian and the others stepped into the main hall, they immediately felt an invisible pressure filling the air above the main hall. Under this invisible pressure, Gu Lufeng and Kong Yang's bodies couldn't help but shiver. Their foreheads were full of sweat. These people in front of them were the true higher-ups of the heavens and earth. The lowest cultivation grade among them was a 7th grade Great Saint. There were also 8th grade and 9th grade Great Saints. With so many of them gathered together, the pressure that was exuded wasn't something that ordinary people could bear. At least Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng couldn't bear it and felt extremely uncomfortable. Even De Huang Dog, who had the bloodline of a divine beast, felt very uncomfortable under such pressure. If it wasn't for the depressing atmosphere, he would have cursed out loud. On the contrary, Zhou Qian behaved as if nothing had happened from the beginning to the end. Even the combined pressure of so many experts couldn't affect him at all. And the higher-ups of Law Enforcement Palace couldn't help but exclaim. Their surprised eyes fell on Zhou Qian. Given their eyesight, they could naturally see that this white-clothed young man was just a puny 2nd grade Great Saint. It was unimaginable that a young man could remain so calm in the face of so many powerful experts. Some of the members of the Gu family couldn't help but nod their heads when they saw Zhou Qian. They were all old antiques who wouldn't show themselves during normal times. All of them were powerful supreme figures. Which one of them didn't have high standards? However, this genius in front of them had really made their eyes light up. Palace Master, I have brought them here. All the immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone has been absorbed by the 4 of them. The elder cupped his fists and said respectfully to a man who was sitting at the head of the table. When Zhou Qian came in, he had already noticed the man. He didn't look majestic. He had a medium build and seemed to be in his 40s. He was wearing a golden robe and a golden crown on his head. His eyes were as deep and bottomless as a cold lake, making people feel a trace of coldness. He was sitting there, but it was as if there was nothing there. When you looked at him, you would feel as if a mountain was sitting there. The qi that he was exuding was enough to suppress everything. He didn't have to be angry to be dignified. This was the true superior. He was the existence that stood at the peak of the heavens and earth. He was the supreme figure at the top of the pyramid of Saint Origin World. He was like an emperor, but he was many times nobler than any emperor in Saint Origin World. Ordinary emperors weren't even qualified to carry his shoes in front of him. They didn't even have the qualification to kneel before him. He was Desolate Emperor, the master of both Desolate Palace and Law Enforcement Palace. He was the most powerful man in Saint Origin World, a peak 9th grade Great Saint expert. One more step and he would be an immortal. You are Gu Chen? Desolate Emperor spoke. His voice was like a huge bell that could shake one's soul. His eyes were looking at Zhou Qian, making Zhou Qian feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Desolate Emperor had mentioned Jiang Chen's name. It seemed like he had already known everything that had happened in the refining tower, but it wasn't surprising. Given his cultivation base, as long as he wanted to know, nothing in St. Origin Palace could escape his senses. That's right. I'm Gu Qin. Jiang Qin smiled faintly and took the initiative to meet Desolate Emperor's eyes without the slightest fear or panic. To Jiang Qin, there was nothing to be nervous about standing in front of Desolate Emperor. He knew this Desolate Emperor. Back then, when he was dominating the Pure Land, this person was just an ordinary great saint. Speaking of nervousness, Desolate Emperor was afraid that Desolate Emperor would be scared out of his wits whenever his name was mentioned. However, times had changed. The current Jiang Qin was no longer the greatest saint under the heavens 100 years ago. Desolate Emperor was no longer the insignificant figure who held great power and dominated the world. Presumptuous. Why aren't you kneeling down in front of the palace master? The four of you kneel down now. Someone shouted at Jiang Qin. Kong Yang and Gu Liufeng's body trembled. They felt a ripple in their mind. Immediately they were about to kneel down, but they were lifted up by an invisible force released by Jiang Qin. Everyone looked at Jiang Qin with even more astonishment when they saw this scene. Although Desolate Emperor is the palace master of Desolate Palace and Law Enforcement Palace, he doesn't have the right to make us kneel. We are the people of Gu Palace and Demon Palace. We have no reason to kneel to outsiders. Moreover, we are great saints with dignity. Our dignity doesn't allow us to kneel. Even if the palace master of Gu Palace is here, I won't kneel. Moreover, you have no reason to make us kneel because we have done nothing wrong. Jiang Qin looked around and said faintly, "Bastard. This is Law Enforcement Palace. How dare a junior like you ignore the rules of Law Enforcement Palace? Since you won't kneel down, I'll make you unable to stand up again." The elder of Desolate Palace who brought Jiang Qin and the others here was furious. His chi fluctuated and an illusory giant hand suddenly shot out towards Jiang Qin. Since Jiang Qin was unwilling to kneel down, he would make Jiang Qin kneel down and never stand up again. Stop. I'd like to see who dares to make the geniuses of Gu Palace kneel down. At this time, a thunderous voice was heard outside the Law Enforcement Palace. Then a figure appeared beside Jiang Qin like a ghost. Without anyone seeing how he moved, the illusory giant hand that was shot out by the elder of Desolate Palace shattered automatically. The newcomer was wearing a pale yellow long robe. He seemed to be about the same age as Desolate Emperor. He had the same dignified chi as Desolate Emperor. He was none other than the palace master of Gu Palace, Gu Firmament. Judging from his chi alone, he wasn't weaker than Desolate Emperor. His cultivation base had reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint, just one step away from becoming an immortal and cultivating the immortal Dao. My demon palace has never had the habit of kneeling before anyone. Don't you think so, Desolate Emperor? At the moment when Gu Firmament appeared, another powerful figure also appeared. This person was extremely tall and majestic. His casual movement brought about endless wind and waves. His name was Heavenly Ping King, the palace lord of the Demon Palace. Heavenly Peng was a peerless divine beast. Its bloodline wasn't any weaker than that of De Huang Dog. However, Heavenly Ping King didn't have a complete divine beast bloodline in his body. It was said that Heavenly Ping King was just a mutated giant bird. When he was young, he mistakenly entered a forbidden land and obtained the blood essence of an ancient Heavenly Peng. Since then he soared to the sky and became unstoppable. Gu Firmament and Heavenly Ping King's reputation weren't inferior to Desolate Emperor's. The Law Enforcement Palace was the best place to enforce the law in St. Origin Palace. No one would dare to act recklessly here, but these two were different. There was no place in the entire St. Origin Palace that they didn't dare to go. Even Desolate Emperor, the palace master, couldn't do anything to them. Gu Firmament, Heavenly Ping King, I'm enforcing the law now. What are you two doing here? This is the Law Enforcement Palace. You have no right to interfere with the matters here. Desolate Emperor said with a frown. No right to interfere, my ass. Those standing here are the geniuses of Gu Palace. Let me see how you, the palace master of Law Enforcement Palace, enforce the law impartially. Gu Qin didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Now that you, the palace master of Law Enforcement Palace, have been alarmed, don't you think you're making a fuss over a minor issue? Gu Firmament spoke bluntly. His eyes were full of admiration as he looked at Zhang Chen. He happened to hear what Zhang Chen said just now. How could the people of Gu Palace kneel down? Such a heroic bearing made Gu Firmament very pleasing to his eyes. If Zhang Chen knelt down under the threat, Gu Firmament would have turned around and walked away without caring about Zhang Chen's life or death. Without a bit of pride, Gu Firmament wouldn't care about a genius. But now it was different. Gu Shuangtan had told him everything that happened in the refining tower. Chapter 962. Gu Firmament had already known everything that had happened in the refining tower. He was very curious about how Zhang Chen was able to absorb all the immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone, but he was sure that there was one more terrifying genius in Gu Palace. A first-grade great saint was able to easily kill a third-grade great saint genius of Desolate Palace. This wasn't something that anyone could do. Furthermore, he was very clear about Zhang Chen's identity. Gu Xiantian had personally sent him a letter, explaining Zhang Chen's identity and the earth-shattering things that Zhang Chen had done in the Pure Land. This made Gu Firmament, the palace master, attach great importance to Zhang Chen. Now that he had seen Zhang Chen today, he knew that Zhang Chen was indeed a dragon and phoenix among men. I also want to know what mistake the geniuses of Demon Palace have made. Heavenly Peng King spoke. Big Yellow was a man who possessed the complete divine beast bloodline and a heaven-defying totem divine seal. Demon Palace had attached great importance to him. They were very clear about the current situation of Saint Origin Palace. Desolate Palace was getting bigger and bigger. Sooner or later the balance would be broken. Both of them knew this very well. Therefore they knew the importance of Zhang Chen and Big Yellow. I suppose both of you have heard about the incident in the refining tower. These 4 people have absorbed all the immortal qi. This is the first time in the history of Saint Origin Palace that something like this has never happened before. I must know what method they used to do it. If I don't find out and punish them, I'm afraid that the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace won't be able to absorb the immortal qi anymore. Desolate Emperor stood up from his seat and said. Originally he wanted to use forceful means to force Zhang Chen to confess. But now that Gu Firmament and Heavenly Ping King had appeared, he couldn't do that. However, he was even more determined to punish Zhang Chen. These people in front of him had directly alarmed Gu Firmament and Heavenly Ping King, which was enough to prove that they had an extraordinary status in Gu Palace and Demon Palace. Palace Lord Shao, you must be joking. This matter has nothing to do with the 3 of them. The immortal qi came to me on its own and then I separated it for them. As for what method I used, I can tell you responsibly that I didn't use any method. It was the immortal qi that came to me on its own. Zhang Chen said immediately. Nonsense. Do you think we don't know the situation of the miniature space? You better tell us the truth. What kind of forbidden technique did you use to forcefully seize all the immortal qi? What you did today has already aroused public anger. If we didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid those geniuses would have already torn you apart. The elder who brought Zhang Chen and the others here said sternly. Shut up. There are 3 of us here. You don't have the right to speak. Why don't you take a look at your own status? Heavenly Ping King shouted at the elder. The elder's facial expression changed and he dared not say another word. He was facing Heavenly Ping King, the palace master of Demon Palace. Given his status, he wasn't qualified to go against Heavenly Ping King, not even Desolate Emperor. Heavenly Ping King was known for his speed. If Heavenly Ping King wanted to kill him, even Desolate Emperor wouldn't be able to stop him. More importantly, even if Heavenly Ping King killed him in the law enforcement palace, he would die in vain. Heavenly Ping King didn't need a reason to kill someone because it was a symbol of his status. Haha. This elder is also a dignified 7th grade great saint. How can you be so unreasonable? You are simply throwing the face of Desolate Palace and Law Enforcement Palace. You said that I used a forbidden technique, but you should at least show me the evidence. Law Enforcement Palace is a place that relies on evidence. Falsely accusing someone without any evidence isn't the style of an elder of Law Enforcement Palace. Zhang Chen laughed loudly and retorted with sharp words. Upon hearing this, Gu Firmament and Heavenly Ping King exchanged a glance. Their eyes were filled with admiration. This was truly a scary young man who knew how to deal with the situation. Any ordinary disciple who came here would be paralyzed with fear. They had never seen a young man who could remain so calm in front of so many experts in law enforcement palace. You have a sharp tongue, but Gu Chen, you'd better explain this matter clearly. Since you have come to law enforcement palace, you have to explain yourself. The refining tower is related to the cultivation of all the geniuses in Saint Origin Palace. It's not a place for you alone. Desolate Emperor harumphed coldly. He already had some killing intent towards Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen's performance was just too outstanding. How could he feel good knowing that such an outstanding genius wasn't a disciple of Desolate Palace? There's no way to explain this situation. The geniuses who cultivate in the refining tower have to rely on their own luck and ability. Whoever has a stronger luck will be able to absorb more immortal chi. Now all the immortal chi is moving towards me, indicating that my luck is strong, which has suppressed all the other geniuses. As the master of law enforcement palace, Desolate Emperor should be impartial in enforcing the law. You can't accuse me just because I have a strong luck. Every time the refining tower is opened, there will be some geniuses with strong luck who will absorb a large amount of immortal chi. There are also a lot of geniuses with bad luck who can't absorb the immortal chi. There is no such thing as fairness in this. The refining tower has been opened for so long, but law enforcement palace has never punished those geniuses who absorbed a large amount of immortal chi because of their luck. Now it's my turn to be punished. What kind of logic is this? Jiang Chen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, completely undeterred by Desolate Emperor's imposing manner. De Huang Dog gritted his teeth at the side. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng secretly gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Jiang Chen's words directly made Desolate Emperor speechless. Luck was something that no one could say. If Jiang Chen was punished because of his strong luck, wouldn't there be geniuses who would be punished every time the refining tower opened? More importantly, Desolate Emperor couldn't find any evidence of Jiang Chen using a taboo technique to absorb immortal chi. Jiang Chen had pushed everything to his luck. Even Desolate Emperor had nothing to say. Ah, Desolate Emperor, did you hear that? This is luck. Gu Chen is a newly promoted genius of Gu Palace. He has a strong luck. Cultivating in the refining tower is a competition of luck. Law enforcement palace should enforce the law impartially. You can't punish others just because they have a strong luck. That's called jealousy. Gu Firmament burst into laughter. The more he looked at Jiang Chen, the more he liked him. There was no reason not to like such a young man. Being able to make Desolate Emperor speechless, Jiang Chen's ability must be extraordinary. Originally, Gu Firmament wanted to come to the law enforcement palace and forcefully take Jiang Chen away. But now it seemed that Jiang Chen's words were reasonable and the law enforcement palace had no way to punish him directly. Jiang Chen, I don't believe that your luck is strong enough to make the immortal chi take the initiative to find you. If you want to prove your innocence, then release your divine soul and let me use the soul-absorbing technique to find out whether you're lying or not. Desolate Emperor's aura fluctuated as he said. Desolate Emperor, don't go too far. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you control the law enforcement palace. Since you can't produce any evidence, I'll take him away now. You're a dignified palace master. How dare you use the soul-absorbing technique on a junior? Don't you feel ashamed? I'm standing here today, you can try and touch Gu Chen. Gu Firmament was furious. Desolate Emperor's method was simply ridiculous. If he let Jiang Chen release his divine soul, he would be handing his life directly into the hands of Desolate Emperor. If Desolate Emperor killed Jiang Chen directly because of jealousy, who could he ask for justice? Desolate Emperor, you've gone too far. It's beneath your status. The law enforcement palace has never enforced the law like this. If you don't have evidence, don't arrest people. If you arrest people, you must have evidence. Heavenly Ping King said. It seemed that because of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, he and Gu Firmament had stood together. Desolate Emperor's face was incomparably unsightly, as if he was shrouded by a layer of haze. Originally, he thought that he could rely on his aura to scare Jiang Chen into confessing everything, but he didn't expect that this young man would be so difficult to deal with. Just like what Jiang Chen said, he wanted to punish Jiang Chen because of the incident in the refining tower, but he didn't have any strong evidence. Now that Gu Firmament and Heavenly Ping King were both here and stood on the same side, it was even more impossible for him to punish Zhou Xian directly because he was the palace master of the law enforcement palace. Alright, let's put this matter aside for the time being. Gu Xian, you killed 3 geniuses of my desolate palace without any explanation. You are just a new disciple, but this is your first time in the refining tower. How dare you act so recklessly and crazily? You don't put the rules of the refining tower in your eyes at all. I want to punish you. What do you have to say? Desolate Emperor shifted his target to the people of Desolate Palace who were killed. Upon hearing this, the corner of Zhou Qian's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. I did kill 3 geniuses of Desolate Palace, but if you want to talk about breaking the rules, it was the geniuses of Desolate Palace who started it first. They attacked the people of Gu Palace first and even threatened to kill us. Do you think that Gu Palace is a pushover? Do you think that the people of Gu Dian Palace can only stand there and be killed by the people of Desolate Palace? What kind of bullshit logic is this? Zhou Qian's tit-for-tat made Gu Firmament nod his head in anger. As a disciple of Gu Palace, it was necessary for Gu Qian to stand up for the geniuses of Gu Palace. They, the people of Gu Palace, couldn't be bullied without fighting back. Desolate Emperor, you have also heard it. This matter was started by your Desolate Palace. Gu Qian was just defending himself. Besides, it's common for the disciples to fight among themselves, even if it's just a matter of studying abroad. How can you bring this matter to Law Enforcement Palace? Aren't you ashamed? Chapter 963. Humph. Gu Qian, a new disciple, has openly killed 3 geniuses of Desolate Palace in the refining tower. If I don't punish him for his insanity, he will surely turn the heavens upside down in the future. Where will the face of Desolate Palace be? Desolate Emperor harumphed coldly. It wasn't easy for him to capture Zhou Qian today. He didn't want to let Zhou Qian go just like that. Since Desolate Emperor is talking about face, then your 3rd-grade great saint couldn't defeat me, a 1st-grade great saint, and was killed by me instead. Do you think you have any face left? Now you, the dignified Desolate Emperor, have personally intervened in the battle between your disciples? Don't you feel ashamed? Zhou Qian said indifferently. He didn't care about killing Desolate Ichiro and the other 2 geniuses because it wasn't a rare thing. The grudges between the 8 major families had existed for a very long time. No one knew how many bloody incidents had taken place over the years, especially the battles between the disciples. Generally, the disciples would settle it themselves. Desolate Emperor, don't you have any face left? It's shameful enough that the disciples of Desolate Palace are incompetent. Just like what Gu Qian said, only Desolate Palace can kill them and they can't kill Desolate Palace. What kind of logic is this? Does Desolate Palace have the power to cover the sky with one hand? Is the life of Desolate Palace more precious than ours? Gu Firmament Lung Lung said. Who said that the geniuses of Desolate Palace are incompetent? Desolate Emperor was somewhat infuriated. Desolate Palace, as the #1 palace in St. Origin Palace, had always been high and mighty. No one dared to disobey them. Now someone had said that their geniuses were incompetent. How could he bear it? All right. Since Desolate Emperor said that your geniuses are very powerful, I have a solution. Today I, Gu Qian, am here. Desolate Emperor can ask any 4th-grade great saint of Desolate Palace to fight me. If I lose, I will be at the mercy of the Law Enforcement Palace. If I win, the people of Desolate Palace will have to lower their heads when they see Gu Palace. Zhou Qian seized the opportunity and said, today's matter must be resolved. Zhou Qian never liked to be passive, so he might as well take the initiative. Plus, he believed that Desolate Emperor wouldn't refuse the conditions that he proposed. Once he did, it would mean that he was admitting that their geniuses weren't good enough. After all, Zhou Qian was only a 2nd-grade great saint. There was nothing to say about challenging a 4th-grade great saint as a 2nd-grade great saint. Moreover, this was also a good time to establish Gu Palace's prestige. Now that Gu Firmament was here, he wanted to win enough face for Gu Palace and let Gu Firmament hold his head high. Zhou Qian's words stunned Desolate Emperor. He had never thought that this guy would be so arrogant as to challenge their 4th-grade great saint genius. This left him speechless. How about it, Desolate Emperor? You don't dare? If you don't dare, we will leave now. Gu Firmament's face was filled with a sunny smile. It wasn't often that he could see Desolate Emperor being humiliated. Today was just too refreshing. The emergence of such a genius in Gu Palace had truly made him feel happy. All right. Since this kid wants to fight, Desolate Palace won't back down. Just you wait. Desolate Emperor's eyes turned cold. Naturally, he wouldn't say the word, "I don't dare," because he couldn't afford to lose his face. Almost as soon as Desolate Emperor's voice faded, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the main hall of the law enforcement palace. It was a youth who seemed to be less than 30 years old. He was extraordinarily handsome and had already reached the peak of the 4th grade Great Saint. He was only one step away from advancing to the 5th grade Great Saint. Palace Master has summoned me. The youth came to Desolate Emperor and bowed deeply. Desolate Yitong, you will fight Gu Qin. Remember, it will be a life and death battle. The revenge of Desolate Ichiro will depend on you. Desolate Emperor's tone was incomparably cold. Desolate Yitong was one of the most outstanding 4th grade Great Saints in Desolate Palace. He was a supreme genius who was many times stronger than Gu Lian, who had a battle agreement with Jiang Qin. He was only one step away from the 5th grade Great Saint. Although Jiang Qin was a rare and peerless genius, Desolate Emperor absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Qin could defeat Desolate Yitong. In his point of view, the two of them weren't even on the same level. Understood, Palace Master. Desolate Yitong looked at Jiang Qin with a face full of coldness and killing intent. He was also present at the scene of the incident in the refining tower, but Desolate Chongfeng and the others were there, so he didn't have the chance to speak. Now that Desolate Emperor had personally asked him to deal with Jiang Qin, it meant that he thought highly of Jiang Qin. To him, this was a rare opportunity to show off. The battle with Jiang Qin was related to his face, the face of Desolate Emperor and the entire Desolate Palace. He simply couldn't afford to lose. Therefore he had to kill this bastard from Gu Palace. At that time, Desolate Emperor would certainly reward him personally. Once he received the reward, it was highly possible for him to break through to the 5th grade Great Saint. The appearance of Desolate Yitong, however, made Gu Firmament frown. Desolate Emperor, don't go too far. Desolate Yitong is a peak 4th grade Great Saint. You are too shameless to ask him to deal with a 2nd grade Great Saint Jr. Gu Firmament couldn't help but speak. Haha, that's what Gu Qin said himself. Desolate Emperor chuckled, not putting Gu Firmament's words in his heart. In his point of view, this was the pit that Gu Qin had dug himself, so he should jump into it himself. That's right. I'm willing to fight him. Jiang Qin spoke. He had already advanced to the 2nd grade Great Saint. His combat strength was many times stronger than before. Any ordinary 4th grade Great Saint would be killed instantly by him. Even a powerful existence like Desolate Yitong was nothing in front of Jiang Qin. Desolate Yitong wouldn't stand a chance against Jiang Qin. Gu Qin, don't mess around. As long as you take back what you said just now, I will take you away immediately. This Desolate Yitong isn't an ordinary genius. You may not be a match for him. Gu Firmament's voice was transmitted to Jiang Qin's ears. Jiang Qin expressed his understanding of Gu Firmament's concern. One should know that there was a huge gap between a 3rd grade Great Saint and a 4th grade Great Saint. It was equivalent to the gap between an early Great Saint and an intermediate Great Saint. Although Jiang Qin had advanced to the 2nd grade Great Saint, he was still in the early Great Saint realm. Even if Jiang Qin could deal with an ordinary 4th grade Great Saint, he wouldn't be able to deal with an existence like Desolate Yitong. Desolate Yitong wasn't an ordinary 4th grade Great Saint. Rest assured, Palace Master. If he wants to fight, I will definitely kill him to earn back the reputation of Gu Palace. Besides, there has to be a solution to today's matter. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Desolate Emperor won't let this matter go. Jiang Qin replied to Gu Firmament. His words were full of confidence. All right, then be careful. Gu Firmament didn't say anything more. He admired Jiang Qin's confidence and courage. If Gu Palace could nurture such a genius, he would certainly become a great figure in the future. Therefore, Gu Firmament wouldn't allow any harm to befall Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin couldn't defeat Desolate Yitong, he would forcefully protect Jiang Qin. Gu Qin, you are really courageous to agree to fight with me. I'm very surprised. I will definitely kill you later to defend the dignity of Desolate Palace and avenge Desolate Ichiro and the others. The blood of Desolate Palace isn't shed in vain. Desolate Itong said arrogantly. In his point of view, killing Jiangchen would be as easy as blowing off dust if he wanted to. Hola. Desolate Emperor waved his hand. With a voila sound, a spatial zone was opened up in the main hall of the law enforcement palace. This spatial zone was 100 miles in circumference. It was the battlefield for Jiangchen and Desolate Itong. In that case, you two can enter the battlefield and fight. Remember, this is a life and death duel. You will die in vain. Desolate Emperor specially reminded Gu Firmament, which meant that even if Jiangchen died, he would die in vain and Gu Firmament could only watch helplessly. Wait. Jiangchen said. What? Are you afraid? But it's too late. Desolate Itong looked at Jiangchen. Jiangchen ignored Desolate Itong and looked at Desolate Emperor. Desolate Emperor, since this is a life and death duel, why don't we increase the stakes? What do you want to bet? Desolate Emperor's interest was piqued. If you want to bet, let's make it big. If I win, the position of Law Enforcement Palace's Palace Master will be taken by Gu Palace. Jiangchen's words set off 1,000 ripples. As his voice faded, the entire Law Enforcement Palace could no longer remain calm. What? You want our Palace Master to abdicate? How dare you? Gu Chen. How dare you say such words? How disgraceful. Just based on these words alone, the Law Enforcement Palace is enough to sentence you to death. The elders of Desolate Palace in the main hall were infuriated. The others were also shocked. No one had thought that Jiangchen would dare to make such a request. However, the elders of the Ancient People's Palace were delighted. Although the Law Enforcement Palace was an independent palace, it was composed of experts from the 8 major families, who didn't want their patriarch to be the palace master. Gu Firmament didn't say a word. He was watching Desolate Emperor's reaction. This Jiangchen had really surprised him, but at the same time he was very satisfied. He could see that Jiangchen was mature and had his own way of doing things. There was no need for him to give him any advice. Desolate Emperor's face darkened. The Law Enforcement Palace had always been under the control of Desolate Palace. One should know that whoever controlled the Law Enforcement Palace would be able to obtain the largest amount of cultivation resources. Now Jiangchen was using the position of Law Enforcement Palace's Palace Master as a wager. Brat, you are using my position as a wager. What will you get if you lose? Are you going to use Gu Firmament's head as a wager? Desolate Emperor looked at Jiangchen. I Gu Chen never use others as a wager. If I lose, I will take out 5 billion Saint Elixir as the wager. Chapter 964. Jiangchen came from the Pure Land. In the entire Pure Land, only Jiangchen had so many top-grade true meta stones. Furthermore, the amount of 5 billion true meta stones was too shocking. Desolate Emperor would definitely investigate the source of the stones. At that time his identity would be exposed. Moreover, in Jiangchen's view, there was no suspense in this gamble. Desolate Itong would die for sure. Now he had to fight for the greatest benefits for Gu Palace and improve its reputation. Now it depended on whether Desolate Emperor dared to gamble or not. 5 billion true meta stones in exchange for the position of Law Enforcement Palace Master for 3 years was a huge gamble. He believed that Desolate Emperor would not let it go so easily. Sure enough, the 3 magnates were shocked when they heard 5 billion Saint Elixir. 5 billion Saint Elixir was not a joke. Even with their own wealth, they didn't have so much wealth. 5 billion true meta stones was indeed not a small bet. Then the question was, where could Jiangchen, who came from the Pure Land, get 5 billion Saint Elixir? Even if all the wealth of the ancient people of the Pure Land were added up, they wouldn't have so much. Brat, don't talk big. Where did you get 5 billion Saint Elixir? You dare to bet with me? Desolate Emperor Lung Lung stared at Jiangchen. He absolutely didn't believe that Jiangchen could take out 5 billion Saint Elixir. This was simply a fantasy. What if I can take it out? Jiangchen smiled. If you can take it out, I will bet with you. Desolate Emperor said immediately. Firstly, he didn't believe that Jiang Chen could take out so much Saint Elixir. Secondly, if Jiang Chen really took it out, he would rather bet with Desolate Yitong. He was extremely confident in Desolate Yitong's strength. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, he created a small space of his own, and an intense surge of origin energy overflowed from it. Everyone's gazes turned over and saw that in that space, there was a mountain that was completely piled up with elixirs. The entire mountain shone with golden light. Those were fist-sized pills. If they weren't Saint Elixir, what could they be? With their eyesight, not only were they able to tell that they were all Saint Elixir, they were also able to tell how many of them there were. 5 billion no less. Oh my god, there are so many Saint Elixir elixirs. Moreover, I can feel that these Saint Elixir elixirs are emitting an incomparably pure aura. They are even more terrifying than ordinary Saint Elixir elixirs. They are all top-grade elixirs. This bastard is merely a second-grade great saint. How could he have such a huge amount of wealth? I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. 5 billion Saint Elixir. That's a lot of resources. Everyone was shocked. All of them were high and mighty great saints. There was nothing they hadn't seen before. However, these 5 billion were Saint Elixir elixirs, not Heaven Elixir elixirs. What shocked them more was that a puny second-grade great saint had such a huge amount of wealth. This kid. Gu Firmament smiled, unable to hide his astonishment. Voila. Jiang Chen waved his arm again and the Saint Elixir vanished. Desolate Emperor, did you see that? I didn't lie. I once broke into a ruin and found a treasure vault. These pills are all from there. There are 5 billion of them. Jiang Chen said. Naturally, he didn't have so many Saint Elixir elixirs. Only the outermost layer of the mountain was Saint Elixir elixirs, while the inner layer was filled with high-grade true meta stones. However, the chi that was emitted when these two were mixed together was much purer than the ordinary Saint Elixir. Therefore, even with Desolate Emperor and Gu Firmament's eyesight, they didn't doubt Jiang Chen at all. Gu Chen, isn't this bet a little too big? Are you sure about this? Gu Firmament whispered to Jiang Chen. He came here to protect Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would use his and Heavenly Ping King's support to scheme against Desolate Emperor. This made him look down on Jiang Chen. Desolate Emperor, what do you think? Do you want to bet? Jiang Chen asked. Desolate Emperor frowned. He looked at Desolate Yitong and said faintly, Yitong, are you sure about this? Desolate Yitong clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. His eyes revealed 2 rays of cold light. Rest assured, Palace Master. I will kill him. Desolate Yitong was incomparably confident. He didn't believe that he couldn't take down a second-grade great saint. Furthermore, if he said no and backed out now, he would lose the face of Desolate Palace and Desolate Emperor. He wouldn't be able to stay in Desolate Palace anymore. Therefore, he had to do his best to deal with Jiang Chen and win this bet. In that case, not only would he regain the face of Desolate Palace and avenge Desolate Ichiro, he would also win 5 billion of wealth for Desolate Palace. Then he would become the meritorious minister of Desolate Palace and gain an extraordinary status. Why not bet? Life was always a gamble. Sometimes it was a gamble with one's life. If he won, he would soar to the sky, and if he lost, he would lose everything. All right, Gu Chen. I will bet with you. If I lose, the position of the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace will be given to Gu Firmament. If you lose, the 5 billion of Saint Elixir in your life will belong to us. Desolate Emperor agreed immediately. As the Palace Master of Desolate Palace, he still had this bit of boldness. If he was hesitant and scared by a junior, he would be looked down upon by others. Bring it on then. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen entered the battlefield. His black hair fluttered and his chi was unparalleled. He turned to Desolate Yitong and shouted, Desolate Yitong, come and fight me. Courting death. Desolate Yitong's murderous intent soared to the sky. In a blink, he had also entered the battlefield and stood opposite to Jiang Chen. Jie, this time even Desolate Emperor has been tricked by that brat. De Huang Dog was secretly pleased. He knew Jiang Chen too well. This guy would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident of winning. More importantly, De Huang Dog knew very well how powerful Jiang Chen was. Although Desolate Yitong was a peak 4th grade great saint, he wasn't strong enough to be killed by Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen transformed into his dragon form, Killing Desolate Yitong would be a matter of seconds. In the battlefield of 100 miles, Jiang Qin and Desolate Yitong were standing opposite each other. Their bodies were emitting strong murderous intent. Desolate Yitong's chi was rising steadily, ready to strike at any time. Gu Firmament, this is a fair battle. None of us are allowed to step into the battlefield and interfere with their battle. Desolate Emperor said to Gu Firmament with a smile. Of course, but Desolate Emperor, are you so confident that Desolate Yitong can win? If Desolate Yitong is defeated, don't forget to hand over the position of the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace. Gu Firmament said. Huh. Do you really believe what you just said? Desolate Emperor laughed. As a mighty 9th grade great saint and the Palace Master of Desolate Palace, he had seen too many geniuses. He knew the gap between a 2nd grade great saint and a 4th grade great saint. No matter how talented Jiang Qin was, it was impossible for him to defeat Desolate Yitong, who was 2 grades higher than him. Chapter 965. Humph. Gu Firmament harumphed and ignored Desolate Emperor. His eyes were staring at the 2 people on the battlefield without blinking. Although he looked very confident and strong on the surface, he didn't have any confidence in himself. However, since the bet had already been made, he wouldn't say anything about it. On the battlefield. Gu Qin, I have to admire your courage and arrogance. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Desolate Yitong's face was filled with ridicule. You will know my confidence very soon. Jiang Qin was too lazy to talk nonsense. A monstrous chi wave suddenly burst out from his body and immediately turned into a ray of light, rushing at Desolate Yitong. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, because from the time when Jiang Qin launched his attack to Desolate Yitong, it was so fast that there was no concept of time. So fast. Desolate Yitong was shocked. He quickly put away his contempt for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's fist shone with a reddish-golden light. The airwaves that were shot out from his fist cut the void into pieces. This punch was powerful enough to shatter a mountain. Desolate Yitong's reaction was also very fast. In a flash, he punched out with the same explosive energy and collided with Jiang Qin's fist. Honglong. The impact of the powerful force had destroyed the battlefield within 100 miles. Desolate Yitong could only feel a majestic and irresistible energy rushing towards him. Under the push of this force, he was pushed back a distance of 12 meters. His blood and chi couldn't help but churn, making his body feel indescribable discomfort. On the other hand, Jiang Qin was still maintaining the posture of punching. He stood there motionlessly. What? Desolate Yitong exclaimed. He couldn't believe that he was repelled by a 2nd grade great saint. Outside the battlefield, all the elders were shocked. The smile on Desolate Emperor's face froze instantly. With his eyesight, he could see how strong Jiang Qin was. He knew how powerful Desolate Yitong was. Now that this was the 2nd round of the bet, Desolate Yitong wouldn't dare to be careless. In other words, the confrontation just now wasn't an accident. Ha, good kid. Gu Firmament burst into laughter. This scene was simply too satisfying. All the elders of Gu Palace in the hall were also overjoyed. If the law enforcement hall fell into the hands of Gu Palace, it would be a great feeling. No one knew how many years it had been since Gu Palace took control of the law enforcement hall. The Heavenly Ping King also clicked his tongue in wonder. He had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Qin. Xiao Yitong, you're pretty good to be able to take one of my moves. However, it's only one move. Jiang Qin's aura was monstrous. His words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Xiao Yitong's heart. To him, it was a kind of humiliation, a disgrace. Gu Qin, don't be arrogant. I was just probing you with my attack, Lai Yang. Xiao Yitong didn't dare to underestimate Jiang Qin anymore. He immediately used his most powerful combat skill. A golden sun with a diameter of 30 meters was conjured by him. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with golden light, and the scorching aura of the sun was everywhere. Even Jiang Qin was shrouded by the scorching sun. The airflow that came out from the scorching sun was like a sharp blade. If it was an ordinary person, just these airflow alone would be enough to cut him to death. Your combat skill is pretty good, but it's a pity that the person using it isn't good enough. I won't waste my time with you. Jiang Chen didn't take Xiao Yitong's combat skill seriously at all. The difference between this Lai Yang combat skill and his golden dragon seal was huge. Rumble. Jiang Chen waved his arm and struck out the golden dragon seal. An incomparably dazzling reddish-golden dragon roared out and collided with the scorching sun. The violent collision was like a battle between ancient beasts. The battlefield within 100 miles was completely incinerated. However, this was, after all, a battlefield created by Desolate Emperor. Even if the battlefield was in chaos, the energy wouldn't leak out. The huge sun was torn into countless pieces by the golden dragon. Once again, Xiao Yitong was sent flying by the destructive force and spurted out 3 mouthfuls of blood. It was another move. The outcome of the battle was decided without any suspense. Even though Xiao Yitong was a peak 4th grade Great Saint expert, he still couldn't fight against Jiang Chen. The gap between a genius and a monstrous genius couldn't be measured with common sense. Desolate Emperor's face darkened. At this moment, it was impossible for him to not see the reason. This Zhou Xian was far more powerful than he had imagined. He was one of the most terrifying monstrous geniuses he had ever seen in his life. Once such a monstrous genius grew up, he would be really terrifying. Gu Firmament and Heavenly Ping King's faces were also showing a dignified look, but their eyes were blazing, especially Gu Firmament. He seemed to be able to see the future of Gu Palace from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He didn't want to expose too many of his combat skills and trump cards. Immediately, he drew out the Heavenly Saint sword and lunged at Desolate Yitong with thunderous force. Roar! Desolate Yitong roared furiously. Today's battle was a great humiliation to him. His honor didn't matter. If Desolate Emperor lost his position as the palace master because of this, his crime would be unforgivable and he wouldn't be able to show his face in Desolate Palace anymore. At this moment, Desolate Yitong had no way to retreat. He could only fight with his life on the line with bloodshot eyes. A golden fan appeared in Desolate Yitong's hand. This fan exuded an incomparably bright brilliance. Under his control, it turned into a huge fan like a heavenly barrier, covering the entire battlefield. This was a powerful Great Saint weapon. When it was used by Desolate Yitong, its destructive power was unimaginable. However, although Desolate Yitong's fan was terrifying, it was still not on the same level as the Heavenly Saint sword. Out of the 7 fragments of the Heavenly Saint sword, 5 had been fused. Although the other 2 fragments were not found as Jiang Chen's natal weapon, an ordinary Great Saint weapon could not be compared to it at all. Not only was the Heavenly Saint sword tyrannical, but more importantly the person who used it. Jiang Chen could instantly merge with the Heavenly Saint sword, achieving the most perfect fusion. Under the crazy attack of the Heavenly Saint sword, Desolate Yitong's fan was cut in half on the spot like a piece of paper. It seemed vulnerable. Desolate Yitong was seriously injured again after his natal weapon was destroyed. There was a big wound on his chest and blood gushed out. No! Desolate Yitong let out a roar. He and Jiang Chen had exchanged a total of 3 moves. In just 3 moves he was now completely in a state of being an arrow at the end of its flight. Desolate Yitong was beaten by Jiang Chen and had no strength to fight back. At this moment he was seriously injured and could not even exert half of his combat power. How could he be a match for Jiang Chen? Shua. Jiang Chen did not give Desolate Yitong a chance at all. The Heavenly Saint sword turned into a divine light and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, it was above Desolate Yitong's head. Countless rays of light rushed out of the Heavenly Saint sword and turned into a sword net. It enveloped Desolate Yitong and sealed the void, making it impossible for Desolate Yitong to escape. An extremely dangerous aura rose from the depths of Desolate Yitong's heart. It was the smell of death. It was an aura that he had never felt before. Deep fear instantly filled his heart. He was going to die. No one was not afraid of death. The better the life, the more afraid of death because his life was precious. Stop. Desolate Emperor bellowed. He had never thought that Zhou Xian would be so powerful. The mighty Desolate Yitong couldn't even withstand 3 moves from Zhou Xian. Now he was about to be killed. How could he not be angry? That was a genius of Desolate Palace. Losing one of them would be a great loss. However, Jiang Qin pretended not to hear Desolate Emperor's words. From the moment he started the battle with Desolate Yitong's fate had already been decided. Puchi. Along with a shrill scream, the genius of Desolate Palace, Desolate Yitong, was slashed into two halves by the Heavenly Saint's sword and died on the spot. For a moment, all the elders in the law enforcement palace widened their eyes. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them, especially those from Desolate Palace. This was a huge blow to them. They were very clear about Desolate Yitong's strength. Otherwise, Desolate Emperor wouldn't have sent him to fight against Jiang Qin. Not only them, even Gu Firmament was stunned on the spot. He had high expectations for Jiang Qin, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated Jiang Qin. Such a genius was simply heaven-defying. Gu Palace had really picked up a treasure this time. Jiang Qin kept the Heavenly Saint sword slowly, then walked out of the battlefield and returned to the main hall. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. He looked at Desolate Emperor and said, "Desolate Emperor, you should still remember our bet, right?" All the elders' faces turned ugly in an instant, including Desolate Emperor. Just now they were immersed in Jiang Qin's monstrous talent and Desolate Yitong's death, so they had forgotten about this matter. Only after Jiang Qin's reminder did they remember it. This time things had really gone out of control. Desolate Emperor didn't want to believe this fact, but he had to admit that he had been fooled by Jiang Qin. He was an old man who had lived for hundreds of years and was the pinnacle figure of Saint Origin World, but he was fooled by a brat. To him this was an endless humiliation. Desolate Emperor wasn't a fool. How could he not see that he had fallen into Jiang Qin's trap today? From the moment Jiang Qin took the initiative to fight any fourth-grade great saint of Desolate Palace, Jiang Qin had been setting a trap for him. Thinking about it made him want to spurt out blood. Desolate Emperor, it would be disrespectful of me to refuse the position of the Law Enforcement Palace Master. I have been coveting this position for a long time. Gu Firmament was afraid that Desolate Emperor wouldn't die from anger, so he added another stab. He was in a good mood now. Gu Palace had never felt so proud and elated before. Motherfucker. Desolate Emperor felt a little stuffy in his chest. 100,000 fuck horses were galloping wildly in his heart. Chapter 966. As the high and mighty Desolate Emperor, he didn't know how long it had been since he last got angry because no one had ever dared to make him angry. But today it wasn't as simple as just being angry. That kind of grievance and depression was driving him crazy. He, Desolate Emperor, had been tricked by a brat. He, Desolate Emperor, had actually suffered such a huge setback in the hands of a junior. How shameful. If this matter were to spread out, he wouldn't know where to put his face. His supreme prestige had suffered a serious provocation and damage. However, Desolate Emperor knew that this matter would soon spread to every corner of Saint Origin Palace. Even he, Desolate Emperor, wouldn't be able to stop the spread of this news. Desolate Emperor, given your identity, it's impossible for you to go back on your words. Since you have made a bet with Gu Qin, you have to be willing to accept the loss. The position of the Law Enforcement Palace Master will be changed. Desolate Emperor, you have been sitting in this position for so long, I guess you should be tired of it. The Heavenly Rock King said in a serious manner. It was easy for him to talk while standing. Desolate Emperor really had the urge to rush up and beat this Heavenly Rock up. Before Desolate Emperor could say anything, Heavenly Peng King cupped his fists at Gu Firmament and said, "Old Gu, congratulations." Congratulations to you too. We are all on the same side. Why don't the two of us take the position of the Law Enforcement Palace Master together? That's not appropriate. The position of the Law Enforcement Palace Master has always been occupied by one person. How can two people take the position together? Brother Heavenly Ping, you don't have to be so courteous. I can't do it in the past, but I can now. I'm the Law Enforcement Palace Master now. I have the final say. How can I accept this? Looking at these two old men echoing each other and treating the Law Enforcement Palace as their own home, everyone was stunned. Even Jiang Qin couldn't help but grin. Today he had finally seen what was called shamelessness. Gu Firmament and Heavenly Ping King were afraid that they wouldn't anger Desolate Emperor to death. They began to discuss how to manage the law enforcement palace in the future and how to reform it. Enough. He felt that he was about to explode. He was the hall master of the law enforcement hall. Even if he lost, his own people were still here. At the very least, these two bastards should have waited for him to leave before discussing the matter. They really didn't give him any face at all. The position of the hall master of the law enforcement hall had been snatched away. Moreover, the position had changed from one person to two people. These two bastards were shamelessly discussing the reform of the law enforcement hall, and they were discussing it in an incomparably serious manner. This was really infuriating. Desolate Emperor, since you lost the bet, hand over the token of the law enforcement hall. Gu Firmament didn't care whether Desolate Emperor would vomit blood or not. He stretched out his hand directly. Heavenly Ping King, who was beside him, had a gloating look on his face. Xianxia was very satisfied with the performance of Gu Firmament and Heavenly Ping King. As long as these two bastards could come together, Gu Palace and Demon Palace would be completely united. Desolate Emperor was trembling with anger, but there was nothing he could do. His identity was there and he was not allowed to act shamelessly. If the dignified Desolate Emperor didn't even dare to honor a bet, he would not only lose his position as the hall master of the law enforcement hall, but also his reputation. Here you go. Desolate Emperor waved his hand and a golden light flew out, which was caught by Gu Firmament. It was a golden token with the word law enforcement engraved on it. It was the token that controlled the law enforcement hall. There was only one such token in the entire law enforcement hall, and only the hall master was qualified to possess it. Subsequently, Desolate Emperor looked at Xianxia without concealing his killing intent. He couldn't help but feel jealous of such a genius. It would be great if Xianxia was a member of Desolate Palace. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Desolate Emperor's figure slowly disappeared. He had lost the bet and was no longer the hall master of the law enforcement hall. If he continued to stay here, he would only bring trouble to himself. The entire law enforcement hall was in an uproar. Since the establishment of the law enforcement hall, the position of the hall master was elected every 3 years, and there had never been a bet. Today they finally witnessed it. The elders of Gu Palace happily ran to Gu Firmament to congratulate him. Congratulations, hall master. We, Gu Palace, have finally taken control of the law enforcement hall. That's right. Gu Palace is really proud and elated today. Gujin, you're really good. With such a genius in our palace, we will certainly be more glorious in the future. That's right. Guchin is merely a second-grade great saint, but he could kill a fourth-grade great saint genius. He is a heaven-defying monstrous genius. Plus, he could absorb all the immortal chi in the refining tower. His luck is flourishing. Xianxia will certainly become a great figure in the future. This is the fortune of Gu Palace. The elders of Gu Palace were incomparably complacent, but there were some who weren't happy. The elders of Desolate Palace were depressed to the extreme. They were supposed to punish Guchen, but they didn't expect that Guchen would lose his position as the hall master. Law Enforcement Hall is used to enforce the law. It doesn't belong to Gu Palace alone. The elder of Desolate Palace who brought Xianxia here said angrily. However, as soon as his voice faded, Gu Firmament turned to him and said with Lung Lung, "You have been dismissed from your position. Get out of Law Enforcement Hall immediately." What? The elder's eyes widened. What kind of joke was this? How could he dismiss someone just because he said so? I'm the hall master. You don't have the right to speak here. Just get out of here. You were disrespectful to me just now. That's treason. Dismissal is already the lightest punishment. Gu Firmament waved his hand. A wave of chi hit the elder of Desolate Palace, throwing him out of the main hall. What the fuck? This guy is really something. De Huang Dog couldn't help but murmur. Of course. As a giant, how can he not have a little boldness? Xianxia shrugged. Even a peerless figure like Gu Firmament would have a little temper. That elder of Desolate Palace was blind enough to bump himself into the muzzle of a gun. A newly appointed official would have 3 fires, let alone Gu Firmament. All right, the Law Enforcement Hall will continue as usual. I will come to visit from time to time. Gu Chen, come with me, Gu Firmament said. A wave of qi enveloped Zhou Xian and then he vanished into thin air. Subsequently, Heavenly Ping King also left with De Huang Dog and Kong Yang. Gu Lufeng left the law enforcement hall and headed in the direction of Gu Palace. In Gu Palace there was a temporary residence built in a space of nothingness. This was where Gu Firmament lived. Ordinary people couldn't enter without his permission. Now he brought Zhou Xian here. Zhou Xian, you've brought honor to our Gu Palace today. You've given me a great pleasure. It's a miracle that you have such a heaven-defying talent at such a young age. Gu Firmament looked at Zhou Xian with great satisfaction. He called Zhou Xian by his real name instead of Gu Chen. Obviously he already knew Zhou Xian's identity. In this case Zhou Xian didn't need to hide anymore. His facial muscles twisted and he returned to his original appearance. I did this with the help of the Palace Lord's power. If the Palace Lord didn't appear, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the chance at all. Desolate Emperor would have 100 ways to kill me. Zhou Xian said with a smile. Ah, you really have guts. Gu Xiantian has told me all the earth-shattering things you have done in the Pure Land. I heard that you are the son-in-law of the ancient people, which means that you are one of us. Today, you helped the people of Gu Palace absorb all the immortal qi in the refining tower, which greatly boosted Gu Palace's prestige. Now you even won the position of the Law Enforcement Hall Lord and humiliated Desolate Emperor. You are now a great hero of Gu Palace. I believe that after this news spreads out, everyone in Gu Palace will know about you and your status in Gu Palace will rise steadily in the future. Gu Firmament said with a smile. He was very satisfied with Zhou Xian's performance today. He didn't know how long it had been since he felt so refreshed. Desolate Palace is getting more and more powerful and ambitious. The balance of the 8 major families will be broken sooner or later. We Gu Palace have to stand out and join forces with the Demon Palace. Desolate Palace has been getting stronger and stronger these years. Do you know why? Asked Zhou Xian. Desolate Palace is indeed getting stronger and stronger, especially their young generation. They are much stronger than the young generation of the other 7 major families. They seem to have obtained resources that we can't get. This isn't just because Desolate Palace controls the Law Enforcement Palace. There must be some other reason that we don't know about. I have investigated it before but I didn't find anything. However, Desolate Palace's ambition has been revealed. You are right, the balance of the 8 major families will soon be broken. If we can ally with Demon Palace it will be a good choice. If we can join forces with the Demon Palace, it will be a good choice, said Gu Firmament. He was very confident in Zhou Xian. When Gu Xiantian said that the future of the ancient people rested in Zhou Xian's hands, he didn't believe it at first, but after seeing Zhou Xian today he truly believed it. Let's put this aside for the time being. Right now there is an urgent matter that needs to be done, and that is to solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. Among the 8 major palaces the Demon Palace is the best. Basically they don't have any internal conflicts. Regardless of the other palaces, we, Gu Palace, must solve this internal conflict. Otherwise, it will affect the entire future of Gu Palace. Zhou Xian said solemnly. You are right, but there has been no way to solve this conflict. However, your appearance has brought this conflict to the surface. Plus, what you did in the refining tower has helped Gu Palace a lot in solving the internal conflict. Now you have made a great contribution to Gu Palace, helping Gu Palace to achieve supreme glory. So it's best for you to solve this conflict. I believe that you already have a solution. In addition, I think the battle between you and Gu Lian should be cancelled. You are now a 2nd-grade great saint and even Desolate Itong has been killed by you. The battle with Gu Lian is basically meaningless. Gu Firmament said. No way. Zhou Xian immediately denied. Chapter 967. The battle between me and Gu Lian is inevitable. I must defeat Gu Lian in front of all the people of Gu Palace. Only then can the people of Inner Palace recognize themselves and accept the people of Outer Palace. Because I am fighting on behalf of Outer Palace, even if Gu Lian admits defeat, the effect has already been achieved. Since the conflict has surfaced, it must be resolved. Jiang Chen spoke with incomparable firmness. The battle with Gu Lian was inevitable. He had to defeat Gu Lian with his own hands. Only then would he be able to resolve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. The importance of this battle was self-evident. All right. I will show up in person for the battle between you and Gu Lian the day after tomorrow. At that time many people of Gu Palace will be there. It's all up to you, said Gu Firmament. What Jiang Chen said was right. Since the conflict had surfaced, it must be resolved. No hidden danger could be left. Countless lessons in history had proved that the danger of internal strife was too great. Gu Firmament had a lot of trust in Jiang Chen. If he only relied on the battle between Jiang Chen and Gu Lian, he was afraid that it wouldn't be an easy task to resolve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. However, what Jiang Chen had done in Law Enforcement Palace had undoubtedly paved the way for Jiang Chen, which was incomparably important to the resolution of the internal conflict of Gu Palace. It was imaginable that the news of the refining tower had already spread across the entire Saint Origin Palace. The news of Law Enforcement Palace would also spread at the fastest speed. At that time, Jiang Chen would become the idol of many young disciples of Gu Palace. Whether it was the disciples of Outer Palace or Inner Palace, they would worship Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's status would inevitably rise. The emergence of such a dazzling and peerless genius in Gu Palace would surely excite the higher-ups and elders. Palace Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Gu Firmament. Jiang Chen, what kind of cultivation resources do you need? Just tell me. Gu Palace will try its best to satisfy you, said Gu Firmament. He had already made up his mind to cultivate Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was a figure that was worth cultivating. If Saint Origin World were to fall into chaos, Jiang Chen would definitely play one of the most important roles. Jiang Chen lowered his eyebrows and thought for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, "No need." These three simple words clearly showed Jiang Chen's domineering and self-confidence. He was a lofty character. Heart of Blaze had given him a lofty ambition. A casual word, a glance, or a movement could affect others. Subsequently, Jiang Chen changed back to Gu Chen's appearance and vanished. He didn't go anywhere else but went straight back to his residence. In order to avoid trouble, he went into seclusion. He knew very well that many people would come to visit him after what happened in Law Enforcement Palace was spread out. Jiang Chen wasn't a person who liked trouble. Today's harvest is great. Not only have I advanced to 2nd grade Great Saint, I have also boosted the momentum of Gu Palace and suppressed the arrogance of Desolate Palace. More importantly, the alliance between me and De Huang has brought Gu Palace and Demon Palace together. The alliance of these two major powers is definitely very important. There was a smile on Jiang Chen's face. He was very satisfied with the progress of the current situation. Now he only needed to wait for the battle with Gu Lian the day after tomorrow to resolve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. The first step of his plan had been achieved. Next, he needed to find ways to improve his cultivation. Desolate Palace must have a great ambition. He guessed that Desolate Palace must be hiding some secret, a very big secret which allowed Desolate Palace to grow faster than the other 7 palaces. The secret of Desolate Palace's growth had piqued Jiang Chen's interest, but he had to take his time to find the root of it. No matter when, strength was the most important thing. Without strength, even if he found out the secret of Desolate Palace, it would be useless. Without strength, one couldn't change the reality. Jiang Chen had always been very clear about this point. Moreover, after absorbing the Immortal Qi, Jiang Chen found that the Immortal Qi was very helpful to him. If he could continue to use the Immortal Qi to cultivate, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, reaching an extremely terrifying level in a short period of time. Unfortunately, this was undoubtedly an extravagant hope that couldn't be realized. After all, Saint Origin Palace wasn't separated from Saint Origin World. It wasn't the Immortal World. It was already very good to be able to absorb a little bit of Immortal Qi. It was impossible to absorb Immortal Qi like how one absorbed the Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi, unless one became an immortal and ascended to the Immortal World. While Jiang Chen was in seclusion, the situation outside was just as Jiang Chen and Gu Firmament had expected. The news of Law Enforcement Palace spread across Saint Origin Palace like a gust of wind. By God! It's such a pity that I didn't see the scene at that time. I never thought that Gu Qian would be so amazing. He actually killed Desolate Yitong and almost angered Desolate Emperor to death. He even won the position of Law Enforcement Palace Master. I'm afraid that only Gu Qian can achieve such a great merit in the entire Gu Palace. He has already done such an earth-shattering thing on his second day in Saint Origin Palace. But this Gu Qian is really not bad. He has helped our disciples in the refining tower by killing the 3 geniuses of Desolate family. I heard that he even gave Gu Yong some pills and asked him to bring them back to those who were injured yesterday. Those pills are really miraculous. All the injured disciples have recovered. Gu Qian is really magnanimous. Despite what we did to him yesterday, he still stood up for us regardless of the past enmity. That's nothing. Gu Qian has absorbed all the immortal qi in the refining tower. This is the first time such a thing has happened in the history of Saint Origin Palace. Simply amazing. I was there at that time. The immortal qi in the entire miniature spatial zone disappeared in just a few minutes. Everyone in Gu Palace was cheering. The topic of Gu Qian was everywhere. The emergence of Gu Qian had brought endless glory to Gu Palace. It had been decades since Gu Palace had been so awesome. Everyone in Gu Palace was full of praise for Gu Qian's arrival. Judging from the current reaction, even if Jiang Qin didn't fight Gu Lian, the conflict between the geniuses of Inner Palace and Outer Palace would have been almost resolved. However, the conflict between the geniuses of Gu Palace wasn't limited to the geniuses of Gu Palace. Even among the higher-ups there were more or less conflicts. Since the conflict had emerged, it must be resolved. Whether or not the conflict had been alleviated, Jiang Qin had to use the battle with Gu Lian to achieve his goal. By the way, Gu Qian has killed Desolate Yitong. Doesn't that mean Big Brother Gu Lian has no chance of winning the battle 2 days later? Wake up. What chance of winning? There's no suspense in this battle. Big Brother Gu Lian is indeed powerful, but there's still a gap between him and Desolate Yitong. Even Desolate Yitong was killed by Gu Qian. Gu Qian is the peerless genius of Gu Palace, the #1 genius. In my opinion, we should cancel the battle 2 days later. If we really fight, Big Brother Gu Lian will only be seeking his own humiliation. That's right. It seems like the decisive battle is meaningless now. Seems like we were wrong about the Outer Palace in the past. Yesterday when we fought with them we could feel their tyrannical strength. Moreover, Gu Qian is also a member of the Outer Palace. Who would dare to look down on Gu Qian? The greatest glory of Gu Palace was won by Gu Qian. No matter what you think, I have already regarded Gu Qian as my idol. Amidst the excitement, the battle between Gu Qian and Gu Lian was also discussed. All the geniuses of Inner Palace understood that this battle was basically meaningless. It was impossible for Gu Lian to be Gu Qian's opponent. The disciples of Outer Palace were even more excited. They had never felt so proud before. Ever since they entered Gu Palace, they had always been in a state of being bullied by the geniuses of Inner Palace. Now the situation had completely changed after the arrival of Jiang Qin. Not to mention the battle yesterday, the way those geniuses of Inner Palace looked at them had changed. They no longer had the arrogant and disdainful look in their eyes. 2 days passed quickly. On this day, the martial practice field of Gu Palace was crowded with people early in the morning. Many people had appeared, including disciples and elders. The martial practice field of Gu Palace was much larger than the one where Jiang Qin and the others lived. At the center of the martial practice field, there were several battle platforms that towered into the clouds. Today was the day of the battle between Jiang Qin and Gu Lian. Even though everyone knew that there was no suspense, they still showed up early. Jiang Qin had done such a big thing, but many people had not seen him in person. Those powerful elders came just to see Jiang Qin's glory. They wanted to see what the #1 genius of Gu Palace looked like. Gu Lian had also arrived. He looked calm and didn't seem nervous at all. In his opinion, winning or losing wasn't important. It was more important whether he dared to fight or not. A group of more than a dozen geniuses of Outer Palace leisurely walked over. The leader was a young man dressed in white. He exuded a heroic aura as he walked. It was none other than Jiang Qin. Gu Qian is here. He is Gu Qian. Sure enough, he has an extraordinary demeanor. One look and I can tell that he is a dragon among men. His future achievements will certainly be unimaginable. He killed Desolate Yitong with just a second-grade great saint. He didn't just defeat him, he killed him directly. I have never seen such heaven-defying strength before. It wouldn't be too much to call him the #1 genius of Gu Palace. That's for sure. This man has achieved such great glory for Gu Palace. He has even won the position of the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace. Not even many of the elders with virtue and prestige can compare to him. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Zhou Xian. All of them were praising Zhou Qian's glory. Chapter 968. It had been a long time since such a young genius had appeared in Gu Palace. Normally, the battle between the two disciples wouldn't attract so much attention from the higher-ups, but now many of them had appeared, just to have a look at Zhou Xian. At this moment, a powerful pressure suddenly spread out and filled the sky above the martial arts practice grounds. Under this familiar pressure, everyone stopped talking and a trace of respect appeared on their faces. A silhouette appeared. It was Gu Firmament. He was floating above the martial arts field. He didn't say a word. Just by standing there he represented a kind of noble and lofty status. In Gu Palace no one could shake his position. He was the absolute master. Of course, Gu Firmament wasn't the only powerful 9th grade great saint in Gu Palace. There were several 9th grade great saint elders and some old super great saints who had been hiding to focus on breaking through to the immortal realm. Some of them were already famous when Zhou Xian swept across the world. These old super great saints wouldn't easily appear unless Gu Palace was in a critical moment of life and death. Look, even the palace master has come. This shows how much importance he attaches to Gu Xian. If it was during normal times, the palace master wouldn't have come here in person even if someone was killed. That's for sure. Gu Xian had earned a lot of face for the palace master in Law Enforcement Palace. He even won back the position of the palace master. How could the palace master not attach importance to such a peerless genius? It was just a battle between the disciples of Inner Palace and the disciples of Outer Palace. Now that the palace master has come, it has become a big event in Gu Palace. Many elders have come. They really attach importance to it. The appearance of Gu Firmament showed the importance of the battle between Zhou Xian and Gu Lian. However, many of them knew that this battle was caused by the conflict between Inner Palace and Outer Palace. If this conflict could be resolved well, it would bring great benefits to Gu Palace. Gu Qian, Gu Lian, both of you go to the battle platform. Gu Firmament said personally. As soon as Gu Firmament's voice fell, Zhou Qian's figure had already appeared on the fighting ring. Therefore many people's eyes fell on Gu Lian. They were guessing whether Gu Lian dared to accept the challenge or whether he would directly admit defeat because it would be shameful if he went up. However, Gu Lian's expression did not change. He leaped onto the platform and stood opposite of Zhou Xian. You have guts. Zhou Xian said sincerely. Since Gu Lian dared to go on stage, no one would look down on him. If it was someone else, after hearing that Zhou Xian had killed Desolate Yitong, they might not even have the courage to go on stage. However, Gu Lian did not show any fear, and his expression was incomparably natural. Gu Qian, I know that I'm no match for you. I might not even be able to withstand a single strike from you, but not being able to fight and not daring to fight are two different things. I, Gu Lian, must come to this battle platform because I want to see how a mere second-grade great saint like you is going to kill Desolate Yitong. I also want to see how strong the #1 genius of Gu Palace is. Gu Lian said in a loud voice. Good. Big brother Gu Lian really has guts. Not being able to fight and not daring to fight are two different things. One shouldn't retreat because of fear. That's right. Even if big brother Gu Lian loses, it won't be shameful. We won't look down on him, instead we will respect him. That's for sure. If it was me, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even dare to go on stage. I would just admit defeat. Many of them praised Gu Lian. The fact that he was able to go on stage in a straightforward manner was already admirable. Gu Qian, bring it on. Divine Polo Palm. Gu Lian adjusted his chi to the peak. The chi of a 4th-grade great saint filled the entire battle platform. He struck out his most powerful combat skill, the Divine Polo Palm. He knew very well that he was no match for Zhou Xian. So, he had to strike out his most powerful attack so that he would have no regrets even if he lost. Honglong. A rumbling sound was heard in the void. A huge golden divine palm was conjured by Gu Lian. The gigantic palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth, shrouding everything in it. Many people were shocked. The power of this move was too powerful. If it was an ordinary person, he or she would have been crushed into powder by the terrifying force. Papa. Rays of golden light emerged from Jiang Chen's fist, producing crackling sounds that sounded like thunder and lightning. His eyes shone with an incomparably bright light. Without any hesitation, he punched toward the divine polo palm. Boom, boom, boom. This was pure physical strength. There was no combat skill involved. A second-grade great saint was using his physical strength to resist a powerful combat skill of a fourth-grade great saint. In such a situation, if the second-grade great saint wasn't an idiot, he must have enough confidence in himself. Naturally, Jiang Chen wasn't an idiot. Those who treated Jiang Chen as an idiot were fools in the end. Jiang Chen's punch contained explosive energy. It collided with the divine polo palm. The violent energy raged, turning the sky above the battle platform into a frenzied battlefield. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the powerful divine polo palm was penetrated by Jiang Chen's fist. Then, it shattered into countless golden fragments and vanished into the void. Dang dang dang. Gu Lian suffered a tremendous counterforce. He took 3 steps back before he could stabilize his body. These 3 steps had already pushed him to the edge of the battle platform. Incredible. It seems like it wasn't an accident that Gu Chen killed Desolate Yitong. That's right. He defeated Big Brother Gu Lian with just a punch. Such combat strength is simply boundless. Did you all see that? Gu Chen only used his physical strength to repel Big Brother Gu Lian. He didn't use any powerful combat skills to injure Big Brother Gu Lian. That was to save Big Brother Gu Lian's face. That's right. Big Brother Gu Lian is representing our palace. If he is beaten too badly, our entire palace will lose face. We will feel angry and humiliated. But Gu Chen clearly has great strength, yet he used such a method to save face for Big Brother Gu Lian and our palace. Can be said that he has put in a lot of effort. Many of them had seen through Jiang Chen's intention. If Jiang Chen stepped on Gu Lian like what he did 3 days ago, it would undoubtedly be a humiliation to Gu Palace in front of everyone. Not only would it not alleviate the internal conflict of Gu Palace, it would also have the opposite effect. It would make people feel that Jiang Chen was arrogant and unapproachable, which would arouse resentment in people's hearts. Gu Firmament and many of the higher-ups nodded, praising Jiang Chen even more. On the battle platform, Gu Lian shook his head helplessly. After exchanging blows with Jiang Chen, he thoroughly understood how powerful Jiang Chen was. It could be said that one of his wishes had been fulfilled. Gu Lian cupped his fists at Jiang Chen and said, "Gu Chen, you are very powerful. I admit defeat. Thank you for saving face for me in Main Palace." Chapter 969. No one felt anything about Gu Lian's surrender. At least he had already fought and Jiang Chen had given him a way out of this embarrassing situation. It was the wisest choice to surrender now. If he continued to fight shamelessly, he would really be looked down upon. A person who couldn't even see the situation clearly was no different from a boorish man. "Brother Gu, you don't have to be so polite." Jiang Chen cupped his fists and responded to Gu Lian. Then he turned around and looked at all the people of Gu Palace, from the elders to the disciples. He found that all of them were looking at him with blazing eyes. "To all the brothers of the Main Palace, I, Gu Chen, would like to apologize for what happened 3 days ago," Jiang Chen said in a clear voice, "but I had no choice but to fight with Gu Lian today. I only have one purpose, and that is to let all the people of Gu Palace know that we are a family. We all have the surname Gu and the bloodline of the ancient people flows in our bodies. There shouldn't be any division between the Main Palace and the Outer Palace. If Gu Palace wants to be absolutely powerful, this contradiction must be completely resolved. You should know that the ancestors who founded Gu Palace also came from the ancient people of the Pure Land. Even those ancestors who have already ascended to the Immortal realm don't want to see Gu Palace divided into factions. I, Guchen, want all the geniuses of the main palace to see that the people of the outer palace also have the ability. If they didn't have the ability, they wouldn't be standing here. You have no reason to look down on them because we are a family. Trying to feel superior in front of one's own family is really something that people of Gu Palace should look down on. The whole martial arts practice field was extremely quiet. Everyone, including Gu Firmament, was listening to Jiang Chen confidently. Every word of Jiang Chen touched people's hearts. Some of the geniuses of the main palace even lowered their heads and felt a little ashamed. Jiang Chen was right. Although they were members of the main palace, they had the same ancestor and the same bloodline. They were all family. What was so great about bullying one's own people? If they had the ability, they could bully their opponents. Back in the refining tower, they were bullied by Desolate Palace, and it was Jiang Chen who stood up for them. They shouldn't feel superior in front of their own people. Although Jiang Chen was from the outer palace and came from the Pure Land, he was much stronger than them in terms of talent and combat strength. However, was Jiang Chen not superior enough in front of them? However, Jiang Chen had never displayed his superiority in front of them. Instead, he displayed his strength in front of his enemies and stood up for his own people. This was the truth, and there was no need to say more. Guchen, I, Guling, would like to apologize to you in the outer hall for what happened 3 days ago. From today onwards, I, Guling, will no longer look down on the people of the outer hall. You're right, we're all family. Guling stood out from the crowd and said loudly. Then he bowed deeply towards the people of the outer palace. That's right. Big Brother Guchen is right. From now on, there will be no more internal conflicts in Gu Palace. We're all family. The blood flowing in our veins is the blood of the ancient people. I, Gu Lang, used to bully the people of the outer palace. Now that I think about it, it's really hateful. Thanks to the appearance of Gu Chen, we all understand this truth. If the internal conflicts of Gu Palace continue to develop, it will sooner or later lead to its own destruction. For a moment, many geniuses of the main palace stood out to speak. Not only was Jiang Chen powerful, but he also knew how to conduct himself. He had completely conquered them and changed their view of the outer palace. Seeing this situation, many high-level elders were also moved. They knew better than anyone else how terrible the internal conflicts were and how serious the consequences would be for Gu Palace. Now even the disciples had understood it. If they still couldn't, then they wouldn't be worthy of being called experts. All the disciples of the outer palace heaved a sigh of relief. They could finally hold their heads up high. They had enough of the days of being bullied. From now on, they had their own identities and were the true people of Gu Palace. All the disciples of the outer palace looked at Jiang Chen, who was still standing on the fighting platform. Their eyes were filled with passion and worship. They were all proud and arrogant people. They were all geniuses among geniuses. They had never admired anyone before, let alone worshipped him. Boy, not bad. The conflict that even I couldn't solve was solved so easily by you. Gu Firmament's voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. What he said was true. Although he was the high and mighty palace master, such a conflict wasn't easy to solve. The conflict had already been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Using forceful means would only produce the opposite of the desired result. Everything that had happened since Jiang Chen came to Gu Palace had paved the way for him to solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. Therefore, after today's battle with Gu Lian, the conflict would be resolved completely. Everyone heard it. All of you have the blood of the ancient people. I don't want Gu Palace to be divided into the inner palace and the outer palace in the future. Everyone is equal. As long as we, the ancient people, work together, we will become stronger sooner or later. Gu Firmament said a few words and then disappeared directly. Many people saw that when Gu Firmament left, there was a smile on his face. The conflict of Gu Palace had been completely solved. In the future, it would show a great effect in the cultivation project, which was very important to a major power. Jiang Chen had become the #1 hero of Gu Palace. The higher-ups valued him and the subordinates worshipped him. In just 3 days, Jiang Chen had become famous, not only in Gu Palace, but also in the entire Saint Origin Palace. After the battle with Gu Lian, Jiang Chen didn't go into seclusion. Instead, he went to Demon Palace. Through the matter of Law Enforcement Palace, Gu Palace and Demon Palace were connected. De Huang Dog had a very high status in Demon Palace. It was time for Jiang Chen to pay a visit to Demon Palace. He believed that Heavenly Ping King would be very happy to see him. Gu Palace was bustling with noise and excitement. From the top to the bottom, everyone's face was filled with smiles. It was a great thing for Gu Palace to take control of Law Enforcement Palace. One should know that the special existence of Law Enforcement Palace wasn't just for law enforcement, but also for the distribution of cultivation resources. All these years, Desolate Palace had been in charge of Law Enforcement Palace, which gave them a huge advantage in this aspect and allowed them to obtain a lot of good cultivation resources. Now it was finally Gu Palace's turn to be in charge. Naturally, they were very excited. Compared to Gu Palace's congratulations, the atmosphere in Desolate Palace was depressing. For many years, Desolate Palace had never been so depressed and aggrieved. From Desolate Emperor to the ordinary disciples, everyone's face was filled with anger. No one had ever made Desolate Palace suffer such a big loss. In the refining tower they had lost 3 geniuses and the face of Desolate Palace. In the Law Enforcement Palace they made Desolate Palace lose face. Not only did they lose another Desolate Itong, they also made Desolate Emperor a laughingstock. This was an incomparably abominable thing. Damn it. That Gu Qian is too abominable. We must find an opportunity to kill him. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. If he hides in Gu Palace and doesn't come out, we can't go to Gu Palace to kill him. Moreover, the matter of Law Enforcement Palace was a bet between Palace Master and him. I never thought that the ancient people of Pure Land could cultivate such a heaven-defying genius. This person's existence is absolutely a great threat to Desolate Palace. As long as there's a chance, we must eliminate him. If we allow this person to grow, it will only be a matter of time before Gu Palace surpasses Desolate Palace. The people of Desolate Palace hated Zhou Xian to the bone. They couldn't wait to eat his flesh raw. The existence of Zhou Xian had also attracted the attention of the higher-ups of Desolate Palace. Feeling threatened, many experts had made up their minds to eliminate Gu Qian. Only by eliminating Gu Qian could they feel at ease and restore the lost face of Desolate Palace. In fact, it wasn't only Desolate Palace that had noticed Zhou Xian. The other major palaces were also the same. It would be a lie to say that they weren't jealous of such a genius, but Zhou Xian didn't have any direct conflict with them. So they were just jealous of him. However, they believed that given the style of Desolate Palace, they wouldn't let Zhou Xian go so easily. Zhou Xian stayed in Demon Palace for a day before returning to Gu Palace. He had a pleasant conversation with Heavenly Ping King. Heavenly Ping King was also very worried about the overall situation of Saint Origin Palace. Demon Palace belonged to the demon race, which was fundamentally different from humans. Therefore they were extremely sensitive to all kinds of dangers. The ambition of Desolate Palace was obvious, but even Heavenly Ping King didn't know the real secret of Desolate Palace. However, both he and Zhou Xian believed that Desolate Palace wouldn't be able to swallow the entire Saint Origin Palace even if they had the ambition. Zhou Xian knitted his brows. Saint Origin Palace looked calm on the surface, but in fact there were surging undercurrents. His intuition told him that something big would happen in Saint Origin World sooner or later. Chaos wasn't far away. Zhou Xian created a spatial zone for himself and hid in it. He was thinking about a question about Ancestor Green Lotus. He had asked Gu Firmament and Heavenly Ping King about it, but both of them didn't know anything about Ancestor Green Lotus. This made Zhou Xian even more puzzled. According to Great Master Ran Feng, Ancestor Green Lotus hadn't ascended to the Immortal realm, nor was he dead but was imprisoned. Therefore, the only place that could imprison Ancestor Green Lotus in the entire Saint Origin world was Saint Origin Palace. But if Ancestor Green Lotus was really in Saint Origin Palace, given Heavenly Ping King and Gu Firmament's status, it was impossible for them not to know anything about it. After all, they were already the overlords of Saint Origin Palace. If they didn't know anything about it, it would make Zhou Xian feel somewhat distressed. Could it be Desolate Palace? Chapter 970. Jiang Qin knew Ancestor Green Lotus very well. Ancestor Green Lotus was a living Buddha who could predict the future. He wouldn't stay here for no reason. The reason why Great Master Ran Feng persisted for so many years was to find his master. Jiang Qin was even more certain that Ancestor Green Lotus was imprisoned in Saint Origin Palace. There was no other place in the world that could confine Ancestor Green Lotus. Even if Ancestor Green Lotus failed his tribulation, Jiang Qin could guess that there must be a reason for his failure. Perhaps it had something to do with the person who imprisoned him. Otherwise, given Ancestor Green Lotus' ability, he wouldn't have failed his tribulation and would have become an immortal long ago. Gu Palace and Demon Palace don't know anything about Ancestor Green Lotus. Dan Palace, Narang Palace, Hua Palace, Shur Palace and Bin Palace certainly don't know anything about Ancestor Green Lotus. The only suspicious one is Desolate Palace. Unfortunately, I don't have the means to check it out. Given my current strength, going to Desolate Palace is no different from courting death. Jiang Qin was very distressed, but immediately his eyes sparkled. By the way, I have the flaming wings now. With the help of the spatial shift, it shouldn't be a problem for me to go to Desolate Palace. The Zulong Tower should have the ability to hide my qi, but I still can't be reckless. If Desolate Palace has the means to imprison Ancestor Green Lotus and hide it from the other 7 families, their defense must be very tight. Jiang Qin sighed and decided to give up on investigating Desolate Palace. After all, his strength was still weak. Although he had advanced to 2nd grade Great Saint, it was still child's play compared to Desolate Palace. He still needed to investigate the matter of Ancestor Green Lotus carefully. As a matter of fact, just as Jiang Qin had expected, Ancestor Green Lotus was imprisoned by Desolate Palace. In the deep layer of the spatial zone of Desolate Palace, there was an independent spatial zone. It was very small, or it couldn't even be considered as a spatial zone. It could only be considered as a slightly bigger secret chamber. This secret chamber was only a few dozen meters in circumference. The entire chamber was filled with cold air and frost could be seen everywhere. The secret chamber was located in the spatial crevice and was sealed by an extremely powerful seal. The seal was so powerful that even a 9th grade Great Saint wouldn't be able to sense its qi. At this moment, an old monk was sitting in the center of the secret chamber. The old monk's eyes were closed and he wore a light yellow kasaya. The kasaya looked very old, but it still gave off a faint luster. The old monk looked to be at least 100 years old. Of course, his true age was definitely not 100 years old. The old monk sat there, his back hunched. Even his breathing could not be felt. His face was full of loose skin and wrinkles. He looked like he did not have much longer to live, but he gave off the feeling that he would not die no matter what. The old monk seemed to have stayed here for too long and was numb to everything. The cold aura had no effect on him at all. There were old monks in Buddhism who had been meditating for 100 years. The old monk in front of them was exactly like this. At this moment, the space of the secret chamber rippled. A figure appeared like a ghost. It was an old man who looked to be in his 50s. He had a long beard on his chin. He didn't have a strong physique, but his qi was terrifying. It was as if he had transcended the heaven and earth and was no longer a person of this world. His body was emitting immortal qi. That's right, it was immortal qi. He was a true immortal, an existence that had surpassed the Great Saint realm. If outsiders knew about this, they would surely be shocked. One should know that when a great saint advanced to the immortal realm, he would be drawn to the immortal world by the suction force of the immortal world. He couldn't stay in the lower world. Because the qi of an immortal was too strong, the lower world wouldn't be able to withstand his power. Once an immortal started a massacre, the entire world would collapse. This was similar to Void Triangular Domain, which couldn't withstand the power of a great saint. However, the old man in front of them was real. Qinglian, it has been 100 years. You're still so stubborn. You won't have a good ending for going against Desolate Palace. The old man looked at the old monk who was sitting on the ground and said, "That's right." The old monk was none other than Ancestor Green Lotus, whom Jiang Qin had been looking for. "You're here again." Ancestor Green Lotus slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were cloudy at the beginning, but suddenly they became extremely bright. Just one look was enough to kill a person. This was a supreme realm. It was impossible to associate such a look with an old man who was on the verge of death. Green Lotus, I have never admired anyone but you, Ancestor Green Lotus. As long as you hand over that thing, we will immediately open the prison for you and allow you to ascend to the immortal realm. This is supposed to be a good thing, but you stubbornly stayed here for 100 years. Why do you have to do this? The old man said impatiently, because he had said the same thing many times. You have violated the immortal Tao by using me to stay in the lower world. I won't give you the thing. You can go back now. Ancestor Green Lotus's tone was very calm. One wouldn't feel the slightest anger from him. After saying that, he closed his eyes. Green Lotus, you are too stubborn. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? The old man was a little angry. You won't dare. If you kill me, all the efforts of Desolate Palace for the past 100 years will be wasted. Ancestor Green Lotus shook his head. The old man was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. Just like what Ancestor Green Lotus said, he didn't dare to kill Ancestor Green Lotus. Killing Ancestor Green Lotus would destroy all the efforts of the past 100 years. Humph. Green Lotus, you should know very well that even if we can't get that thing, we can still achieve the same result by imprisoning you. You are the one who will suffer the loss. You don't know how to cherish the opportunity to ascend to the immortal realm. The old man harumphed coldly and vanished. It was another unpleasant conversation. This kind of conversation happened once every year. Ancestor Green Lotus had already become numb to it. After the old man left, the surrounding space barrier was completely sealed, and the surroundings were filled with white frost mist. Ancestor Green Lotus opened his eyes again, and a mocking sneer appeared on his calm face. Ancestor Green Lotus flipped his palm, and a broken sword that was 3 meters long appeared in his hand. If Xianxia was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this broken sword was a broken piece of the Heavenly Saint sword. Ancestor Green Lotus stared at the broken sword in his hand as if he was looking at an old friend. Old friend, 100 years ago you fell in the Saint Cliff. When I went there, I found this broken sword. I have never admired anyone in my life, but you are the only one. You broke the immortal Tao and brought hope to the great saints of Saint Origin World, but at the same time, you brought a disaster to Saint Origin World. Wang, all of a sudden, the broken sword in his hand trembled violently, producing a buzzing sound as if it was being summoned. Chapter 971. What's going on? This broken sword was left behind by Xianxia. It's a fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword. I kept it as a souvenir. There has never been such an agitation before. In this world, there is only one person who could make this broken sword agitated, but that's impossible. Xianxia has already been crushed to pieces in the Saint Cliff. Ancestor Green Lotus' face turned pale with fright. Given his cultivation and temperament, it was extremely abnormal for him to have such a huge fluctuation, but the agitation of the broken sword made him unable to calm down. At the same time, in the spatial zone where Xianxia was, 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes. It's the chi of the Heavenly Saint sword. The 6th broken sword has appeared. I didn't expect it to be in Saint Origin Palace. This is great. If I can get this broken sword and integrate it with the Heavenly Saint sword, my cultivation will advance to the 3rd grade Great Saint. Let me sense the exact location of the Heavenly Saint sword. Xianxia couldn't hide his excitement. He had already integrated 5 parts of the Heavenly Saint sword, leaving him with only 2 more parts. He didn't expect to sense it in Saint Origin Palace. What he lacked the most now was cultivation. If he could find another fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword, he would be able to advance to the 3rd grade Great Saint. At that time, not even a 7th grade Great Saint would be a match for him when he transformed into his dragon form. At that time, Xianxia would be considered to have stepped into the ranks of the higher grades. Xianxia took out the Heavenly Saint sword. The dazzling Heavenly Saint sword hovered in front of his face, emitting a buzzing sound as if it was summoned by some kind of force. Xianxia closed his eyes and circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique, carefully sensing the exact location of the Heavenly Saint sword. Since he and the Heavenly Saint sword were connected by life, sensing its exact location was an incomparably easy task. Swoosh! Xianxia opened his eyes abruptly. Two rays of cold light shot out from his eyes. The light rippled and cut the void in front of him. It's in the direction of Desolate Palace. Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. He had already sensed the exact location of the Heavenly Saint's sword. It was right in the direction of Desolate Palace. This situation made him extremely depressed. Going to Desolate Palace to search for the sword fragment was no different from snatching food from the tiger's mouth. One could imagine how dangerous it was. It seems like I have to pay a visit to Desolate Palace. A trace of ruthlessness was revealed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Just a moment ago he was still considering whether he should go to Desolate Palace to investigate the matter regarding Ancestor Green Lotus. But now it seemed that there was no need to hesitate anymore. He must get the fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword. Even if it was Desolate Palace, he would still dare to go there. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Jiang Chen had never been a coward. Jiang Chen kept the Heavenly Saint sword and summoned the Zulong Tower. The golden ancestral dragon ancient tower had already condensed into 3 levels. Jiang Chen shrouded the Zulong Tower and found out that not only did it have an amazing defensive power, it also had a very strong concealment ability. He could travel through the void silently. As long as Jiang Chen wanted to, he could travel through the void without being discovered. In addition, Jiang Chen's spatial shift was incomparably mystical. Now that he had the flaming wings, Jiang Chen was confident that he could go to Desolate Palace and find out what was going on. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's figure disappeared. He turned into a ghost that walked in the void and flew towards the direction of Desolate Palace. Initially he planned to bring Da Huang Dog along. After all, this dog was incomparably mystical and could break countless seals and restrictions. But after thinking about it, he decided not to bring them along. After all, he was going to Desolate Palace. If he encountered any danger, he could still escape alone. In other words, his and Da Huang Dog's cultivation were not very strong. At least they weren't strong enough to enter and exit Desolate Palace at will. It would be easier for him to conceal himself if he went alone. In the frozen secret chamber, Ancestor Green Lotus was still staring at the broken sword in front of him without blinking his eyes. The sword trembled even more violently. It hadn't stopped ever since it was taken out. At the same time, Jiang Chen, who was shuttling through the void, was gradually approaching the frozen small space. Soon Jiang Chen came to the outside of the small space. He who was hiding inside the Zulong Tower was extremely shocked when he saw the small space. Damn it! How could Desolate Palace have such a hidden place? They created such a small thing in the deepest part of the space and sealed it with a powerful ice-sealing technique. If I didn't have the Heavenly Saint sword to guide me, it would be impossible for me to find this place. I'm afraid that there's more than just a fragment of my Heavenly Saint sword in here. It's nothing to the mighty Desolate Palace. If I'm not mistaken, there must be something else important in here. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. He checked his surroundings with extreme caution. The ancestral dragon pagoda had completely concealed him from the experts. As a matter of fact, there weren't any experts around. The more dangerous a place was, the more defenseless it would be. Putting aside the fact that no one would be able to find this place, who in the world could break the seal? Jiang Chen carefully approached the seal outside the spatial zone and circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique. When he sensed the strength of the seal, his facial expression changed dramatically. This is a seal set up by an immortal. A great saint wouldn't be able to cast it. Could it be that there's an immortal in Desolate Palace? Damn it! I can't break this seal. If I break it by force, it will immediately alert the person who cast the seal. Aware of this, Jiang Chen became even more cautious. He dared not be careless in the face of such a seal. More importantly, this seal was cast by an immortal. It made him seriously suspect that there was an immortal in Desolate Palace. If that was the case, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Once he was discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. The gap between a great saint and an immortal was unimaginable. Even a mighty 9th-grade great saint would be blown to death by a true immortal without any resistance. This was an incomparably tricky matter. This was the first time in Jiang Chen's life that he felt helpless. He had completely concealed his qi. Coupled with the protection of the Zulong Tower, He had completely integrated himself with the void so that he wouldn't be discovered by anyone. However, this wasn't a solution. The purpose of his visit was for the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword. Now he was almost certain that the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword was in this small spatial zone. He could sense it very clearly. The most difficult problem right now was how to break the seal. Even if he could break the seal and enter the spatial zone without alerting the hidden experts of Desolate Palace, it would still be an incomparably difficult or almost impossible task. Don't tell me I have to give up just like this? Zhou Xian knitted his brows. For the sake of safety, he had to leave this place immediately. However, he wasn't willing to go back just like this. Zhou Xian wasn't a person who would retreat in the face of difficulties. By the way, the Zulong Tower is a supreme divine item. It's above the immortal realm. Perhaps I can use the Zulong Tower to enter the spatial zone. The interior of the Zulong Tower is a spatial zone. It has exquisite control over the spatial force. Zhou Xian thought of the Zulong Tower. He decided to use the Zulong Tower to give it a try. If it worked, everything would be fine. If it didn't work, he would escape immediately. Zhou Xian carefully controlled the Zulong Tower and slowly moved towards the seal. Swoosh. To Zhou Qian's astonishment, when Zhou Qian operated the spatial force inside the Zulong Tower turned into a tiny speck of dust and passed through the gap of the seal. Zhou Qian didn't even have the time to react before he entered the secret chamber. The scene in front of him stunned Zhou Qian. He saw Ancestor Green Lotus, and Ancestor Green Lotus also looked at him. Both of them had the same expression. Only the Heavenly Saint Sword fragment was agitated more violently. Green Lotus. Zhou Qian was the first to react and exclaimed, "That's right." Although the old monk in front of him looked very different from the Buddha in the prime of his life, his aura wouldn't change, especially the aura of an eminent monk. Under the heavens, apart from Ancestor Green Lotus, who else could it be? Zhou Qian recognized him at first glance. You are, Ancestor Green Lotus was shocked. The Heavenly Saint Sword fragment had already left his body and flew to Zhou Qian's side. Zhou Qian grabbed the Heavenly Saint Sword fragment and strode towards Ancestor Green Lotus. His face twisted and changed back to his original appearance. Although he had changed his appearance, Ancestor Green Lotus still couldn't recognize this young man. One could change his appearance but not his temperament and eyes. Only the most familiar people could remember his temperament and eyes. From this young man, Ancestor Green Lotus could see the shadow of the greatest saint under the heavens. More importantly, the Heavenly Saint Sword fragment had explained everything. Guess who I am? Zhou Qian waved the Heavenly Saint Sword fragment in front of Ancestor Green Lotus. He was in a very good mood. Seemed like his guess was right. Ancestor Green Lotus had been imprisoned by Desolate Palace. After being reborn for 100 years, he was naturally very happy to see his old acquaintance again. No, this is impossible. It's impossible. Ancestor Green Lotus kept shaking his head. Even with his temperament, he absolutely couldn't believe this was true. He had seen Zhou Qian fall in the St. Cliff with his own eyes, so how could he explain the current situation? Nothing is impossible in this world. I, Zhou Qian, am very lucky to be reborn. Now I am also called Zhou Qian. Old friend, we meet again. Zhou Qian sat opposite of Ancestor Green Lotus and teased. Ancestor Green Lotus's shock was within Zhou Qian's expectation. It would be abnormal if he wasn't shocked at all. Ancestor Green Lotus widened his eyes and couldn't utter a word. But he was sure that the young man in front of him was exactly the same as the Zhou Qian he was familiar with. Chapter 972. After listening to Zhou Qian's narration, Ancestor Green Lotus couldn't calm himself down for a long time. But when he regained his composure, he was incomparably excited. An old friend who had died for 100 years suddenly appeared in front of him with a different identity and told him that he wasn't dead but had been reincarnated. If it didn't happen in front of him, he wouldn't believe it at all. However, Ancestor Green Lotus believed it very quickly. Not only because of the reaction of the Heavenly Saint Sword, but also because of Zhou Qian's temperament and eyes. Buddhism had always been particular about past and present lives. Reincarnation and rebirth were recognized and recorded in Buddhism. Old friend, you really have heaven-defying luck. You didn't die in such a great disaster and now you are back. I have been imprisoned here for 100 years. Now that I can see you again, I have no regrets in this life. A rare smile appeared on Ancestor Green Lotus' face. It was extremely difficult to make this old monk, who was as calm as an ancient well, smile. I have been to Green Lotus Mountain, Zhou Xian said. Upon hearing the name Green Lotus Mountain, Ancestor Green Lotus' eyes couldn't help but brighten up. He hastily asked, "How is Green Lotus Mountain now? How is my disciple?" "Don't worry. Great Master Ranfeng is doing very well. He has already become a great saint expert. I have a life and death friendship with his disciple. The last time I went to Western Domain, Great Master Ranfeng told me about you. I guess that you must be imprisoned in Saint Origin Palace," Zhou Xian said. "That little guy Ranfeng has also accepted a disciple. Old friend, quickly tell me about the outside world and how you came to Saint Origin Palace. I can see that your current cultivation base is only at 2nd grade Great Saint. It's a miracle that you managed to find me here." Ancestor Green Lotus rarely spoke for 100 years. Now that he had reunited with his old friend, he became more talkative. "That year I fell on the Saint Cliff. Fortunately, my soul didn't die. I was reborn in a remote area of Eastern Continent and cultivated all the way until I reached my current realm." Zhou Xian knew what Ancestor Green Lotus was feeling right now. Therefore he told Ancestor Green Lotus everything that had happened in the past few years, especially about Great Master Ranfeng and Tyrant. Talking about these things was a form of enjoyment for Zhou Xian. In this world he had a huge secret and he was a lonely person. Therefore he was afraid that the only person he could chat with without restraint was this old monk in front of him. After listening to Zhou Xian's narration, Ancestor Green Lotus couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, Zhou Xian, you're still the same Zhou Xian, but you've become even more heaven-defying compared to your previous life. In your previous life you turned the Pure Land upside down and it's still the same now. Now that you've come to Saint Origin Palace, it seems like Saint Origin Palace won't be peaceful anymore. By the way, you said that you found this place because you sensed the existence of the Heavenly Saint Sword. Given your ability, it's not surprising for you to find this place, but how did you break the seal outside? This is a seal set up by an immortal. Even if you were at your peak in your previous life, you wouldn't be able to break it. Plus you came in without making a sound. There wasn't even a ripple. The seal is still intact. Seems like you can come in without breaking it. What kind of technique is this?" Ancestor Green Lotus asked doubtfully. One should know that he would have some sense even if the immortal of Desolate family came in, but he didn't sense anything when Zhou Xian came in. Zhou Xian appeared out of thin air. This kind of technique really surprised him. "I have a unique technique that allows me to travel through space without making a sound. This seal isn't a problem at all. Thanks to the Heavenly Saint Sword, I wouldn't have been able to find you." Zhou Xian sighed. He was really lucky to be able to find Ancestor Green Lotus this time. If it wasn't for the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword that Ancestor Green Lotus had taken out and studied, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find Ancestor Green Lotus even if he turned the entire Desolate Palace upside down. "You said that this is a seal set up by an immortal. Could it be that there are other immortals in Desolate Palace? If you are being closely watched, wouldn't I be easily discovered?" Zhou Xian asked with a frown. "It doesn't matter. The people of Desolate Palace have just left. They will only appear once a year. Normally they wouldn't pay attention to this place because I can't run away. However, they would never have thought that you would appear here. I wonder what kind of reaction they would have if they knew that the greatest saint is still alive," said Zhou Xian. Ancestor Green Lotus said with a smile. He wasn't worried that Zhou Xian would be discovered. "What the hell is going on? Why did Desolate Palace imprison you?" asked Zhou Xian. This was the question he was most concerned about. Ancestor Green Lotus was a peerless Buddha in the past. He didn't have any enmity with Desolate Palace, but Desolate Palace had attacked him during his tribulation. How much enmity was there between them? Desolate Palace has the ambition of wolves. They want to rule the entire Saint Origin world and I have become their most important tool. 2 rays of cold light flickered in Ancestor Green Lotus's eyes. It was impossible to say that he didn't have any resentment when he thought of what had happened to him. "What do you mean?" asked Zhou Xian. He had already sensed that there was a great secret involved in this matter. That year after you fell on the Saint Cliff, I went to the Saint Cliff and only found this broken sword. So I kept it as a souvenir. However, this broken sword has helped me a lot today. If it wasn't for this broken sword, I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to meet again. Ancestor Green Lotus seemed to have fallen into a deep recollection. Later on, I went to the Immortal Vault Mountain and obtained an immortal mark there. It's incomparably mystical and it's still in my body. I won't take it out to show you. The experts of Desolate Palace imprisoned me in order to get this immortal mark. If I take it out, they will probably sense it. This immortal mark has a great function, which is to conceal the heaven's secret. With this immortal mark, immortals can continue to stay in Saint Origin World without being affected by the immortal world. So, Desolate Palace imprisoned you in order to deceive the heaven's secret with the immortal mark. In other words, there are really some immortals in Desolate Palace now? Given Zhou Xian's intelligence, he immediately guessed the key point. That's right. I don't know how the experts of Desolate Palace found out about the immortal mark in my hand. When I was transcending the tribulation, I had already predicted that there would be a great change. Then I was secretly framed by the experts of Desolate Palace, causing me to fail the tribulation. Many people thought that I was dead, but I wasn't. I was imprisoned here by the experts of Desolate Palace. They used the chi of the immortal mark in my hand to deceive the heaven's secret. For the past 100 years, none of the immortals of Desolate Palace have ascended to the immortal world. All of them have been hiding here. Ancestor Green Lotus said. What? Zhou Xian almost exclaimed. He had expected that Desolate Palace would have a big secret, but he didn't expect it to be so shocking. None of the immortals of Desolate Palace had ascended to the immortal world in 100 years, but all the immortals of the other 7 major families had ascended to the immortal world. The ancestors of Desolate Palace have a big plan. They want to see the unification of Saint Origin World before ascending to the immortal world. All these years they have been trying to get the immortal mark in my hand, but I refused to give it to them. They had no choice but to imprison me here because I can also deceive the heaven's secret with the immortal mark. Ancestor Green Lotus said. It's good that you didn't want to hand it over. If you did, given the means of Desolate Palace, they would kill you immediately. The immortal mark is now your protective talisman, but there's one thing I don't understand. Why didn't you refine the immortal mark directly? I'm afraid that you will gain a lot of benefits if you refine it. Zhou Xian was puzzled. I have tried to refine the immortal mark, but it didn't work. This immortal mark contains great luck. Or maybe it's because my luck isn't enough to gain the recognition of the immortal mark. Ancestor Green Lotus shook his head. I see. But even if there are immortals in Desolate Palace, I'm afraid that they won't be able to wreak havoc in Saint Origin World. The power of immortals is too strong. It's very likely that they will destroy the whole world. If that's the case, what's the point of them staying here? Asked Zhou Xian, puzzled. After so many years of development, Desolate Palace has become stronger and stronger. Its overall strength has already surpassed any of the other 7 major families. Among them, the immortals of Desolate Palace have made an undeniable contribution. They are able to provide resources to Desolate Palace. You can imagine how powerful that is. As far as I know, the immortals of Desolate Palace will select the most outstanding geniuses and enlighten them by using immortal chi to cleanse their bodies all year round. Those geniuses have always been hidden by Desolate Palace and are treated as saint sons. They are the real secret weapons of Desolate Palace. I'm afraid that they have already reached an unimaginable level. If they are released one day, I'm afraid that it will be the day Desolate Palace dominates the world. Ancestor Green Lotus said. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian couldn't calm down for a long time. It seemed like Desolate Palace's scheme was too big. Sure enough, Desolate Palace's scheme is very deep. Their immortals don't intend to help Desolate Palace rule the whole Saint Origin world. They want to use this method to greatly strengthen Desolate Palace's foundation, allowing the people of Desolate Palace to rule the world. That way they will be truly powerful. The rise of a major family must start from the root. They must have an unshakable foundation. War and competition are the best ways to promote their growth. It seems like the real chaos of Saint Origin World is not far away. Zhou Qian's eyes sparkled. That's right. Initially, I thought that desolate palace would be able to dominate the world and the other 7 major families would be annihilated. But after seeing you today, I saw a turning point. Only you, my old friend, can reverse the situation and change everything. Only you can do it. Chapter 973. Zhou Xian took a deep breath. All of a sudden he felt tremendous pressure and a strong sense of urgency. The secret of Desolate Palace was beyond his imagination and the power of Desolate Family was beyond his imagination. So many immortals had yet to ascend to the immortal world. No one knew how many geniuses had been secretly cultivated by Desolate Palace in the past 100 years. All these geniuses were hidden from the other 7 major families. Geniuses were born with extraordinary innate talents. Coupled with the enlightenment of immortals and the cleansing of immortal chi day after day, year after year, it was hard to imagine how terrifying they had grown. If Desolate Palace were to release these killer weapons, it would be even harder to imagine how much damage they would cause to the other 7 major families. This was the ambition and secret of Desolate Palace. But immediately, a surge of hot blood and fighting spirit overflowed from Zhou Xian's body. The stronger the enemy and the more difficult the situation, the more excited he would be. The confrontation with Desolate Palace was destined to be a hot-blooded battle. He couldn't wait to see the hidden secret weapons of Desolate Palace. Old friend, I can feel that you are much more terrifying than your previous life, but your current cultivation base is still far from enough to deal with Desolate Palace. In order to deal with this catastrophe, you have to grow stronger as soon as possible. There isn't much time left. Plus, the present Saint Origin world is no longer the same as before. It's not enough to rely on the means of the greatest saint. What you are facing now is no longer the mighty great saint, but the more terrifying immortals. Ancestor Green Lotus said solemnly. I know that in the eyes of Zhou Xian all my enemies are the same. The strength and terror of my enemies won't be a hindrance to my progress, but a driving force. To me, the present Saint Origin world is no different from the Saint Origin world 100 years ago. I was able to step on it in my previous life and I can still do it now. Even if there are immortals in front of me, I will still crush them without mercy. Zhou Qian's heart was burning with ambition. His whole body emitted the aura of a king. Every word that came out of his mouth was so confident and powerful. His casual expression could affect the minds of the people around him. This was Zhou Qian unchanging. Haha, Zhou Qian is still the same Zhou Qian. The one who can fight against Desolate Palace has finally appeared. I originally wanted to let you refine the immortal mark, but now is not the time. If you take the immortal mark away, Desolate Palace will find out about it. At that time, both you and I will die tragically and the other 7 major families will be doomed eternally. Ancestor Green Lotus said. You are right. Now is not the right time to deal with Desolate Palace. It is already a great harvest to be able to find you and know the secrets and ambitions of Desolate Palace. Green Lotus, I will be leaving soon. If I stay here for too long, I'm afraid that the higher-ups of Desolate Palace will be alerted. You have to stay here for a little longer. One day I will personally rescue you and restore your former glory. Zhou Qian stood up from the ground. Today he had found Ancestor Green Lotus but he couldn't rescue him. To Zhou Qian it was undoubtedly a depressing thing, but considering the overall situation, Ancestor Green Lotus had to stay here. Zhou Qian needed time to improve his strength. The last thing he could do was to alert the enemy. By the way, how is the little monk that Ran Feng's disciple that you told me about? Ancestor Green Lotus asked. The disciple of Ran Feng was considered as his descendant. Naturally he would be very concerned about him. This boy has excellent talent and a deep affinity with Buddha. He has obtained great benefits last time and is now meditating in Green Lotus Mountain. Even if he hasn't broken through to the Great Saint Realm yet, I'm afraid that he is close to it. Great Master Ran Feng's foresight is very good. He has been trying his best to cultivate Tyrant and put all his hopes on him, hoping that one day Tyrant will truly grow up and inquire about your whereabouts. Jiang Qin said with a smile. It had been a long time since he last saw that shameless monk and he was starting to miss him. As for Tyrant's talent, it was no exaggeration. Tyrant had a deep affinity with the Buddha, and he would definitely become a supreme Buddha in the future. Currently, Tyrant was in Green Lotus Mountain and he should be constantly improving. I have an immortal relic here. It was left behind when I failed to transcend the tribulation. Ancestor Green Lotus flipped his palm and a golden relic appeared. The relic was surrounded by mist, which was the smell of immortal qi. Compared to ordinary relics, this relic was countless times more powerful. There was a fundamental difference between them. Although I failed to transcend the tribulation, I had already touched the threshold of the immortal Tao. A part of the battle spirit in my body had evolved into an immortal soul. I have fused the fragments of the immortal soul into this relic. Give this relic to Tyrant as a token of my sincerity. Ancestor Green Lotus handed the relic to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's expression froze. He felt that the relic in his hand was extremely heavy. Jiang Qin knew better than anyone else how precious this relic was. A relic that contained immortal soul was basically equivalent to a Tao legacy left behind by a half-step human immortal expert. Putting aside the immortal soul, the powerful energy and Buddha nature contained within it were incomparable to an ordinary 9th-grade Great Saint's relic. If Tyrant could get his hands on this relic, he would immediately undergo earth-shaking changes. He would be reborn and his cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds. He was afraid that it would be possible for him to surpass Jiang Qin. Such a great opportunity was simply unimaginable. Even a meat pie that fell from the sky wouldn't be as good as this. Green Lotus, you have fused the immortal soul into this relic. What about yourself? Jiang Qin frowned. His tone was full of worry. A relic was the most important thing to a Buddhist sect. Moreover, Ancestor Green Lotus had fused his immortal soul into it. Losing the immortal soul was like losing an ordinary cultivator's battle spirit. He was no different from a cripple. I'm fine. As long as I can get out of this prison, my strength will be restored to its peak. Don't judge me by my feeble appearance. I'm still far from death. I have cultivated the supreme scripture of Buddha sect, the Great Compassion Mantra. A new battle spirit has been formed in my body. Ancestor Green Lotus said with a smile. Good. I knew you weren't that weak. Jiang Qin was relieved. He had never admired anyone in his previous life. Ancestor Green Lotus was the only one. As the most powerful Buddha in Buddha sect, how could he not have some powerful means? Let's go. I hope that the next time I see you I can get out of this prison. Ancestor Green Lotus waved his hand. Take care of yourself. Jiang Qin cupped his fists towards Ancestor Green Lotus. Then he summoned the Zulong Tower again and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He came and went without a trace like a ghost. Not long after that, Jiang Qin returned to where he was standing. His face was covered with sweat and he looked exhausted. Damn it. This Zulong Tower is really a vampire. I only used the ancient tower to travel through space and it consumed so much energy. If I wait until the Zulong Tower reaches the 10th or 8th floor, I'm afraid the consumption will be unimaginable if I use it to fight. Jiang Qin sighed. His foundation was already incomparably tyrannical. His chi sea was filled with dragon marks. His origin force was as abundant as the ocean. Even when he used the most powerful true dragon combat skill, he had never exhausted his origin force. But now, using the 3 floors of the Zulong Tower to travel through space had consumed more than half of his origin force. How terrifying was that? But the harvest this time is really great. The fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword is enough to advance my cultivation to the 3rd grade Great Saint. I also found the location of Ancestor Green Lotus and learned about the great secret and ambition of Desolate Palace. The most important thing now is to improve my cultivation. After I advance to the 3rd grade Great Saint, I will find a way to return to the Pure Land and give this Sarira to Tyrant. Jiang Qin thought to himself. Without any delay, he began to refine the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword on the spot. To Jiang Qin, the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword was his natal combat weapon. Refining it was an incomparably easy and effortless task. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Qin had completely merged with the Heavenly Saint Sword. Howl. The Heavenly Saint Sword let out an ear-piercing howl. The power of the Heavenly Saint Sword that had merged with 6 fragments was many times stronger than before. As long as he could find the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword and merge it completely, the Heavenly Saint Sword would be restored to its peak state. At that time, it would become the #1 saint weapon in the world. Stimulated by the fusion of the Heavenly Saint Sword, Jiang Chen's cultivation had improved once again. He condensed another 2,000 dragon marks, increasing the total number of dragon marks in his body to 85,000, completely stabilizing his cultivation in the 3rd grade Great Saint realm. Waves of powerful energy overflowed from the surface of Jiang Chen's body. Feeling his own power, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. To a cultivator, the feeling of being powerful was always so fascinating. Given Jiang Chen's current ability, he could even kill a 7th grade Great Saint in his dragon form. If it was a powerful genius, he could even kill a 6th grade Great Saint. Even if he didn't use his dragon form, he could easily kill a 5th grade Great Saint genius. An ordinary 6th grade Great Saint wouldn't be a match for him. In the entire Saint Origin world, he was afraid that only Jiang Chen had such a heaven-defying combat technique. In the following time, Jiang Chen didn't return to Pure Land immediately. After all, he had just arrived in Saint Origin Palace. There was no reason for him to return immediately. Furthermore, Gu Palace needed him for the time being. The internal conflict of Gu Palace had just been resolved. It was necessary for Jiang Chen to have more contact with the geniuses of Gu Palace and Demon Palace. Chapter 974. A month later, there was basically no internal conflict in Gu Palace. Moreover, Jiang Chen's rapid progress had greatly stimulated the geniuses of Gu Palace to cultivate. In addition, Gu Firmament was in control of the Law Enforcement Hall, which allowed Gu Palace to obtain a lot of cultivation resources. Therefore, everyone in Gu Palace was immersed in a cultivation frenzy. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this situation and was completely relieved. The Demon Palace had basically joined forces with Gu Palace. As Gu Firmament said at the beginning, the Law Enforcement Hall allowed Gu Palace and Demon Palace to jointly manage the Law Enforcement Hall and directly gave Heavenly Ping King the title of Deputy Palace Master. Jiang Chen's efforts for a month were not in vain. He was ready to return to the Pure Land tomorrow and tell Great Master Ran Feng the news of Ancestor Green Lotus. Great Master Ran Feng had been worried about Ancestor Green Lotus for 100 years. If he knew the news of Ancestor Green Lotus, he would definitely be very happy. Just as Jiang Chen was ready to return to the Pure Land tomorrow, Gu Firmament summoned him. Why did the Palace Master summon me at this time? Jiang Chen did not delay and directly went to the space of Gu Firmament. He was extremely fast and arrived at Gu Firmament's palace in the blink of an eye. Why did the Palace Master summon me? Jiang Chen asked. At this moment, Gu Firmament looked a little pale as if something serious had happened. When he saw Jiang Chen, he quickly said, Jiang Chen, there is one thing I have to tell you. Just now, Gu Xiantian sent me a message. Seems that something has happened in the Pure Land. What happened? Jiang Chen had a bad feeling. Since the message was sent by Gu Xiantian, and now Gu Firmament had found him, it must be related to him. Do you have a brother named Han Yen? Gu Firmament asked. What's wrong with Yen? Jiang Chen's expression changed. He was a smart man and he immediately guessed that this matter had something to do with Han Yen. He had known Han Yen since he was in the Qi province of the eastern continent. Han Yen was his first brother after his rebirth. He possesses the powerful bloodline of Gu Tianma, making him an extremely rare genius. I heard that he entered the ancient battlefield with you, but he didn't come out after the battlefield was torn apart by your lightning tribulation. He only came out a few days ago. When he came out, he was already a 4th grade Great Saint. When he came out of the ancient battlefield, he heard that you were killed by the 6 major families. He became furious and killed many elders and genius disciples of the 6 major families, including a few 5th grade Great Saints. Later, he was captured by the experts of the 6 major families and was going to be executed in public. Gu Firmament told Jiang Chen word by word what Gu Xiantian had sent from the Pure Land. What? A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. A surge of anger suddenly burst out from his body. No one could understand the relationship between him and Han Yan. It was the relationship of life and death brothers. Han Yan had completely refined Gu Tianmo and his cultivation had improved tremendously, but when he heard that Jiang Chen was killed he was naturally furious. If Jiang Chen was in Han Yan's shoes, he would also kill the 6 major families to avenge his brother. Given Han Yan's terrifying 4th grade great saint cultivation, killing a 5th grade great saint was a piece of cake. If he wanted to escape, even a 6th grade great saint wouldn't be able to stop him. However, if all the 6th grade great saints of the 6 major families attacked him together, there would only be one ending for Han Yan. It was Jiang Chen's fault for sealing the news so tightly that Han Yan didn't know that he was still alive. Now that he had fallen into the hands of the 6 major families, he wouldn't have a good ending. Ancient people and the demon race must have tried their best to help Han Yan, but this situation was similar to the time when the 6 major families were determined to kill him. Even if the ancient people and the demon race joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the 6 major families. It would be impossible for them to save Han Yan. That was why Gu Xiantian sent the news to Gu Xiantian immediately because he knew how important Han Yan was to him. If Han Yan died because of this, the consequences would be unbearable even for Gu Xiantian. At noon today the experts of the 6 major families will bring Han Yan to the outside of Desolate City and publicly execute him. They said that they want to let the world know that fighting against the 6 major families won't end well. They want to use this to defend the prestige of the 6 major families. I have calculated the time. If you rush back now you might still be able to make it. Gu Firmament said. Good. 6 major families, it seems like it's time to settle the grudges in Pure Land. Palace Master, please open the spatial passageway for me to return to Pure Land immediately. I want to go back immediately. The killing intent in Jiang Chen's body could no longer be concealed. What he hated the most in his life was people hurting his family and friends. It was his reverse scale that no one could touch. He secretly swore that if anything happened to Han Yan he would definitely bury the 6 major families with him. Good. It's not convenient for Saint Origin Palace to settle the grudges in Pure Land. This is your own business. Go back and solve it yourself. Given your current strength, no one in Pure Land can do anything to you. Go back and give the Desolate family a heavy blow, catching Desolate Palace off guard and disrupting their plan, said Gu Firmament. He was crystal clear about what Jiang Chen had done before. Now that the 6 major families had attacked the people around Jiang Chen, it had undoubtedly infuriated Jiang Chen. He was a true mad dragon. Once he was enraged, the heaven and earth would be turned upside down and blood would flow like a river. The current Jiang Chen was completely different from the Jiang Chen who came to Saint Origin Palace a month ago. It was imaginable what kind of shock Jiang Chen would bring to Pure Land. Since Saint Origin World was going to be in chaos sooner or later, it would start now from Pure Land. I don't care about the plan or the chaos. Whoever dares to touch my brother will die. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. In his heart his personal feelings were far more important than the general trend of the world. Gu Firmament nodded. He liked Jiang Chen's ruthlessness. He knew that Han Yan was in imminent danger and there was no time to waste. Immediately he waved his hand and opened the spatial passageway to Pure Land for Jiang Chen. This passageway leads to the ancient people. Given your ability, you should be able to reach there in half an hour. I hope it won't delay your important matter. Gu Firmament said. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. With a sway of his body, he vanished into the spatial passageway. This time Pure Land is going to be bustling. Gu Firmament chuckled. He could almost imagine what would happen to the 6 major families when Jiang Chen returned. One should know that the strongest expert in Pure Land was a 6th grade great saint. All the 7th grade great saints were in Saint Origin Palace. Given Jiang Chen's current strength, killing a 6th grade great saint was as easy as blowing off dust. No matter how many 6th grade great saints there were, they wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Pure Land had never been so lively since Jiang Chen was killed by the 6 major families. Almost all the experts of the 8 major families had gathered outside Desolate City. Desolate City was the territory of Desolate family. At this moment, in the sky above a vast open space outside Desolate City, a white-haired youth was firmly imprisoned. This white-haired youth was none other than Han Yan. He was tied up by an incomparably thick iron chain. The surface of the iron chain was glowing with a dim light. This iron chain wasn't an ordinary item. It was sealed by a supreme expert. The void outside the iron chain was also sealed, not giving Han Yan any chance to escape. Furthermore, there were 3 to 4 6th-grade great saints guarding Han Yan. All of them had witnessed the terror of Han Yan. Even a 5th-grade great saint wasn't a match for him. So even they didn't dare to let their guard down. In addition to these 4 6th-grade great saints, there were also people from the 8 major families standing around. It was a sea of people. The patriarchs of the 8 major families had arrived personally. There wasn't a need to gather so many people to execute Han Yan, but the experts of the ancient people and the demon race were here. The 6 major families knew that they had a close relationship with Jiang Chen and wanted to save Han Yan. So they were here to deter the ancient people and the demon race, not giving Han Yan any chance to turn the situation around. Jiang Chen was very scary in the past. Now another scary figure had appeared, causing the 6 major families to suffer heavy losses. If such a rare genius wasn't executed as soon as possible, it would be a great hidden danger. There wasn't a hint of fear on Han Yan's face because until now he hadn't received any news that Jiang Chen was still alive. The death of Jiang Chen had triggered his evil nature and made him thirsty for blood. To him, life and death were insignificant. Not being able to annihilate the 6 major families to avenge Jiang Chen was his biggest regret. "Uncle, what should we do? It's going to be noon soon." Among the ancient people, Wu Ningxu was standing beside Gu Xiantian. Her face was full of worry. She had known Han Yan for a long time. She knew very well how deep the brotherly relationship between Jiang Chen and Han Yan was. She couldn't imagine how mad Jiang Chen would be if Han Yan died today. "I have already sent a message to Saint Origin Palace. I believe Jiang Chen has already received the news." Gu Xuantian's face was extremely unsightly. He looked at Desolate Yuntian and the others and said loudly, "Desolate Yundan, the 6 major families are bullying a junior. Don't you have any face?" "Humph. You ancient people and demon race have helped Jiang Chen in the past. Now you are helping this great devil. It's obvious that you are going against us. This devil has killed so many experts of our 6 major families. He has committed a heinous crime. Today we will execute him in public to let the world know that those who go against our desolate family won't have a good ending. Jiang Chen and this great devil are the same. There's only one ending for them, death, and a horrible death." Xiao Yuntian said angrily. When he thought of the great losses that the demon in front of him had brought to the Xiao clan in the past few days, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. He could not wait to tear Han Yan into pieces. Today he was going to dismember Han Yan piece by piece in this public place. Chapter 975. The shamelessness of the 6 major families is getting more and more amazing. The fact that you joined forces to kill Jiang Chen has already been shameful to the world. Today you are going to dismember a junior in front of everyone. How shameless can you be? Lang Xingtian said aloud. They weren't familiar with Han Yan. It was their first time meeting each other, but what Han Yan did was admirable. He was willing to risk his life for his brother and was willing to go against the world. How many people in the world could do such a thing? Furthermore, Han Yan possessed the powerful Gu Tianmao bloodline, which was stronger than any ordinary divine body. He was a true supreme genius. Once his bloodline was fully awakened, he would become a peerless great devil with unimaginable strength. This could be seen from the fact that Han Yan had killed so many experts of the 6 major families. Although Han Yan was only a 4th-grade great saint, ordinary 5th-grade great saints weren't a match for him. He could even fight an ordinary 6th-grade great saint. Even if he couldn't defeat the 6th-grade great saint, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. However, this time, all the 6th-grade great saints of the 6 major families had joined hands. Han Yan wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. He was captured on the spot. After all, he didn't have the spatial shift and flaming wings like Jiang Chen. Lang Xingtian bullshit. It's easy for you to say that. If your demon race had lost so many geniuses, elders and great sage experts, I'm afraid you wouldn't be standing here making such sarcastic remarks, Lang Xingtian said. Narong Chongtian scolded Lang Xingtian. Gu Xiantian Lang Xingtian, are the two of you sick? That Jiang Qin is already dead. What's the point of protecting his people? No matter how hard you try, Jiang Qin won't come back to life to bring benefits to you. Why bother? That's right. Jiang Qin is indeed a genius of his generation. Even this little devil king is a rare genius. However, a devil king is a devil king. Everyone has the right to kill him. Jiang Qin is also a devil king, a bloodthirsty devil. They will only end up with one outcome when they go against us: death. The dignity of the 6 major families has been challenged time and time again. If we don't put him to death, how can we defend our dignity? Dan Yongtian and Shi Haotian said. Their words weren't unreasonable. Anyone would be furious if they were in Jiang Chen's shoes. Ever since Jiang Chen clashed with them in Void Triangular Domain, the 6 major families hadn't had a day of peace. In the ancient battlefield, Jiang Chen had brought great losses to them. They didn't expect that a crazy devil would appear after Jiang Chen had died for a month. How could the 6 major families not be angry? Don't talk nonsense with them. It's almost noon. We will put this crazy devil to death. Ancient people and the demon race won't be able to save him. Desolate Yuntian's face was filled with ruthlessness. Desolate Yuntian had a sinister look on his face. Ling Qi and Han Yan had already made up their minds. The reason why they were all here today was to prevent the ancient race and demon race from attacking. In other words, there was no need to muster so many people to kill Han Yan. They were only here to suppress him. It's almost noon. If little Qinzi doesn't come back, Yan will be in real danger. Wu Ningzhu was extremely restless and anxious. If something bad happened to Han Yan, it would be a huge blow to Jiang Chen. Brother Gu, even if Jiang Chen arrives in time, I'm afraid that he won't be able to save Han Yan given his cultivation base. He might even get himself killed. Lang Xingtian said worriedly. Don't worry, Brother Lang. Gu Palace has sent me a message saying that Jiang Chen isn't the same as before. If he comes back, no one in the entire Pure Land will be his match. Gu Xiantian said. This message was personally sent by Gu Firmament. It couldn't be false. Jiang Chen is really terrifying. He has only been in Saint Origin Palace for a little more than a month. To a great saint, a month's time is nothing. It's almost impossible to make any significant progress in just a month. I'm afraid that only a supreme monstrous genius like Jiang Chen can do it. Lang Xingtian sighed. He had never dared to look down on Jiang Chen, but after hearing the news he knew that he had underestimated Jiang Chen. Little Qinzi, come back quickly. Wu Ningzhu couldn't stand it anymore. The time was almost up. The 6 major families would never let Han Yan go. Given the current situation, even if the ancient people and the demon race attacked together, they wouldn't be able to save Han Yan. Ning'er, don't worry. If it really doesn't work, Uncle will personally take action to buy some time. 2 rays of light flashed in Gu Xuantian's eyes. Whether or not he could save Han Yan today, he had to do his best. There were some things that were completely different from success or failure. Even if Han Yan died in the end, Gu Xiantian wouldn't feel guilty towards Jiang Chen. If they just watched Han Yan being killed, not only would Jiang Chen vent his anger on them, even they themselves wouldn't be able to get over it. Wu Ningzhu nodded. It was useless to be anxious given the current situation. She felt a little relieved when Gu Xiantian promised to take action, but in the end she still needed Jiang Chen's help. Time ticked by. The crowd became incomparably quiet and the atmosphere was unusually depressing. Han Yan was tied up by a big chain, but there wasn't a trace of fear on his face. Patriarch, the time is up. Someone said. Death by dismemberment. Desolate Yuntian said expressionlessly. Next to Han Yan, a 6th grade great saint's face was full of ruthlessness. A long sword appeared in his hand. It was an incomparably sharp long sword, slowly approaching Han Yan. Brat, you have to pay the price for what you have done. Do you think I should cut you 1,000 times or 10,000 times? The 6th grade great saint asked with a sneer. I'm afraid that 10,000 cuts won't be enough to kill me. I advise you to kill me directly. Otherwise, you will die of exhaustion before you can kill me. That will be a great disgrace. Han Yan grinned at the 6th grade great saint. Judging from his expression, It seemed that this death by dismemberment wasn't a cruel punishment but a tickle. As expected of a dead duck with a stubborn mouth. You're about to die but you're still so sharp-tongued. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll slowly slice you into pieces. First I'll slice your flesh, then I'll slice your soul. I'll let you die miserably under endless pain and torture. The 6th grade great saint gritted his teeth. He hated Han Yen so much that he couldn't bear to let Han Yen die immediately, because one of the people that Han Yen killed was his grandson that he was proud of. Old man, have you talked enough nonsense? Come on, kill me if you want. I will be a good man again after 18 years. Han Yen spat at the 6th grade great saint. A man would never lower his head. I hope you won't scream later. The 6th grade great saint gritted his teeth and raised the sword in his hand. The body of the sword produced an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Sharp sword light overflowed, ready to slash at Han Yen. Long. Just at this moment, a rumbling sound was heard in the void. Everyone looked over and saw a figure walking out of the void. In the blink of an eye, he was in the sky. The newcomer seemed to be in his 20s. His clothes were as white as snow. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were as bright as the stars and as bottomless as the abyss. He just stood there like a towering mountain, giving people an invisible pressure. When everyone saw the young man's face, all of them cried out in surprise. A huge commotion was immediately set off in the crowd, as if a bomb had suddenly exploded. Xianxia, what's going on? Isn't he dead? Why is he here again? Impossible. That day we have already destroyed his body and soul. It's impossible for him to still be alive. How is this possible? Are you kidding me? How could a dead man come back to life? How did this guy escape? He had no chance to escape when he was trapped by us. All the experts of the 6 major families were shocked, especially Desolate Yuntian and the others who had personally dealt with Xianxia that day. When they saw Xianxia again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't accept this reality. My God. Xianxia isn't dead. We all thought that he was dead. Isn't this guy a little too lucky? It's truly a miracle that he was able to survive under such circumstances. Moreover, he managed to hide it from everyone. Everyone thought that he was dead. Have you all noticed that Xianxia has become stronger after disappearing for more than a month? He's much stronger than when he just came out from the ancient battlefield. Xianxia is still alive. The 6 major families have worked in vain. When the ancient people and the demon clan saw Xianxia again, they all cheered, especially those who had received Xianxia's kindness and were even saved by Xianxia. These days, because of Xianxia's death, they had been brooding and sad. Unexpectedly, Xianxia stood out unscathed. Naturally they cheered. Wu Ningzhu smiled. She knew that with Xianxia's appearance Han Yen could be saved. No one could kill Han Yen in front of Xianxia. This kind of thing would never happen. Little Qinzi, you're still fucking alive. Seeing that Xianxia appeared at the critical moment, Han Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was so happy that he was about to cry. After walking out of the ancient battlefield and hearing the news of Xianxia's tragic death, Han Yen was inconsolable. These days he had been living in gloominess and turned into a bloodthirsty demon. Now that he saw Xianxia appear alive, all the gloominess and haze were swept away. You idiot! Don't you know what I'm capable of? Can they kill me? Xianxia scolded Han Yen. Although he was scolding Han Yen, everyone could feel the deep brotherly affection between them. You're right. Immediately, Xianxia looked at the old man holding the sword beside Han Yen. Lung Lung said, if you dare to touch him, I'll consign you to eternal damnation and destroy your whole family. Chapter 976. Annihilating your entire family? What an arrogant tone, but from Xianxia's mouth, it wasn't arrogance but dominance. No one would doubt his words because he was speaking the truth. If the elder really touched Han Yen, then Xianxia would really annihilate his entire family. This wasn't a joke or a clamor but a very normal statement. Xianxia, I didn't expect that you are still alive. You are really lucky, but instead of hiding yourself you decided to show yourself again. It seems that Ling Qi and Han Yan have another effect today. Since I have lured you out, then let's die together. Everyone listen up. No matter what, we can't let Jiangchen escape today. Desolate Yuntian's qi fluctuated. The experts of the other 5 major families also unleashed their qi and killing intent. At the same time, 20 to 30 powerful experts rushed out of Desolate City. Each of them was a 6th grade great saint. These were the true experts of the 6 major families. Usually they wouldn't show themselves, but today all of them had come out. Such a scene was absolutely the biggest in the history of the Pure Land. The reappearance of Jiangchen had truly terrified the 6 major families. They could ignore Han Yan, but they absolutely couldn't ignore Jiangchen. Last time, Jiangchen had escaped under such circumstances. The existence of this man was absolutely a great threat to them. They were glad that they had lured Jiangchen out by killing Han Yan today. Otherwise they would still be kept in the dark. If they allowed Jiangchen to grow in the dark and return to the Pure Land, it would be their doomsday. As a matter of fact, Jiangchen had already grown. Today would indeed be their doomsday. Everyone has come out. Very good. Then let's settle all the grievances together. Jiangchen glanced around. It seemed that almost all the higher-ups of the 6 major families had arrived. That couldn't be better. The 6 major families had hurt Han Yan to such an extent and wanted to sentence him to death. This had touched his reverse scale and truly infuriated him. Once a mad dragon was enraged, corpses would fall for thousands of miles. The sudden appearance of so many experts had made the ancient people and the demon race's facial expression changed. Immediately they couldn't help but curse. Motherfucker. It turns out that the 6 major families have secretly prepared for this. These experts are here to deal with us. If we attack now, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lang Xingtian couldn't help but curse. That's right. It seems like the 6 major families have made sufficient preparations. Judging from their formation, they are ready to annihilate both our families. Hehe. Unfortunately, a single Jiangchen is enough to make them suffer. Gu Xiantian sneered. Given his wisdom, how could he not think of this? Even if the 6 major families didn't want them to attack Han Yan, there was no need for them to mobilize so many people. This formation was obviously aimed at the ancient people and the demon race. Fortunately, Jiangchen had appeared just now. Otherwise, Gu Xiantian would have already delayed the time. Otherwise, the experts of the 6 major families would come out in full force, dealing a heavy blow to the ancient people and the demon race. Dozens of 6th grade great saints had joined forces to completely seal the void. The area within 1,000 miles had become a real big cage. This time they would never give Jiangchen any chance to escape. Kill Han Yan first. Desolate Yuntian ordered. The hatred between them and Jiangchen was absolutely irreconcilable. There was no need to say anything. It was either you die or I die. All right. The 6th grade great saint elder raised his long sword and slashed at Han Yan's head with lightning speed. You want to kill someone in front of me? Why don't you look at your own strength first? Die. Jiangchen moved like a ghost and appeared above the elder in a blink. A giant dragon claw appeared out of thin air and grabbed the elder. What? The elder exclaimed. He was a dignified 6th grade great saint expert, but being grabbed by Jiangchen made him feel like he was being pressed down by a mountain. He didn't even have the strength to resist. Since you want to kill him, I'll kill you first. Jiangchen's attack was merciless. The sharp dragon claw tore the elder into pieces on the spot. This elder had just advanced to the 6th grade great saint while Jiangchen was already a peak 3rd grade great saint. Killing an ordinary 6th grade great saint was just a piece of cake for him. And this was under the condition that he didn't use his dragon transformation. Given his current combat strength, he didn't need to use his dragon transformation to deal with the experts in the Pure Land. Not to mention these people who had just advanced to the 6th grade great saint. Even a peak 6th grade great saint like Desolate Yuntian wouldn't be a match for Jiangchen. If he were to use the dragon transformation, Xiao Yuntian would be killed instantly. He wouldn't be able to put up any resistance at all. So strong. This scene was seen by many people. All of them exclaimed. Even the ancient people and the higher-ups of the demon race were gaping in shock. They had never thought that Jiangchen would become so terrifying in just a month's time. That was a mighty 6th grade great saint, but he was killed just like that without leaving any trace. That kind of terror was simply unimaginable. Abnormal. Han Yen shook his head helplessly, but he had already gotten used to Jiang Chen's abnormal behavior. At this moment there were 3 6th-grade great saints standing beside Han Yen. Their facial expression changed drastically when their companion was killed in an instant. Some of them reacted quickly and attacked Han Yen. As long as they could control Han Yen, they would be able to force Jiang Chen to submit to them and make Jiang Chen hesitate. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Jiang Chen's strength. It was wishful thinking to kill Han Yen in front of Jiang Chen. It seems like you also can't wait to die. The Heavenly Saint sword in Jiang Chen's hand roared and slashed at the 6th-grade great saint. Countless sword lights interweaved into a net, trapping the 6th-grade great saint in an instant, not giving him a chance to break free. The Heavenly Saint's sword had already slashed down. Along with a shrill scream, the 6th-grade great saint was cut into half on the spot, blood gushing out. Jiang Chen didn't stop after killing 2 great experts. The divine aura of the Heavenly Saint's sword rippled. In addition, Jiang Chen's attack was too fast and he had used the spatial shift to the extreme. The other 2 experts couldn't escape from the fate of being killed by Jiang Chen on the spot. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 6th-grade great saints that surrounded Han Yen were all killed by Jiang Chen. It was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. This scene frightened everyone. The entire scene turned silent. Whether it was the enemies or allies, everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe. That's right. How could he still be human? It was a miracle for a man to be heaven-defying to such an extent. Jiang Chen waved his hand and the iron chains on Han Yan's body were torn apart. Han Yan regained his freedom and a monstrous devil wolf shot out from his body. Little Chenzi, go on a killing spree. Han Yan's white hair fluttered in the wind, like a mad devil that had descended to the world. The whole sky was immersed in a black devil sea, emitting a horrifying smell. Only then did the people of the 6 major families react. Jiang Chen's attack was too fast. In just a blink of an eye, 4 6th-grade great saints were killed. Not to mention those who were killed, even the onlookers didn't have time to react. They didn't know what was going on. Damn it, how did this little bastard become so strong? Even a 6th-grade great saint was killed by him in a matter of seconds. It has only been a month, but he has grown to such an extent. Given his current ability, I'm afraid that we won't be able to take him down even if all of us join forces. What should we do now? This man is too scary. Everyone from the 6 major families began to feel horrified. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Jiang Chen's ferocity and terror was like a heavy hammer that pounded on their hearts, giving them the urge to spurt out blood. Many of them, who were brimming with qi just a moment ago, suddenly became listless. It seems like we don't need to do anything. Today the Pure Land is destined to be in chaos. Gu Xiantian said with a shocked face. The message from Gu Firmament only said that Jiang Chen was very scary and no one in the Pure Land was his match. But he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be so powerful that it made people feel helpless. The key is that he hasn't used that terrifying transformation technique yet. Lang Xingtian couldn't keep his composure anymore. As the higher-ups of the 8 major families in the Pure Land, it wasn't that they hadn't seen any terrifying geniuses. On the contrary, they had seen all kinds of geniuses, but the existence of Jiang Chen was still unbelievable to them. All 6th-grade great saints, listen up. Deploy the Sky Integration Grand Formation immediately. Quick. Desolate Yuntian was still able to keep his composure and made a prompt decision. He immediately summoned all the 6th-grade great saints to deploy the powerful Sky Integration Grand Formation. He could already see that no one here was a match for Jiang Chen in a one-on-one fight. Even if he joined the battle, he would only be able to survive. All right. Desolate Yuntian's words reminded everyone. Dozens of 6th-grade great saints quickly began to shift their positions, forming an invisible grand formation in the blink of an eye, trapping Jiang Chen within it. The Sky Integration Grand Formation was a powerful formation that was specially used by great saints. Many of them were familiar with this formation. It was relatively simple to deploy, but its power was extraordinary. The so-called Sky Integration Grand Formation could integrate the combat strength of all 6th-grade great saints. If a great saint couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, it would be a different story if dozens of great saints worked together. Jiang Chen, Don't let them deploy the Sky Integration Grand Formation successfully. Zhou Xian reminded hastily. He knew very well about the scariness of the Sky Integration Grand Formation, but Jiang Chen was still young and probably didn't know about it. Let them deploy it. I would like to see what kind of grand formation can trap me, Jiang Chen. Chapter 977. A strong and domineering qi gushed out from Jiang Chen's body like a tidal wave. He stood there, his whole body was filled with heroic qi. His black hair fluttered in the wind and his hand was holding the dragon's sword. He looked like a peerless war god that had descended to the world. He was so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at him. Dozens of 6th grade great saints had already surrounded Jiang Chen. The void had turned into a viscous state and was completely sealed. There wasn't even the slightest gap left. The Sky Integration Grand Formation was hovering in the sky, radiating dazzling rays of light. Each of the dozens of 6th grade great saints had a nervous and solemn look on their faces. This showed how much they feared Jiang Chen and how much they wanted to kill him. Little Chen, it looks like you're pretty powerful. Han Yen couldn't help but sigh when he saw such a scene. Nonsense. Dozens of 6th grade great saints have joined hands to arrange the Sky Integration Grand Formation. How can it not be powerful? Yen, your injuries aren't light. Go into the Zulong Tower to heal yourself. Leave these people to me. Jiang Chen said. Zulong Tower? Han Yen was puzzled, but he couldn't be blamed. It was normal that Han Yen didn't know that Jiang Chen had obtained the information about the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen tore an opening in the Zulong Tower for Han Yen to enter. Currently, Han Yen was seriously injured and his cultivation base wasn't very strong. There was no benefit for him to fall into such a grand formation. He might even lose his life. Jiang Chen, use your transformation. I would like to see how you are going to fight the Sky Integration Grand Formation alone. Desolate Yuntian's aura soared into the sky. The Omni-Sky Integration Grand Formation had been perfectly laid out. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen was too difficult to deal with today. He could kill any one of them, including Desolate Yuntian. So, if they wanted to kill Jiang Chen today, they could only use this Omni-Sky Integration Grand Formation. As long as Jiang Chen was trapped, it would be possible for them to kill him. One should know that these dozens of people were the higher-ups of the Pure Land. They were the true pinnacle existences. When a dozen of them joined forces to cast the sky-concealing Grand Formation, even a mighty 7th grade Great Saint wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Even if he didn't die, his skin would be peeled off. I don't need to transform to deal with you. The sword in Jiang Chen's hand buzzed, and his whole body overflowed with confidence. How arrogant! I'll kill you right now. Desolate Yuntian bellowed. His qi began to rise steadily. In just a blink of an eye, it had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, the power of dozens of 6th grade great saints had been integrated into his body, increasing his combat strength by an unknown amount. Great Saint. Heaven-splitting divine claw. Desolate Yuntian's momentum rolled like thunder. All his power evolved into a huge and majestic ancient wild beast. That wild beast only had a body. It didn't have any facial features and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, it had an extremely clear sharp claw. It was an extremely terrifying sharp claw, the heaven-splitting divine claw. It could even tear the sky apart. This was the most powerful combat technique of the Desolate family. It was at least the pinnacle of Saint-grade combat techniques. It wasn't inferior to the 9 solar finger of Jiang Chen in his previous life. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed slightly. He knew this combat technique very well. In the past, he had a battle with an old ancestor of the Desolate family. His opponent had used this heaven-splitting divine claw to cause the sky to change color. If this powerful combat technique was cast by Desolate Yuntian alone, Jiang Chen wouldn't be worried at all. He could break it directly, but now that Desolate Yuntian had integrated the power of dozens of 6th grade great saints, the power of the heaven-splitting divine claw had increased. Even Jiang Chen had to take it seriously. It's too powerful. The power of the sky-concealing grand formation is unpredictable. This technique has integrated the power of dozens of great saints. I'm afraid that I will die for sure if I face it. Zhou Xian has overestimated himself this time. Zhou Xian said worriedly. That's right. Zhou Xian is too confident. He shouldn't have let them deploy the grand formation successfully. That is the combination of dozens of 6th grade great saints. How terrifying is that? I'm afraid that even a mighty 7th grade great saint would die if he was trapped in it. Lang Xingtian's facial expression didn't look good either. He had the same thought as Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was a shrewd man, but he had overestimated himself today. Given Zhou Xian's strength that could instantly kill a 6th grade great saint, he could have done it without giving his opponents any chance to deploy the grand formation. Now that he was trapped in the grand formation, he had fallen into a predicament. However, a monstrous combat strength rushed out of Zhou Xian's body. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. The heaven-splitting divine claw didn't make Zhou Xian feel the slightest fear or discouragement. His chi had gone berserk. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Zhou Xian bellowed. The powerful 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal was fully unleashed. Dozens of colorful azure dragons were like real ancient barbaric dragons that had descended to the world. In an instant, the battlefield was covered in darkness. Honglong. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal and the heaven-splitting Divine Claw collided violently. Such a powerful collision almost tore the surrounding viscous and solid space apart. Barf. The 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal was destroyed by the terrifying heaven-splitting Divine Claw. Zhou Xian spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face turned incomparably pale. He had indeed suffered a slight injury in the collision just now, but it was just as he had expected. After the Sky Integration Grand Formation fused with the combat strength, Desolate Yuntian's attack was equivalent to a 7th grade Great Saint's attack. Given Zhou Xian's current strength, he was no match for a 7th grade Great Saint unless he transformed into a dragon. Look, Zhou Xian is injured. He can't make it. This bastard is too arrogant. How dare he fight against so many 6th grade Great Saints? Isn't he courting death? This Sky Integration Grand Formation is really terrifying. The first attack has already seriously injured Zhou Xian. Seems like he will die today. We must kill him. This bastard is too scary. If we can't kill him, Zhou Xian will become a big problem. When the people of the 6 major families saw that Zhou Xian was injured, they cheered. Zhou Xian's strength had left an indelible shadow in their hearts. Today Zhou Xian had appeared again and killed 4 6th grade Great Saints in an instant. This had frightened them even more. Everyone continued to work hard. We must take him down in one fell swoop. Desolate Yuntian was also excited. The other 6th grade Great Saints were also delighted. They heaved a long sigh of relief when they saw that Zhou Xian was injured in the first exchange. At least they knew that Zhou Xian wasn't so powerful that they couldn't resist him. Humph. Do you think you can hurt me with this? I only want to see exactly how powerful this Sky Integration Grand Array is. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Everyone here will die today. Zhou Xian harumphed coldly. Immediately he let out a dragon roar and transformed into his dragon form. His eyes were blood-red with a bloodthirsty look. A single glance from him would make people feel as if they were falling into an abyss. His combat strength had increased exponentially, becoming 10 times stronger than before. However, this wasn't the most shocking thing. After all, Desolate Yuntian and the others knew that Zhou Xian had the ability to transform. So they weren't too shocked by it. However, what they couldn't bear was the speed of recovery of Zhou Xian's injuries. The injuries that he suffered from the heaven-splitting Divine Claw were completely healed in just a blink of an eye. With their eyesight, it was impossible for them to not see that Zhou Xian was in his peak state. There wasn't a single injury on his body, as if nothing had happened to him. Motherfucker. How can he have such a terrifying recovery speed? What kind of monster is this guy? Damn it. Isn't his recovery speed a little too fast? Our combined attack didn't even pose the slightest threat to him. If this goes on, we won't be able to kill him even if we die of exhaustion. His injuries are recovering too fast. Now that he has transformed, his combat strength has increased by 10 times. It will be truly difficult to kill him. Looks like we have to fight to the death. Desolate Yuntian and the others had the urge to spurt out blood. They knew all of Jiang Chen's means and strategy. Even the powerful transformation skill was within their expectations. However, they weren't afraid because they had great confidence in the Sky Integration formation. As long as Jiang Chen kept getting injured, his combat strength would be consumed bit by bit. By using this powerful formation, they would be able to exhaust Jiang Chen to death. However, what they didn't expect was that Jiang Chen's recovery ability had already reached an earth-shattering level. It was so powerful that they couldn't accept it. Naturally, it was impossible for them to know that these injuries were simply superficial to Jiang Chen. Following the continuous transformation of the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Chen's self-recovery ability had become increasingly powerful. Coupled with the even more terrifying Wood spirit, it was as if he had created an immortal body for Jiang Chen. Desolate Yuntian, try attacking again. Jiang Chen was incomparably domineering. Heaven-splitting divine claw. Desolate Yuntian roared and struck out the heaven-splitting divine claw once more. A huge phantom of an ancient barbaric beast and a huge terrifying sharp claw emerged once more, shrouding over Jiang Chen. The moment the heaven-splitting divine claw was cast, Jiang Chen moved. He took 5 steps at lightning speed. Each step created a hole in the void. The 5th step was right on top of the heaven-splitting divine claw. Honglong. A rumbling sound was heard. Under the powerful pressure of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, the heaven-splitting divine claw was instantly torn into pieces. Desolate Yuntian's body swayed. The entire Sky Integration Grand Formation swayed along with him. Everyone's facial expression changed dramatically. One should know that this was the joint attack of dozens of 6th-grade great saints. Jiang Chen's dragon transformation was simply too powerful. He not only shattered their attacks, but also shook the grand formation. Haha. Desolate Yuntian Shurhoutian Narung Chongtian, all of you attack together. Let me see how strong you are. I Jiang Chen have 100 ways to break your Sky Integration Grand Formation, but today I will only use one method, and that is to shatter all of you, to scatter all of your cultivation. Chapter 978. Domineering. This was a domineering aura that soared to the sky. Jiang Chen wasn't boasting. Given his ability, it was a piece of cake for him to break this Sky Integration Grand Formation. However, Jiang Chen was going to use the most barbaric method to break the formation. Not only was he going to kill these people, he was also going to shatter their faith before doing so. What a terrifying transformation skill. Even though this isn't the first time I've seen it, I still can't believe it. This transformation skill can at least increase Jiang Chen's combat strength by 10 times. This combat strength can directly reverse the situation. Lang Xingtian was extremely excited. He had to admit that Jiang Chen was the most heaven-defying genius he had ever seen in his life. Brother Lang, if Jiang Chen breaks the Sky Integration Grand Formation all by himself and defeats the higher-ups of the 6 major families, wouldn't it create another historical moment in Saint Origin world? Zhou Xian had a smile on his face. All the worries in his heart were gone when he saw Jiang Chen's ferocious transformation. That's right. No matter what the outcome of today's battle is, it will be recorded in the history of Saint Origin world. Lang Xingtian nodded. There was no doubt about it. Uncle, it's all thanks to me that we, the ancient people, could recruit such a genius. Wu Ningzhu smiled mischievously. Her eyes were fixed on the silhouette on the battlefield. She was indescribably proud. Even the prideful saintess had turned into a love-struck fool at this moment. Ning Er is the great hero of the ancient people. Of course, her contribution cannot go unnoticed. Zhou Xian said with a smile. On the battlefield, Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately drew out the Heavenly Saint Sword. The power of the Heavenly Saint Sword had more than doubled after fusing with the 6 parts of the sword. Stabilize the grand formation. Kill them all. Desolate Yuntian's eyes were bloodshot as he roared loudly. In his hand there was also a large blade that looked like the netherworld. The back of this large blade was covered with saw teeth. It looked incomparably gloomy and terrifying, emitting a horrifying aura. Zoosh. The huge saber produced an ear-piercing sound. Dozens of 6th-grade great saints had instilled all of their power into it. The huge saber began to grow bigger and bigger until it was 300 meters long. It hung in the sky like a heavenly saber. A single slash from this saber was enough to shatter a small world. The big saber fiercely slashed forward. Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword wasn't any weaker than the big saber. Right now, the heavenly saint sword had completely transformed into a real dragon sword. The blood-red dragon head hilt looked vivid and lifelike as if it was a real dragon. The heavenly saint sword was also 100 zhang tall, but because of the dragon transformation skills modification, the appearance of the heavenly saint sword had changed a lot. Otherwise, with the eyesight of everyone present, they would definitely be able to tell that this sword was the world's #1 saint weapon. Flying. The heavenly saint sword and the huge saber turned into two dazzling heavenly rivers in the void, bringing out endless dazzling colors and colliding with each other violently. This was the collision of two peerless saint weapons. The destructive and destructive force was endless, blotting out the sky and covering the earth like a tidal wave. When ordinary combat weapons collided with each other, it would only produce a large number of sparks, but when the heavenly saint sword and the huge saber collided, it created a sea of fire. It was a horrifying scene. Deng deng deng. Xiao Yuntian suffered from an extremely strong counterforce. He took 3 large steps back before he could stabilize his body. The large saber in his hand let out a mournful cry as if it had suffered an extremely heavy injury. Not only that, but the encompassing sky integration formation was also shaking more and more violently. It seemed like it could shatter at any time. Haha. Jiang Chen laughed wildly. The heavenly saint's sword went berserk again. Jiang Chen raised it up high again. He was like a soaring war god, slashing at desolate Yuntian once more. As a matter of fact, if Jiang Chen attacked the others at this time, given the speed of his spatial shift and flaming wings, they wouldn't even have the time to exchange their energy. The sky integration grand formation would be broken by him in an instant. However, Jiang Chen didn't do that. Instead, he wanted to fight a tough battle with these 6th-grade great saints. Not only would it shatter the confidence of the 6 major families, it would also stabilize Jiang Chen's cultivation base. He had advanced to the 3rd-grade great saint from a 1st-grade great saint in just a month. Although his foundation was solid and strong, he still needed to temper it in practice. Motherfucker. Desolate Yuntian couldn't help but curse. Just as he was pushed back before he could regain his composure, Jiang Chen's attack rushed towards him once again. Desolate Yuntian had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue to resist. After the second collision, Desolate Yuntian was forced to take 3 steps back. His chi began to scatter. Not only him but the other 6th-grade great saints were also in the same situation. Now all of their chi had been united by the sky integration grand formation. They were bound together for good or bad. How can this bastard be so terrifying? We can't do anything to him even after using the sky integration grand formation. Motherfucker. What should we do now? We can't go on like this. Everyone was horrified. At this point in the battle, no one could remain calm. Jiang Chen was getting stronger and stronger, but their strength was being consumed little by little. When the sky integration grand formation was broken, everything would be over. What awaited them was to be ruthlessly killed by Jiang Chen. Your 6 major families are just SOSO. You can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen laughed wildly. Once again he raised the heavenly saint sword and slashed. Clang clang clang. Desolate Yuntian had no other choice. In the face of Jiang Chen's storm-like attacks, all he could do was to grit his teeth and resist. However, Jiang Chen's attacks were just too fast. No one knew how much power was contained in each of his attacks. Desolate Yuntian kept retreating. In the end, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. The sky integration grand formation was about to break. Everyone's facial expression changed. They looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost. It was hard to imagine what would happen to them if the grand formation was broken. My God. How can this bastard be so powerful? These 6th-grade great saints have merged with more than half of the 6th-grade great saints of the 6 major families. Even though they are using the grand formation to attack, they are still no match for Zhou Xian. It's over. The grand formation is about to break. It can't hold on any longer. Patriarch and the others won't be able to hold on any longer. Could it be that our 6 major families are going to be annihilated in the hands of this devil king? Oh, it won't be like this. Our desolate family will never be annihilated. The patriarch is high and mighty. He won't die. The people of the 6 major families were in a state of panic. Zhou Xian had used the sharpest and most horrifying barbaric means to shatter the confidence of the people of the 6 major families, causing them to fall into a state of complete collapse. How? On the battlefield, the heavenly saint's sword whistled once more. This time Zhou Xian had instilled all of his power into it. His body and the sword had completely fused together. He had truly achieved the unity of man and sword. Once again he slashed down with a mountain-uprooting momentum. Break for me. That you're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.